Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV. This is your favorite show, Open Forum Political Discussion, where we bring you an opportunity to share on your views on the latest development on our political front. Many things are taking place. We have all manner of things that are being brought forth after many rallies and campaigns around the country. I don't know where you are and what you think about what is happening. Of course, Kalonzo and Senator Gideon today met with the president. What is cooking and that part of the political arrangement? Is everything okay? That is what we want to dive into. And of course, Western province politics come into play. Washiali tells Malala to shut up after his continued agitation that they either get the DP slot or they walk out of Kenya Kwanza alliance. What is happening? Why should Malala be told to shut up? That's something that you would want also to look at. And of course, there is a new person joining the scramble for the presidents. And that's Nyambane. And that also brings me into the acknowledgement of all artists and all comedians and all people who want to be in politics. What is it with politics that wants to convert all our artists, want to convert all our journalists and all manner of people? We need to discuss this openly and be able to come to conclusion of what is viable. Is everybody in comedy ready now for leading the country? Is everybody in the art, ministry, wherever world ready now to take on leadership? This is something that we can't look the other side. And of course, AZIMIO ruling Nairobi, they are everywhere and causing a lot of waves in terms of drumming up support for one Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV. I look forward to having a great time with you today, even as we discuss. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. You only click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you'll be in studio for us to get down to the discussion. I want to appreciate Salome Mbone. Thank you so much for being the first one to join. We appreciate you, Akengo Omwangu. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Dafrin Mamake Alpha. Asante sana, karibu, nasema mbele pamoja. Nashukuru sana, Bakiz Mohamed. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Lens Cherry, we appreciate you. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Anthony Musioka, we salute you. Thank you. Mtua Peter, karibu kwa show. James Mutwiri Mukuru, thank you so much. We salute you. We appreciate you. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Rosa Farar, we appreciate you. Mwona Mbali, asante sana. Kuna huyu Carl Kid Jr., we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Kikonyo wa matatu, asante sana. Anderson Natse, karibu kwa show. Hi to you. Kuna Beatrice Mudeo, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Nicholas Otinda, kuna Evaline Filora, we appreciate you. Kuna Alfred Chola, we salute you. Edna Kiana, karibu kwa show. Elizabeth Maua, karibu sana. Strong Lady, you are welcome to the show. Kuna Chemosh, nanu Alex, you are welcome. Stano Mujoro, thank you so much. Elijah Opio, you are welcome. Duke Orina, thank you so much. Josephine Masita, we salute you. Charles K. Mwema, we thank God for you. Glorious Callistas, thank you, thank you, thank you. Kuna Logan Paul Lele, we thank you so much. Kuna Wamaitha wa Matunda, You are welcome. I want to appreciate all of you that are coming in. Let us get down to business and chart the way forward. Is the president's right for everybody as we get down to discussing 2022 August 9th elections. Everybody is welcome. We salute you. And please, in the comment section, let us know where you're watching from, where you're following from, what you feel about the program, and whether it is helping you or not. We want to have a very good interaction tonight, even as we establish reality versus political perceptions and persuasions that are being fronted by different politicians. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Mr. Wangira, namna gani leo?
Niko salama, habari ya kila mtu. Habari yako Bernard?
Niko mzima nashukuru.
Okay, wacha nichangie. Najua leo ni Jumamosi kavu, hatukuwa na maneno moto sana, lakini wacha nijaribu kuchangia. So yesterday we saw President Uhuru Kenyatta visit Kalonzo Musyoka's home in Karen, Nairobi. And I think the visit by President Uhuru Kenyatta to Kalonzo Musyoka's home in Karen is because of the hot and cold signals that Kalonzo Musyoka has been sending over the last 1 week. You know, when he's in one corner, he says A. When he's in another corner, he says B. And I think President Uhuru Kenyatta has now decided to put him bumper to bumper until the 9th of August this year when we go to poll, because we don't want, the president doesn't want to make any mistake and allow Kalonzo Musyoka to bolt. So as we move forward, I say a president will be bumper to bumper with Kalonzo Musyoka to ensure that he remains in the AZIMIO family. You see already there was that issue of the name, whether it was AZIMIO or it was AZIMIO One Kenya. You know, those are issues that Kalonzo Musyoka was bringing about. Then those who have been following news, you know, there was this claim by Kalonzo Musyoka that there was a possibility that Raila Odinga can play as Tshisekedi on them. When I say play as Tshisekedi on them, Tshisekedi is the president of Congo DRC, and you know, Tshisekedi was fronted by former President Joseph Kabila. And you know, when he got into power just a year ago, you know, he has decided that now I'm not going to be part and parcel of Joseph Kabila in any way. And he has thrown Joseph Kabila out completely. So you see, those are some of the issues that Kalonzo Musyoka was bringing around, that perhaps Raila Odinga could play as Tshisekedi on Uhuru Kenyatta. After Uhuru Kenyatta having enabled him to become president, then he could decide to throw Uhuru Kenyatta out kabisa. You know, he also talked of impeaching Raila Odinga. He also talked of starting campaigns just immediately after the election. So, you know, these things were sending very mixed signals, especially for the members of the AZIMIO family. And I think there was a need for President Uhuru Kenyatta now to watch him closely. And we are seeing a president who is not taking anything to chance. And if you watch even Mutula Kilonzo Jr., you know, they say that, oh, we don't have any issue with supporting Kalonzo Musyoka, but now Kalonzo Musyoka must be made the running mate of Raila Odinga. So you see, there are still to maneno here and there that I think will make the president put Kalonzo Musyoka bumper to bumper to ensure that there's no mistake and that Kalonzo Musyoka does not bolt away. To Malala, you know, this morning I was speaking to somebody from Kakamega, and you know, this person told me something that I didn't know. He told me that you guys in Busia think that you are the real AZIMIO guy. He told me that in Kakamega the AZIMIO numbers are high, and he told me that if Kenya Kwanza Alliance in Kakamega will be lucky to even make 25%. In August, then they will need to thank their God, because he told me that Kakamega has become totally AZIMIO. And these are the things that are making guys like Wakina Malala worried, because Malala took many things for granted. He thought that he was a very influential leader. He thought that ANC was the most influential party in the area. But a month down the line, they have discovered that I'm talking a month down the line, since the 23rd of January, when they held their NDC as ANC party, they have discovered that things are not what they thought they are. So I think guys like Kina Malala are just looking for an escape route, because on the ground things are not working in their favor. And you see guys like Washiali are now getting worried, because knowing that the numbers are not what they are. You see, that's why they are coming out loudly to blame Malala and say that, Malala, it caused confusion in One Kenya Alliance, until One Kenya Alliance crumbled, and they were now worried that it could bring the same confusion within the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. But the truth of the matter is, the ground in Kakamega. The ground in Kakamega has become more Azimio than in any other part of Western Kenya. And they have discovered that they don't have influence there. And that's why even in Kakamega, the only guy you see talking much about Kenya Kwanza Alliance is Malala himself. Even Halwale, who wants to become the governor in Kakamega, is hardly seen. You'll wonder where he has disappeared to. So, it's just that people are discovering the reality, that things in Kakamega are not what they thought they will be. And that's why you are seeing this talk. And we are likely to even see more blame games as we move forward. Because where there's defeat, people end up blaming one another. Where there's victory, things become so easy that there's nobody to blame the other. But whenever there's a defeat, even in a football team, you discover that people will start blaming one another. The goalkeeper will blame the defenders will blame members of the middle. So you see, that's what is now happening to Kenya Kwanza Alliance in Western Kenya, because they have sensed defeat, and now they are in this game of blame games, and we are likely to see more blame games as we move towards August. Oh, finally, to William Ruto. You know, William Ruto is a guy who I think has discovered now. I was telling you that the other time I gave you the 5 stages of grief and mourning. I think it's slowly coming to almost that last stage, that we call acceptance. Because today he said he has come to term that President Uhuru Kenyatta will not support him. So the only thing that you're asking Uhuru Kenyatta to do was that he stops campaigning for Raila Odinga, and because by him campaigning for Raila Odinga, he is giving Raila Odinga undue advantage over him. But the other time I talked to President Uhuru Kenyatta, told us that he only has one vote, and that is the vote that he'll be casting for Raila Odinga. And he'll also be trying to convince some 2 or 3 people who believe in what he believes in to vote for Raila Odinga. If this is the guy these people dismissed, they told us that Uhuru Kenyatta does not have ground. They told us that Jubilee Party had died. Then why all of a sudden? Why get worried all of a sudden? You see why? Why? Because they have discovered that, as we move closer to August, things are going to get very difficult on their side. Bernard, wacha niwachie hapo for now. Asante.
Okay, asante bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele, tukue as brief as possible, keep it short and sweet as we do our opening remarks, so that everybody gets a chance to speak in the first 1 hour. Then we can now go into details in the following hour. Bwana Respect, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm good. You're welcome.
Good to see you and good to hear you. Yeah, Nafrai, I want to say hi to everybody who is here, contributing, watching, and all listening in. I just want to commend you, Bernard, for the good work you're doing. I think yesterday I didn't come into the studio, but I was listening on the side, and I think I was quite impressed by the job you did yesterday. It's not like all the other days you don't do it right, but yesterday ulikuwa unaweka watu laini. And I think that is really important for people to stick to the time, but also stick to the topic of the day so that everybody can have a chance. Um, yeah, Kalonzo. I think Kalonzo is a problem, and I think Mr. President is realizing that. And he came in when he came in. I think they knew that he's gonna be a challenge, is going to be a problem because of his character. But I think he's really pushing it to another level. So I think Uhuru just decided we need to sit down with this guy again and just nip it in the bud, or just bring him back in line, so that unajua he's blowing out these little fires hapa na pale, hapa na pale, hapa na pale, and I think they've decided that if they ignore those fires, they could add up to be something else. Because slowly by slowly, is giving the opponents the weapons that they can come back and use probably against Azimio. They may be unwarranted, but if you have someone in your camp fighting you every day, then you don't need the enemy on the other side to be fighting you, because you have one doing the job for them in your own camp. So I think that it was important for Gideon and Uhuru to just go and sit down with him. Wamuulize bwana, what is going on? Why are you keeping at this thing when you know our goal is one? It's the other side. It's not the enemy. We don't want an enemy within the camp. We want to be focused on one thing, and that is to fire all our munitions to the other side, not always trying to deal with friendly fire in our own camp. So that is, I think that was warranted, and they are doing a good thing just to make sure that they are calming him down, assuring him and reassuring him. And the good thing is that uh, rais ndiye anakuwa involved, so that it's not this direct one-on-one combat with Raila, because I don't think that will look good. So let it be like that. Let Uhuru be handling that, and I think in due time he's going to realize that what he is doing actually is not helping the cause, and it might end up ruining it even for himself, kabisa. So that is a good thing. um, this issue of Malala, there are two aspects to it, and I don't know if everybody agrees with that or not. But anyways, my first inkling is that Malala is a mole. Sijui, and I've heard people talk about this a little bit, but it could be that is a mole, and maybe in due time he may just pull a first one on Mr. Ruto and come to Azimio and say huko tulienda hawakutupatia kile tunataka, so now we are back to where we belong, and Azimio will just welcome him back in, and then that will be another loss for Mr. Ruto. So that is one aspect. The other aspect I have is that it is just proving more and more that actually Mudavadi is not a leader, because he's being pushed around by this young man and he's saying nothing. He's just not coming out and say, no, this is the way we are wanting things to go. Anamwacha anaendelea, he's saying all these words, but we've never had Mudavadi come out and say, this is the way, this is the direction, this is what we negotiated for, and this is how we are going to handle this. He's not coming out to do that. So it is actually proving once again that Mr. Mudavadi is not a leader, and yet he was busy trying to ask people to front him for the presidency. So that is one thing that my one thought about that. Mr. Nyambane, he has a right, a constitutional right, to run for the presidency. So I'm not going to waste even a minute of my precious air and a minute to talk about him. Azimio, I think it has always been, Nairobi has been Azimio's zone. So there's nothing much I can say about that. Just to say that, yeah, it was ODM zone, and now it has been by extension moved to Azimio. So we have that one. There's no doubt. Na nitaachia hapo. I'll come back later again and contribute once the topic progresses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bona. Respect, we appreciate that. Let's keep moving. The people in the comments asking on how to join the link, we are sharing it in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio. You get in the studio. I'm sure by the time you arrive, you will get a notification that the studio is full. If that is what you are receiving, you keep trying. The show is extended to at times we go for 9 hours. So if you try the first hour, you miss. Try the second hour, you will get. So we can only hold 10 people in the studio per time, and so we keep exchanging. And that is why we encourage you to, if you have something you want to share, make sure that you try until you triumph. Thank you so much. Kalkid, namna gani? Bwana Peter, we can't hear you.
Yes. How are you, Bernard?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Let me go first of all direct to my submission because of time. I don't want to waste a lot of time. What I want to comment is that about the Azimio campaign. I think Azimio, they have really sat down and they have a very good strategy. As while others are campaigning in Nairobi, there's another group that is strongly campaigning in Bungoma, and you can bear me witness that from morning to evening to night, you will notice that in western, among the western counties, the only county that seems to be bringing a small problem is Bungoma, and they are working on it day and night to make sure that at least they get something more than what they scored in 2017. For the case of other counties like Kakamega, like what my friend has said, Kakamega is locked as Azimio. Busia, where I come from, you cannot talk about that. It is full Azimio, and some candidates are now trying to run out because it's becoming hotter. Maybe the only seat there, Kenya Kwanza are likely to get maybe in Busia is 1 or 2 MCS, but the rest of the seats, they will go under Azimio. And then one thing again I like to comment about is that concerning what the statement my neighbor senator today has alluded, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula, that that Raila should be is the, I don't know the term he has used, that Raila is, I think that he's saying that Raila is the acting deputy president and Raila was the acting president at one point. That is the, as far as what I understand by that term that
De facto.
Wetangula used today. Yes, that is the term, de facto. But it is not true to my knowledge or to the knowledge of others. I don't agree with him by him using that term de facto, that Raila is a de facto deputy president and the president. That is the one responsible for high standards of living, high living standards that have gone, high life standards of life that have gone high. I think one thing Wetangula is forgetting is that he's a senator and is the one who is being paid for being a senator, and Raila is not being paid for anything and is not holding any position right now as it stands. And if he has the satisfaction, or if he has the evidence to prove that Raila is holding any position in a government position, then he has that capability to come out clearly and say, this is the position that Raila is holding. Uh, I think when the deputy president decided to leave the government, he did it willingly. And he said that, Mr. President, you only have one vote. Honestly, he has one vote like any other citizen. But here, he's now coming to complain that, tell him to leave me with the Kitendawili guy. I want to remind you that this guy calling Raila the Kitendawili, he was working under Raila in 2007. If you have not forgotten, I think Raila knows very well the tactics of the deputy president that he is using. Most of them he has borrowed from Raila, and that is trying to implement them. But when you when you learn something from your teacher, you cannot become better than your teacher, because the time you're getting to use to that skill, your teacher has gone ahead of you. And then maybe to talk about what the Kamba, like most of the Wiper leaders have said. concerning the Kalonzo that irreducible minimum is the deputy president. I want to remind those leaders, also Kalonzo Jr., to leave Kalonzo to speak for himself. I don't think if they have that capacity to speak on behalf of Kalonzo, as the way they are saying, they should leave Kalonzo to speak for himself. If he wants the deputy, then he should come clearly on the bargaining table and say, this is what the reducible minimum I want. But you see, when they are coming, they can again hold Kalonzo hostage like the way they used to hold him sometimes back until Kalonzo delayed to join AZIMIO. Now Kalonzo has joined, they have come again with another irreducible minimum that they want to push. And Kalonzo, you see, is always found of following what those guys are saying. One of these fine days, you'll be shocked to see Kalonzo saying that the reducible minimum that he has is the deputy, nothing else. And this one again is likely to bring some misunderstanding or within AZIMIO. So we pray for that, them to leave Kalonzo to speak his mind and not to speak on behalf of Kalonzo. Thank you, Bernard. This is what the submission I had for now. So maybe I'll come back later.
Asante sana Bwana Peter, tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele. GFHGG, the hangout is over. Yes, we that one only lasts for an hour and comes every Saturday. So watch out for the next one. Probably the next one will do for 2 hours from 7 to 9. Right now is pure politics, and you're free to join. Thank you very much for the question. Mr. Ondigi.
Na wasalimu nyote mjambo wenye mko hapa ndani. I'm glad to join here today again, and it's a pleasure to be in this program. To save time, I don't have much to share now, maybe later, but just to summarize about Kalonzo meeting Uhuru today. I think with all due respect, Kalonzo needs to slow down. If he decided to join AZIMIO, he should just support AZIMIO as a partner. I guess he's complicating things in some ways, but we don't know what he wants. But I think he's harming himself politically in the future, because I don't think he's just making us lose some confidence on him. Because if he decided to support Raila for the 3rd time, that was enough for us to have confidence on him. But vile ameanza tena kuleta vita ndani ya AZIMIO, it's making us have suspicion again. I hope whatever they talked with the president, he will follow whatever they talked, and we respect him, and we hope that he will calm down. He needs to hit the ground and make AZIMIO the next government. On Mongare, I wish Mongare can use his money on something else, unless it's a project. I respect Mongare on his comedy, but not in politics. But ni haki yake kuwania urais, but he has come too late, and I guess if it's not a project, afadhali atumie hizo pesa apatie hata masikini. Otherwise, I guess AZIMIO is doing well. I can see the burning heat in the ground through at AZIMIO Mashinani, and I'm sure we are doing fine. At Azizi Tukombali, we are hitting phone calls to other families. For example, my dad never used to be a fan of Raila, but now he is. So that is one vote for Raila. So I guess we are doing fine. Matusi ya Kenya Kwanza, hiyo inapita. We just assume if you are a strong leader, you get abused, you move on. You don't hit back. So we just hope that tutaendelea hivyo, tuachane na matusi, tuachie wengine matusi. Otherwise, we will keep following the program, and we are together in all this.
Thank you so much. That is a good one, and we should all do everything in our power to see to it that every vote counts and everybody participates in these historic elections, that no Kenyan should be left out. So whether you're in the diaspora, you're at home, you have a role to play, and let's play our role right. Thank you so much.
Right. Yep.
Now, I want to say something about the flipping of Kalonzo. Kalonzo is a senior lawyer, he's a senior counsel, so he knows the law better than most of us who are laymen on matters law. And from the explanation of the registrar of political parties, he says the provision of the current political whatever law, the coalition is of political parties. There's no coalition between coalitions. So the conspiracy of Kalonzo coming to declare himself the leader of Oka, where he was not made leader officially, and then he wants to use that to capitalize as an avenue for bargain to get the DP slot. It has failed from the word go. He needs to swallow that and accept. He has come as Wiper, and Kanu has come as Kanu, and the other people have come individually, and all of them are joining Azimio la Umoja. Hiyo ndio mambo imeisha kitambo. Hii mengine anaanza kuanzisha saa hii, amechelewa, and then he's already caught. He can't go forward, he can't go backward. There's only one way he can go, is forward. If he goes backward, he's fried. And for the boys that are cheering him on, Mtula Kalonzo and all that, I don't think they have his interest at heart. Mtula Kalonzo wants to be governor of Makueni. Then that's all that matters. It is not whether Kalonzo's career is saved or not. So he needs to know better than that and come out clear, because leadership is not blowing hot and cold, especially when you are a leader of his caliber in terms of his experience and years in politics. He needs to be talking with certainty by now, not to be blowing hot and cold. Kwa nini anataka kucheza kama kina Malala na hao watoto wachanga ambao wamekuja kwa siasa jana? So I believe the president must have driven some sense in him, and he doesn't need to play in the gallery, press conference, send news report and all that. Kama ana la kusema asimame aseme, kama anataka msichana ajitetee. Na story ya minimal, irreducible minimal, there is no slot for DP to be given out. It's not handed over. This is a coalition, and everything is put in the balance, and decisions are made, not one individual, not one demand. It is, how do we balance the country? How do we move forward? So great leaders need to put the country ahead, not personal ambition and personal preference. Thank you so much. Tumsikilize huyu Nicholas tukisonga mbele. Watu wa comments, nashukuru sana kwa comments zenu. Tafadhali, let's keep it civil, let's keep it respectable, value one another. We meet on this platform to have one big global family where we respect each other and air our views freely according to the constitution. Thank you. Nicholas, karibu.
Asante sana. Unanipata? Haya.
Unapatikana. Karibu. Oh, unmute. Yes.
Okay.
Endelea sasa.
Sasa. Asante sana. Asante sana katika siku hii ya leo ambayo imekuwa siku yangu mara ya kwanza kuingia katika TV Mtembei. Nikienda kwa haraka kwa sababu ya muda, kuna jambo ambaye nimeona kuhusiana na Kalonzo, mambo ya president kumtembelea. Lakini nikifuata Kalonzo, kuna watu wana mislead kama kina Mtula Junior, ya kwamba kina Mtula Junior ndio wanampoteza. Na Kalonzo vile ametembea kwa siasa muda mrefu sana, angetumia mawazo na akili yake. Hawa ni watu ambao waliingia siasa juzi, na Kalonzo amekaa kwa siasa miaka mingi. Kwa hivyo muda yote ako na experience ya kutosha, ambaye hafai mtu wa kukontroliwa. Na kwa maoni yangu ambayo ninaona ya kwamba Kalonzo ikiwa atakuwa anapayuka ama anaenda upande huu, atajaribu na poteze umaarufu wake. Kwa nini nasema hiyo? Kwa sababu wakati ambapo Kalonzo alitoka akielekea na kwenda katika siku ya ile mkutano, wakachukua masaa mingi sana, wanajadili, wakasema, wakaongea mambo ya kwao hadi wakasikizana. Kurudi ukiangalia yeye tena wakati ambapo anapohojiwa, Kalonzo anasema ingine upande hii, tena kirudi upande anaruka upande hii. Sio mtu wa aeleweki yani. Jambo lingine ambaye
Nicholas, ngoja kidogo Nicholas, dakika moja. Samson Odhiambo, mind your language on the comment section. You don't have to insult anybody. If you do, we are getting rid of you. Mind your language. Those comments are not allowed on this channel. This channel is bearing somebody's name, not your name. If you want to post those kind of things, please use your channel, do whatever you want to do under your name, not somebody else's platform. Thank you. Nicholas, go ahead.
Asante sana. Jambo lenye nilikuwa na jaribu kusema ya kwamba kuhusiana na Kalonzo, ni ndugu yetu, tena ni mwanasiasa mkubwa zaidi. Lakini kwa wakati huu nafikiria ya kwamba mtu huwa anachagua mahali ambapo anapoenda bila kurudi nyuma, kwa sababu saa hii tumefika muda ambaye tumebakisha ni muda mfupi sana, ambaye siasa ya kuyumba kwa saa hii haiwezi kutusaidia. Uone ya kwamba mahali ambapo president atoke ya kwamba mpaka mahali aende mpaka kwa boma lake, ni vile president ameona ya kwamba huyu mtu ana msimamo, na kuna vichwa zinajaribu kukimbia na yeye. Tuangalie kama mtu Mudavadi alipotezwa na Malala anampoteza Mudavadi, mwishoe ile wamepata Kenya Kwanza ama ambaye ni UDA mbeleni ishajipanga na imeweka mikakati yake vile iko. Hawa wakakuja kuingia, umepata nyumba imeshapangwa vizuri, we unakuja kupangwanisha. Ni kama Kalonzo na watu wake. Kalonzo na watu wake, baba akianza mkutano wake katika mji wa Nakuru, hii Azimio hakuna mtu ambayo alikuwa anaipenda. Baba amezunguka katika hizi kaunti zote akiwa naongelesha watu moja kwa moja mpaka watu wakaingia line. Hata sisi hatukuwa tunamkubali, lakini katika sera zake na ile njia ambayo amekuja kwake tumemkubali, na tukaona ya kwamba huyu ndio mzee ambaye anatumia akili, na tukaingia kwa baba, na tukaona ya kwamba baba anaweza saidia hii nchi. Sasa Kalonzo anachezewa kukuja kusema ya kwamba sasa wao watu wake wanasema sasa kama tunataka Kalonzo aingie lazima tupewe nini? Running mate. Wakuje polepole. Nirudi kwa jambo fulani lingine. Wakati ambapo baba amekuwa akisumbuka katika hii nchi na kutafuta ya kwamba solution ni gani, hao watu wanakaa wakimwangalia tu, wamekaa kwa backbencher pale, lakini dakika ya mwisho wanakuja wanajiingiza na kutafuta hapo. Mtu hata kama unaingia kwa nyumba ya wenyewe lazima uheshimu, usiingie na masharti. Hapo ndivyo ya kwamba ninasema kwamba wanasiasa vile wanapopiga siasa zao, hawa wenyewe wanatugongamisha kichwa na tunakosa kuelewana. Maana sasa saa hizi tukiangalia kama watu kama Mtula Kilonzo, ikiwa upande wengine, wacha nitumie hii lugha samahani, kwa Wakamba wengine wakiona jambo kama hilo na baba akuja aseme hii nyumba ilikuwa ishapangwa, ndugu yangu wewe kaa polepole tutajua kenye tutafanya, watasema wamedhulumiwa. Na hii dhulma ndio sahi wakati huu hatupendi. Tunataka usawa, kila mtu aridhike na nafasi yake. Jambo lingine niliona ya kwamba Wetangula anasema ya kwamba mambo hizo zake ya kwamba baba anafaa afanye mambo kwa saa hii. Baba hajawahi kaa kwa serikali akajiita ya kwamba yeye ni vice president ama yeye ni president wa nchi. Lakini kuna kitu kimoja ninaweza jua ya kwamba kwa huyu mzee, wakati ambapo opposition ilikuwa strong, baba alisimama na watu. Jambo kama maisha ikipanda juu, alikuwa mtetezi wa watu. Wakati huo unakuta ya kwamba unga imepanda, sukari zimepanda, anasema serikali hapana, hapa watu wanaumia. Kwa hizo miaka zote amekuwa mtetezi wa nchi. Hizo vitu zote zilikuwa zinarudishwa chini. Hakuwa kwa serikali wakati huo. Baba akaomba ya kwamba vile nimekuwa mtetezi, si hata mimi ya kwamba mnipe. Watu wakasema kwamba, nikikumbuka ya kwamba kuna wakati watu tuko katika bunge la wananchi huku nje, watu wanaongea vibaya, wanasema ya kwamba huyo anafaa opposition, kiti ya president haifai na yeye. Kwani yeye atakuwa mtetezi mpaka lini, ambaye akiomba kitu hamwezi mkampea na tena mnamdhihaki? Ndivyo kuna siku alisema ya kwamba Wakenya, ninafanya hivi lakini mtakuja kunikumbuka. Na kweli kwa saa hii anaweza kumbukwa kwa ile maneno ambayo alikuwa anafanyaga pale nyuma. Mambo ikiharibika alikuwa mtetezi. Saa hii watu wa macho yao waoni, wanasema kuingia kwake kwa handshake ama kuingia kwa serikali walisalamia na ndiye ameharibu kila kitu. Mazee, hata kama mimi nafanyaga mambo mazuri kila siku, lazima hata siku moja urudishe mkono na ukubali huyu mtu anatendaga jambo. Kwa hivyo siwezi nikaongelea, kwa sababu siwezi nikaongeza mingi, kwa sababu naona tuko wengi katika studio, ili ya kwamba mchango wangu ni hayo tu, na tuwe watu ambaye tunayefikiria nikifanywa mazuri nikumbuke yale mengine ambayo hata mimi nafaa nirudishe mkono. Asanteni.
Okay, asante sana Nicholas. That is clear enough. I believe everybody is getting it clear. Samson Odhiambo, you're asking what have I done? You know what you did. Don't insult anybody. If somebody says something you don't like, don't answer them in the same tone. Please ensure that that is done. Kuna nani, John Maganga, you have begun to spam the channel. That is not allowed. You cannot post the same content twice or thrice. You're causing problem, and that warrants you to go. Captain, uko nyuma ya curtain, shida iko wapi? Bwana Captain, uko kweli?
Yes. Bernard.
Kajificha leo kwani? We can
Allow
hear
me
you, but we want to see you.
Allow me today just to talk behind Kaniko Pahali. Then I just submit.
Maliza uende kwa sababu tunataka screen ikuwe na uhai.
Sawa. Let me do my submission.
Carry on. Thank you.
I would like to say something. There are different types of leaders. You know, when you compare Kalonzo, Mudavadi, and Raila Odinga, there are different qualities they lack. You know, when you're being controlled by your juniors, you see huku Malala na control Mudavadi, huku Mutula Kilonzo na control Kalonzo Musyoka. You know, watch the way. When Baba says don't vote, we don't vote. When Baba says go left, we go left. So Kalonzo needs to lead the team. If he has joined AZIMIO, his team needs to give a direction. That's why he's a leader. If he tells the people do this, they need to do that. But he should not be a leader that he can be easily convinced. So he needs to be a leader and lead a team. So coming towards the President Uhuru meeting with Kalonzo, I want to look many aspects of their meeting. Did Kalonzo Musyoka call Uhuru Kenyatta, or did Uhuru Kenyatta just made a courtesy visit to Kalonzo Musyoka? You know, there are many meetings. AZIMIO meetings have been going on, and I've been wondering, if you look at Bungoma, you look at Western Province, DAP is really doing the campaigns. If you look today at Laikipia, Jubilee and ODM made a meeting. And if you see in Nairobi, we had AZIMIO. But when you look at that AZIMIO team, it was combined of Jubilee, and ODM. Where is Wiper? Where is Oka? Where are they? I'm not seeing them doing the campaigns. Are they waiting for Baba to come back so that they can do the campaigns together? I want to see the activeness of Kalonzo Musyoka in AZIMIO. So my main reasons why I think maybe the president Uhuru met Kalonzo Musyoka or Kalonzo called Uhuru, because after the day Uhuru Kenyatta launched Mama Ngina's hospital, yeah, I guess maybe Kalonzo felt maybe he wants the position of DP, and it's not being felt in Azimio's campaign. Because when you see Azimio campaign, it's Jubilee and ODM. I want to see the Wiper people there. So maybe they were discussing on the campaigning models. How are we going to campaign moving forward? Because Baba is out in the country. What we could see even Kalonzo Musyoka now leading the Azimio team, being there as a principal, but it's not there. The Azimio team is being led by Aladwa, who is now giving the direction to the campaigns. Another thing, Uhuru might have met Kalonzo Musyoka just to discuss on the issue of the Azimio thing, because Kalonzo has been making noise. He didn't know what he was signing. Is it Azimio Oka? Is it Azimio? So the only three principals, Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta, Kalonzo Musyoka, they actually know what they signed. They need to come clearly and tell us, did they sign Azimio Oka or did they sign Azimio la Umoja? Another reason why Uhuru also met Kalonzo, juzi too have heard that Pauline, she was sick, Kalonzo's wife. She has been brought back to the country. So labda Uhuru alienda tu kusema pole, mama, human beings, courtesy, we are friends. Health is more important than politics. Maybe he went there to say, Mama Pole, we want to wish you quick recovery. Also, another thing, because this was not an Oka meeting, Uhuru might have met Kalonzo Musyoka just to discuss on the issue of Martha Karua and tell them to leave Martha Karua alone, because Martha Karua has not decided to join Azimio. So maybe that's why he went with Gideon and told them, you people acheni mambo ya Oka. Huyu mama ni kama amekataa. Hayuko hapa. And at the end, he might end up joining Ruto or even joining Azimio. So if you've joined Azimio, join as KANU, join as Wiper. So if you want to move on, let us move on with our parties. Let us not lose focus. We know the goal. We have to win this election. We don't need to lose this election. But if we lose focus, we are going to give an advantage to Kenya Kwanza, and we will lose the focus. Lastly, as I finish, another reason that President Uhuru might have met Kalonzo Musyoka is to discuss on the issues of cabinet. Many Ukambani people that have been in cabinet wameresign, wameenda kuvai for politics. Kina Wavinya Ndeti, other people. And there's a reshufflement of the cabinet, I think next week. Because cabinet is vacant. Watu wameacha. We have to put people. So he wanted just a good advice from Kalonzo Musyoka, nipatie watu wa Ukambani. Because this seat ilikuwa ya Ukambani. Nipe watu wa Ukambani tuone ni nani tunaweza mpatia hii kiti, ni nani tunaweza fanya hivi. Lastly, as I finish, maybe they also wanted to discuss on how they are going to campaign moving forward. Kalonzo Musyoka, they had 5 hours meeting. Kalonzo is not happy the way Ngilu right now is like the close friend to Raila Odinga. Kalonzo feels like he is losing the kingpin of Ukambani. It's like Charity Ngilu is now making the decisions. So they just want to discuss. I think now when Baba comes back, there will be a major rally in Ukambani tour, just to bring the Ukambani leaders together. Kina Charity, kina Kivuta Kibwana, kina Alfred Mutua, the Ukambani nation, just to tell them we are good, we are together, and we are in this cause for one thing, to win this election. So they are planning on the way Uhuru Kenyatta, when Baba comes back, Uhuru Kenyatta, Baba, and Kina Kalonzo Musyoka, Gideon, they are planning on the way they are going to do campaigns in Ukambani. So with the issue of Nyambane is a project. Forget about him. He's just being used to divide the Kisii votes. Achana na yeye. We can't even discuss him in this platform. Hata akienda kusimama, Dida will win him. How many votes will Nyambane get? We cannot discuss. About the issue of Malala. Malala, they are coming back home to AZIMIO. We will welcome them back. Let them come back because they were just going to move around. Tutawakaribisha nyumbani. And AZIMIO is a home of, we welcome. Baba has a good heart. So we should not be worried. Malala is coming back. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Captain. That's a good one, and I love your perspective of if Kalonzo wants to be the DP, he should be exercising that now. Now that Baba is out of the country, he should be on the front line leading the campaign. Now, if Aladwa is filling the space, Kimunya has gone. He has locked up Meru and is rocking the place. Natembea and team are shaking Trans Nzoia, and they are busy working for AZIMIO. You sit on the desk waiting to be brought the deputy presidents. I think this man needs help. As much as we celebrate him and wish him to be part of the AZIMIO, he needs to wake up and understand. Siku za KANU zilisha kitambo. It was 24 years ago. It can't come back now. He needs to hit the road and show himself strong, show himself capable. Because if we were to vote for who can be the best running mate in terms of delivery, we put Kina Joho, put all these people together. Let's vote for the best man. How many votes will Kalonzo garner in terms of delegates from all the country voting for who will be the DP? So I think let's be realistic, even as we analyze the politics, not to, massage somebody's ego at the expense of demanding the required standards and qualities that make a leader a leader. There is no leadership if there is no taking responsibility. And responsibility means anywhere there is a gap, you fill that gap first, then you can begin to talk. But if there is a gap you're not filling and you're sitting, you're demanding this and that, you're ni utoto in my school of thought. Mnisamehe tu mapema. Yes, Geoffrey. Unmute. The mic is beside your name.
Hello.
Yes, hello. We can hear you.
Yes, my name is Godfrey.
Yes,
it's my first time to join, but
Yes.
I support that. What we are talking about, I support that is good because the man is not leading the campaign.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sasa anakaa bure. Sasa anataka aletewe kiti ya vice president kwa boma. That is very bad. Hiyo ya kuletewa iliisha. Hii tunataka mtu mwenyewe aende kwa ground atafute kura, si ati akae bure ati aletewe kiti akuwe vice president kwa watu wenye wamehustle kutafuta kura kila wakati. That is so bad. I cannot agree that way. Yes.
Thank you. So bwana Godfrey, ngoja hapo tutakuja, utapata nafasi ya kutoa maoni yako. Sasa hivi tunataka kupeana kwa ladies for gender sensitivity, tunataka kupeleka kotini. Kuna ladies hapa wawili lazima tuwatetee. Kuna mama Selina na kuna Josephine. Hao ongee kwanza alafu majamaa mnafuata. Thank you so much. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa Penat, poa.
Karibu.
Naona tunaongea na tunaona rais alikutana na Kalonzo na Gideon Moi. Hatutaki kukaa hapo sana kwa sababu hatujui wanachatiliana nini. Aliingia Azimio, saa hii baba karibu anamaliza 1 week akiwa out, na yeye Kalonzo hakuna kazi amefanya. For me, nataka nifurahie yale mambo niliona Nairobi, madaraka, naona vile campaign imepikwa na hao vijana ya baba na wasee wa baba, kwa sababu kamanda si kijana, watu yote kina Kanini Keka wamefanya kazi mzuri. Nairobi imekuwa sealed. Naona nataka tukombe badala ya kutwel na mambo ya Kalonzo. Nataka tuulisane. Leo KKK walikuwa Nakuru, walikuwa party kwetu Nakuru, na nikaona hiyo mkutano ni ya kansela, wakaruka wakaenda Narok, the same mkutano. We want to compare all these things instead of dwelling on somebody mwenye anataka aletewe chakula kwa mesa. Wacha tuone mkutano ya these two political parties. Baada ya baba, nimesikia leo rais anasema, ama deputy rais anasema, ati wakati alienda ng'ambo, ati wakati nilienda ng'ambo, ati mulinyanyasa bodaboda. Sasa amerudi akamwambia bodaboda waende wachukue mapikipiki, wamepata. Amerudi na aibu ya kwamba alienda ng'ambo na hakuna kitu alifanya, na anasikia mbaya kuona baba amekaribishwa na serikali ya wasungu, si ile walienda kupika picha. Those are the things tunataka kuongea tuone. Nimeona Malala pia wakipishana na uko Western. Those are the things inatupatia sisi moyo. Nimeona kuna governor, deputy governor ya West Pokot alienda ng'ambo baada ya kuchakuliwa, amekuja anataka kufalishwa, kufanyiwa sherehe na wase. Can you imagine somebody being elected as a deputy governor? He went out for 4 years, anataka kuja kuchapana na governor ya West Pokot mwenye ako Azimio na chama. Those are the things tunataka kuangalia. Furaha yangu ni kwamba Turkana imekuwa sealed, West Pokot ndio inakuwa sealed kwa Azimio. Those are the things tunataka kuongea. Tukijaribu kupishana hapa na kufikiria mawazo yenye hatujui kwa Kalonzo, yale mambo walisign kama yangeenda pora kwake, sahi angekuwa kwa barabara akitembea. Anasungusha rais, si mbaya, wacha, kwa sababu aliomba kwa NDC ya kwamba negotiation yake angetaka rais afanye. Rais hana ubaya, atakwambia lete 3 anajaribu kunegotiate kwa sababu ya combination. Lakini ukiona vile Ngilu na baba, nafasi yenye Ngilu atapata kwa siasa, kwa serikali ya baba iko juu. 1, Ngilu ni mama. Ya pili ni mama amefanya kazi katika Kitui. Ukiangalia kazi amefanya akiwa governor, kila mtu ataona. So tunasema matunda. Ukiangalia kazi Kivuta Kibwana amefanya akiwa governor ya Makueni, Urutu uangalie Chapchap. Those are the 3 people wameonyesha Ukambani njia. This man has been a vice president in the Republic of Kenya. Amekuwa tu na maringo. For me, nafikiria anasikia baridi. Anajaribu asaidiwe, but it is too late. Ya kwamba kari imeenda, let him come in, wacha apate ile kitu anapata. But tukiendelea kusumbuka na kusema walisema nini na wacha tuambie chenye anasema. Nilisikia akisema people are saying nilisign kitu sijui, I'm a lawyer. So all these things we are saying we don't know. Nini alisema hakujua, leo anasema oh I'm a lawyer, I know what I sign. Mara kidogo anasema hapana, watu ile kitu huu mtu analia unpenat. Ile kitu Kalonzo anataka ni kwamba Kenya kwanza something okoa hii kitu anataka kutuambia. Azimio la umoja, baba vile wengine wamesema, alienda Nakuru akaanza Azimio la umoja. He wanted to bring Kenyans together. Azimio ya umoja si ODM. Ikukuwa ngumu baba kusema anasimama na analeta ODM mbele. Alisema azimio ya umoja. Azimio ya umoja ya kwamba nakutanisha wa Kenya. Kenyans, let's come together. Let's reason together. Let's work together. What is this thing Kalonzo analia anataka kusema at least iokoa ama sijui Kenya kwanza o one Kenya. Azimio la umoja kwa Kiswahili hata na sijui ikibadilishwa ikuwe English itamaanisha nini. So this man is arguing for something small. Yani hii ni ile mtoto anapatiwa matiti ananyonya na wako twins, mama akijaribu kubadilisha apatie mtoto mwingine matiti the other side, anataka anyonye sote mbili. This is too much. Kuitwa azimio ya kwanza Kenya moja wherever he wanted, itasaidia nini Kenyans? Na kama angetaka hiyo azimio wakati baba alisunguka, it could be out there. Wakati baba amepeana nafasi immediately na kwenda, angetoka nje atuhusie, tujue kama tunajua kusema. Now you are coming in the last minute, you want to tell people tuanze kuita azimio okoa Kenya ama azimio wherever. What does that mean? Tunataka Kenya, we don't want the name. Tunajua man ile amesimama kwa hiyo tikiti anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga kutoka ODM. Hii ingine yote ni biashara. Uhuru Kenyatta ameleta wa Kenya. So as we are talking, siasa. Penat, uwezi kuja leo na nguo ya blue, tomorrow tukikuona ya red unasema hapana, ile nilikuwa naye ya blue itaka ishia woman. Hii mtu sasa, wanawake ndio wanataka kurembesha, kusema leo nimevaa nguo hii, labda wanaume wako niona vizuri, wacha niende. What is wrong with these men of Kenya nowadays? Oh, msee ya 65 years, karibu 70. What is going on? We need photos. I feel like, oh my God, I feel like tired. What do you want? Urembo ya uso tumeona, Ukristo tumekuona, maneno ya machama, what inaleta machungwa moja alienda naye Raila akapatia 1.5. Those ones are nonsense. Kalonzo, come out. Na kama unataka, unajua sometime, Bernard, ukiwa umeoa pipi wawili na mke ya kwanza yako, na mke ya kwanza amekubali ulete pipi ya pili, and then anakuja anasema as the second wife, nataka kulala kitanda ya mama mkubwa. She has been there in that bed. Amesalia watoto yake hiyo kitanda. We kuja patiwa hiyo yako kidogo, kaa kwa hiyo kitanda, ngoja bwana yako akuja akusalie mtoto hapo. Acha kukuja kucomplain. This is too much. Aone mwenzake vile anahangaika huko. Aone Mudavadi vile anashindwa hata kuongea. Aone Ruta vile anajaribu hata kuweka yellow. I was so happy. I want you, Penat, utupatie hiyo picha ya Nakuru today kwa rally. Utupatie ile amejaribu kufanya kwa Mamasai. And then to compare Nairobi, what do we call these people? Chairman ya Nairobi, Babu Owino. All these small men, they are working. Alafu to compare all those things. Martha Karua is my friend. Hata yeye anamwambia mama, you have to decide. Naona mama ingine anaendelea na chopa huko Kirinyaka mbaya sana, anaitwa Ngerechi. This auto, hii nyumba ya baba ni pana. Kucha nyumba ya baba, nyumbani kuna makao mingi. We have a lot of seats. Kuna attorney general, watu wamesoma, watu tunajua wanaweza kutuchungia nchi. Baba ako na nafasi mingi. Na baba hajasema anataka kuongoza, anasema kujeni tuunde Kenya pamoja. Kalonzo, if you want to be the next president, hata ukakuwa running mate ya baba. What happened to Ruta alikuwa running mate ya Uhuru? You cannot come, huwezi kuja uingie upenye, huwezi ingia katikati ya baba. Baba anataka kutuunganishia nchi for 5 years. And I'm also saying not even 5. Hapa America, tuliona Joe Biden tukafikiria hata amalisi. He's becoming younger, very strong man. He's going again for 5 years. So hata mimi ya baba najua ni Mungu anajua. Hii story ingine tunaambiwa, we want a country. So msipoteze wakati na Kalonzo. If he is ready, ameshalala already kwa kitanda, tumeona uchi yake, he can do wherever he want. It's not a virgin anymore. Siku ile aliingia huko inaitwa nini, Chakaranda, that was the day alitoa nguo. Hata akijaribu kutoka imsaidi. Already we have known him. Wacha Ngilu atashikilia. Kama mwanaume analia ni Ngilu ananichapa. Kwani nyinyi Kenya, I wish kama kuna Mkamba kwa hii mkutano. Ngilu na Kalonzo wameshikana na wote
Mama Selina, enda pole mapema.
tired.
It is the first hour.
We are tired. Hawa Ngilu na Kalonzo wamepigana miaka yote. Wote wanapishana nguvu. Wanatoka huko Mwingi, huko Kitui. Mimi nimefanya biashara huko. Najua ile kitu wanashindania. Najua Kalonzo kuna mahali hawezi finya Ngilu, na najua Ngilu kuna mahali hawezi finya. Those are two men. Hiyo mwanamke mnaita mama ni mwanamke but mwanaume. Ngilu, Kalonzo anajua. Let me leave it like that. Wacha niwachie watu wengine, but tusiangaike story ya Kalonzo. Let's see what we can do next. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate you so much, and your givings are rich. I believe young Turks are learning one or two things, and we are becoming better with every passing day. Thank you very much. I want to give to Josephine also to give her submission, then we go back to the schedule. Josephine, namna gani leo?
Power sana. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Karibu.
Hey. Aaron, how are you?
Salama. Good to see you, Josephine.
Yeah, I know Aaron personally from Minnesota.
Yeah, tuko hapa pale Texas.
Oh, you're in Texas?
Oh, you?
Oh, yeah. Texas is good. I'm actually at work,
Yeah.
you guys. So let me just do this quick. I'm at work. So thanks for this platform again, Bernard. And it's good to see everybody, and it's good to see new faces. I come to this forum almost every day. Sometimes I'm in the background, but it's good to see like new people presenting. That means this forum, or rather, we are dispersing this news like to everybody. So I'm sure like today, I'm sure there's so many people. Since I'm at work, let me just do this quick so I can give someone a chance also to present, but I'll be listening from the background. So to the news, like our headlines on this TV, it's like Malala has been told to shut up. I think he needs to shut up and decide what he wants to do. I think the wave in Western Kenya, like someone has just said, is moving towards AZIMIO. Malala wants to be the governor, I think, of Kakamega. So if the wave is AZIMIO, then it does not stand a chance of winning the governorship of Kakamega on a UDA ticket. So he needs to shut up, go reflect, come back, change his mind, and join the winning team. Then Kalonzo is very confused. And I don't know what's going on with these younger politicians, Kina Mtula Kilonzo, Kina Malala. They are really, I don't know if they're conspiring. They're actually kind of controlling the older politicians. That is not good. The younger are supposed to learn from the older people, but it's actually vice versa. Look at what Kilonzo is doing to Kalonzo. Look at what Malala did to Mudavadi. So I believe the younger are supposed to learn from the older, but this younger generation of politicians, oh my God, they are running. They are on fire. They are running. So our older politicians really need to be careful. And then Mongare, that's a joke. Mongare is my buddy. That's a joke. He's a spoiler. He needs to start from the bottom. He needs to be an MCA, then maybe a member of parliament, then maybe a governor, and then maybe a politician. But going like from the street to from being a Msanii to being a president, well, I think someone is paying him some money so to spoil some votes somewhere, but it just needs to stop. And then AZIMIO is actually picking up speed with or without Baba like active on the ground. AZIMIO is picking up speed, and I believe the next opinion poll, we are going to see a big change. So we are doing very well, and I thank you, Bernard, for sparing all your all your time to be here. I know it's not easy, the time difference. For us now, it's like 3 o'clock for me here. So the time difference, we really, really appreciate your sacrifice. And I thank you guys, everybody, for joining. And I'll be listening to on the background. I work in a hospital, actually. I'm trying to look. My manager is not here, so I can talk quick. Okay, bye, guys. Thanks a lot. If anyone has a question for me, I'll hang out for a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Josephine. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation. It's our responsibility to take care of this country and help shape the opinion of the future. And one of the things that we need to do is ensure that the legislators, the people we are putting into that parliament, they need to have sense of the future so that they legislate things that are relevant for the future where we are going, not for the past where we are. And probably the hangover of, I think Alex has put this before, the hangover of One Kenya. One Kenya was not started by Kalonzo. It was not started by Mudavadi. One Kenya was started by the young Turks in the Senate, okay? And the brainchild behind One Kenya was Malala and Mtula Kalonzo, when there was 1 vote, 1 shilling, like that debate of revenue allocation. So these young Turks have taken ownership of that thing. And even when they handed it over to Kalonzo and Mudavadi after the dissolution of NASA, they still have that sense of ownership, and they want to use it to manipulate everybody. And to me, it makes no sense for people who are mature like Kalonzo and Mudavadi to fall for such a thing. Let them drop it, because it's not valid. There's no coalition between coalitions according to the law. So Kalonzo should just accept. Amekuja na Wiper vile nimesema, na wengine wamekuja na KANU, na wote tuko wapi? Kwa Azimio la Umoja. Hii maneno ya One Kenya arudishe Senate kule ilikuwa, na hiyo mambo iliisha after we voted, the thing got finished there. So he shouldn't insist on something that does not exist. He who made him the leader of OCA? When did the OCA hold the NDC and decide that he's the spokesman for the same? So he's just trying to practice selfishness using wrong claims. Well, let's move on. It is now WG. WG, you will come in, and then you will be the prefect. You will bring in Eli and Guru. Mukienda namna hiyo, as I work on something, but I'm around. Niko hapa kuongeza watu wakija. Na watu wa comments, kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Gaddafi. I told you that if you want to chat with the Dunia Iko na Mimba, you must subscribe to Mtembei TV with that particular channel. You can't subscribe with a different channel and you want to chat with another channel and you want that channel to work. Subscribe using the particular channel you want to chat with. Then also watch your language. Hiyo lugha unatumia na hizo posts una repeat, they are not good. Please, I respect you. You've been here for long. Let's respect this channel. Just like you're building Dunia Iko na Mimba, we are also building Mtembei TV. Let's respect each other and help each other grow and become everything that we need to become for the sake of a great future that God has for all of us. Asante sana. WG, karibu.
Asante Bernard, asante sana. How is everyone? I saw Guru, I don't know where he's gone. And Captain Ondegi, Selina, Josephine, Eli. Oh, Guru, I can see you. How are you, my brother?
I'm fine.
Asante sana. I would really like to hear your observation regarding Central.
Oh, okay.
Asante, but you'll come. So now,
Yes, I will.
asante sana. I've been kidogo so busy and I've followed the developments, not so much, but I thought that I should, engage with a forum today. And I just want to make observations regarding Kalonzo Musyoka, whom to me appears like a footballer whom the coach feels should play, but he's not been showing up for practice. But since some people would want him very much in that pitch, he must be there. Although the team has developed a new method of striking, and and it has gelled in a different way, where when the player was still away. So Kalonzo Musyoka is coming into AZIMIO and begins to sing discord. If it was in terms of music, for a choir member who has not been singing, has not been showing up for practice. So people says that the next Sunday, choir members should put on blue, then he turns up with red uniform. That is the Kalonzo Musyoka at this moment. He's coming in and beginning to push his agendas, which appears to be out of tune. And so therefore, please, Tolus Dorobo, please mute kindly. So he turns up, and you wonder which agenda is Kalonzo Musyoka pushing. From where I sit, he's a man under the influence of the Young Turks, and a man who is tafadhali Trulus, please mute. Kindly mute. Asante sana. So when Kalonzo Musyoka shows up, he's being influenced by the Young Turks, the way people have observed, and at the same time he's also fighting hard to appear above the governors who are right now very much into grip with AZIMIO. They are playing their role so well, but Kalonzo Musyoka has come with an attitude that he should be the one to be listened to as far as Ukambani is concerned. But one thing I would want to inform Kalonzo Musyoka is that when he came in, he stated very fairly and clearly that it is about Kenya. It's not about individuals. If it was individuals, he wouldn't even have given up. He would have, gone for presidency to the last minute. But we are, every one of us is looking forward that the country should be saved and salvaged from the falling in the wrong hands, whereby we are going to again toil in terms of democracy and the economy for the next 5 years. So it's not about individuals, it's about this Kenya. So I'm just urging him that for the sake of that, let him tone down and play his role so well. Just like my other able, contributors here have stated, is that in the absence of Raila, if Kalonzo Musyoka was a serious guy, we should have seen him at the forefront. We should have seen him doing his things the way on the other side Moses Wetangula tried to do when his aspirant was away. That is William Ruto. But I'm not seeing Kalonzo Musyoka anywhere apart from that time he appeared at Embakasi. So this only shows that they put claims or they want to reap where they did not sow. When you want something, you must have credible, reason why you need that. But you should not just wait for it to come just because your name is so and so, Kalonzo Musyoka. Please let him show the AZIMIO team that is able and capable of being what he is claiming to have. So that is that for me regarding Kalonzo Musyoka. Malala is playing like himself. He has been like that. So we don't expect anything new. And I'm just urging him to play even more of that. I think that one adds it adds points on AZIMIO. We want him to really squeeze them hard. Having said so, I'm one person who doesn't believe that what Malala says is his own words. That is Musalia Mudavadi speaking. He pushed through Malala. He insulted Raila Odinga for as long as I can remember. And Malala was the first person to reach out for UDA, only to be followed by Musalia Mudavadi, which confirmed that actually the insults he was hurling incessantly was not from him. It was from Musalia Mudavadi. So Musalia Mudavadi is sending signal to UDA. So UDA should listen to Malala and look. They listen to Malala, but look at Mudavadi. That is where they should be looking into. Then this man called, Nyambane. Bernard, did you say he's running for which presidency? The one for comedy, or which one? So we should even not write his name here, unless he's anagombea na Eric Omondi. Sawa. That is my contribution for today. Asante sana Ella, if you can come in.
Hello guys, can you hear me? Okay, good.
We can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make a quick contribution about Kalonzo. I think Kalonzo wants to be in AZIMIO, but the guy wants to know exactly what is his position. He's confused. And then when the trio, the Alfred Mutuo, Kivuta Kibwana, and the other guy came in, he's confused. He thinks that what's the lady? Gilu is now too close to Raila. So he wants to make sure that whatever I'm given is a position higher than those three governors. But the problem he doesn't understand is if the way Bernard said, the guy has not been campaigning. If you don't go out there and reach out to people, you don't deserve any position. He should be in Nakuru campaigning, in Eldoret, in Isiolo, wherever. But he's sitting pretty in the offices and expects to be given a higher seat. I think that's his confusion at the moment. He wants to know exactly what I'm getting in AZIMIO. Wiper has had an opportunity to grow as a party. If the guy was actually aggressive out there, Wiper today would be probably the second largest party in the country. But today somebody like Babu, he can host a bigger rally than Kalonzo Musyoka. So he has a party that's formidable. It has grown so much, it's mature party. But the guy doesn't go out there. So now he's confused, like, am I going to be somewhere where Alfred Mutua and Kiputa Kipwana and Gilu are on top of me? So I think that's probably what Uhuru, if I can guess what they probably talked about today was, Uhuru, maybe some sort of assured him that, hey, you might not get to be this, and this, but you'll be this. So I think that's where the confusion in Kalonzo's mind is. So that's what I had to say.
Asante sana, Eli. Bernard, whom did you say should be next?
Guru.
Oh, Guru, come in, my brother.
Mariano, how are you doing, guys?
Salama bwana, salama sana. Karibu.
Uhuru meets Kalonzo Musyoka. Now, I think what I have heard from you guys, you are very unkind to this man. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka needs time to heal from the illusions that he has been carrying around, that he is a third force. It's not a very easy process, and therefore he's got to be given time to assimilate the fact that he's not going to be a presidential candidate. I think let's give him a credit that he's been consistent. He cannot work with the other side for principles that he holds dear, one of them being the issue of corruption. So I think the means of getting to AZIMIO should not concern us here so much, but what should concern us is the fact that he is going to be one of us. Whatever he is able to bargain for himself and for his people, that one is a backroom venture, which I think we should not get very much involved in. Truth be said, Kalonzo holds sway in Ukambani, and even the 3 governors know that for a fact. Maybe he doesn't have 100%, but he has 60 to 70%, and that's a fact. You can check on the ground. This man has been elevated by that community as a person who can negotiate for them at national level. The others are local leaders. So we should not underrate his ability to bring in an appreciable number of votes, particularly the Kamba. The only problem here is that he doesn't seem to have outgrown his community in terms of support. And I think the only voters that he can influence, thus far, is only his Ukambani backyard, and we should just give it to him that way. Well, he has his own demands. He still wants to assert himself one way or the other, and you could even see him try to bring in other players like Martha Karua, Jirongo, and others, so that he can demonstrate how widespread he is, so that he can be able to get a bigger chunk in the government. There is somewhere I saw that he is demanding at least a third of the government. I don't know how fair that is, but the Kamba vote is around 1.7 votes. That is those who are domiciled within the 3 counties. They could run to 2.3 or even more, 2.5, when you count other members of that community that are residing in other parts of the country. So it's not a small vote. It will make a difference. And let's give it to him. Finally, we do not know whether he's going to play a very aggressive role of going out there beyond his Ukambani backyard. But that is neither here nor there. In fact, if I was to be asked, he should just be told to stay within the Ukambani, because that's where his votes are mainly found, and then parts of Coast Province and a bit of Nairobi. So and Kajiado. So I think let's give it to him. He's a player in the AZIMIO, and let's just give him that position. Let's not over criticize him. I'm not holding brief for him. I don't know him, but every person has his own way of playing politics. Maybe he still feels that his role has not been well appreciated as a person. The fact that he is sacrificing for the third time. Maybe there is something he wants to extract, and I believe there is such a thing, because you can also imagine with that vote he can even maybe negotiate that the next governor comes from his party. You never know. These are all the kind of bargains that go into politics. I have seen the fact that Nyambane is trying to play at Rancho Irina. That was it Madagascar disc jockey, who thought, but that one was very successful. I don't know how he had managed to penetrate even the military. They really liked him, and he ended up, I think, being a president. But ambition is good. Although, as one of the colleagues saying there, I think it's good to be realistic about what kind of ambition you have. I do not. There's somebody saying that he wants to spoil votes. I don't think there is any votes that this man can spoil. In fact, if you look at it, and this maybe is one thing that Bernard might bring us a debate here one of these days. There is this movement by the so-called celebrities, musicians, comedians, artists, flocking into the political arena, and they are doing very poorly, by the way. Once given an opportunity, they are not doing good to the society. Look at the likes of KJ. Look at the likes of Jaguar. What substantive contribution have they made, even to their own artists and musicians? We have to rely on people like Omondi, who is out here to fight for the rights of the youths who are in the entertainment industry. So it shows there is still a gap that is there. And maybe those artists, musicians, comedians who want to go to politics would rather think twice, because some of them are killing their careers very early. You go to politics, by the time you're coming out, you can't go back to your trade that you are given by God, and you end up in a very bad state. Anyway, it is up to him. Politics is a personal ambition. Let him try, but I don't know what he wants to achieve by that. AZIMIO rallies in Nairobi, there is no doubt that for the first time, the two key political movers are in one basket. That is Raila Amolo Odinga and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Nairobi politics is a very funny type of politics. What is played underneath is greater than what you see in the political rallies. The competing interests therein can only be articulated by those who are pushing those interests. That's why I believe this time the possibility of the two being in AZIMIO sweeping through the city is very high. You are aware there is a man called Gakuya. I think he defected yesterday or the other day, and many more I think will be defecting. Maybe you are not aware that some of the voters in the city do not reside in the city in actuality, but they make a difference once they land in the city on the night of the voting. And if you ask the old hands in city politics, the rights of Maina Kamanda and the rights of friend Gumo, they will tell you what happens. And maybe Babayao, they know what happens with the city politics. So therefore, AZIMIO, I'll not be surprised if they plan their politics well and avoid unnecessary competition that can split vote and give to an undeserving party like UDA. They can easily sweep the city clean with AZIMIO candidates. So I think so far so good. I think AZIMIO is headed in the right direction. You are also aware that many more people are defecting to Jubilee. Just the other day, Jamrek Kamau, who wants to be the governor in Murang'a, had said he would be independent. But I think today, he said that he is going to run on Jubilee Party. He cannot just be saying that. It's because there is reception on the ground that the party is not dead, as some people would have wanted to say, or alternatively, and that this is being talked quite much in the mountain, is that we look beyond parties. You look at the individual. Parties are just vehicles. They are not the ones that do development. It is the people who do development. So the wave or the perceived wave that was being propagated by UDA in Central is dying very fast. And people will be surprised by the many types of parties that will be winning positions of MPs and governors and senators in this region. You are also very much aware that Meru is gone. Meru is AZIMIO, almost maybe 80% now. And you could also see a struggling UDA in parts of Kiambu. Apart from the few youths who are well oiled and wamevalishwa t-shirt, you could see in the periphery the community was just quiet. I think one thing that this group of the rights of Didi Nyoro had not put into consideration is the political force that is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and he is yet to come to the region. He first wants to assist Baba consolidate the vote that he had in the NASA, which is already almost through. So I believe the campaign that Uhuru will have in Central will be very easy, because they will be asking the community whether they want to be left out of government or not. Asante sana, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Guru. That is a good one and well elaborated. Sijui kama kuna swali kwa Mr. Guru. Yes, Captain.
I'd like just to tell Guru, I think he heard what WG was saying. We are not disputing Kalonzo Musyoka. What we just want is you have to show an interest. You have to be a participant. the way WG said, in a football team, you don't train. Even if you are a captain, even if you are a good player and you don't train, you don't come for practices, you wouldn't be on the squad. So what we want to see Kalonzo is, Kalonzo needs to participate. He needs to show an interest that he's capable of becoming a DP. Then you said we should leave him to campaign in Ukambani, and when you become a DP, you don't become a DP of regions. You'll become a DP of the whole country, even for people who never voted for you. So he needs to show that interest. Then on the issue that you said, Uhuru going to the central, what I think Uhuru is doing is Uhuru is planning his game. He wants the nomination to be done, because if he goes to central right now, it will be like he's endorsing. There's still people in Jubilee and other parties who want to be governors, who want to be members of parliament. So he doesn't want to endorse anyone. He wants, after the nomination, then he will hit the ground running. That's it. It was a comment anyway.
Okay,
just Jordan, on Kalonzo Musyoka, I did not know that you are talking about him in the perspective of being a DP. I think that seat went wrong time ago. That seat, even when you look at the arrangement that Baba is having, that seat has gone to Central, and that's a fact. So maybe Kalonzo is now has that leeway to demand other things other than that seat.
Thank you, Mr. Guru and Captain. It's not even a matter of demanding. We come to the negotiation table not to demand. When the moment your father becomes polygamous, the family becomes expanded. So the demand you used to demand as the firstborn, you are not entitled to it. So this politics of entitlement must end. We all come to the table and say, please, we are digging our farm. We have 100 acres and we need to plant all the maize so that we'll have enough food in the store to feed the entire family. So you can't come and say, me, I want 90 acres of the 100 because I am the firstborn. Your firstborn does not cancel the other parts of the other people that were born after you. So Kalonzo needs to grow up and understand that we are talking about the country called Kenya, not how to service one individual, okay? And demanding seats is not what we don't even have time for that right now. What we have time for now is how do we recover the economy and put food on the table for every Kenyan at this point in time. And if he wants to be trouble, or what is prophesying to be trouble after the new government comes in, he better pack mapema. We don't want to have squabbles in the new government. The new government is to work out for the livelihood of Kenyans, and everybody hit the road. Tunataka ministers wa kufanya kazi, si wa kukutana na watu na kusalimiana, kufanya kazi, so that education is moving, health is moving, food security is secured. All this land that is agricultural viable and doesn't have water, we pump water to that particular area. Tunataka mahindi kwa fujo. Lakini kama anaenda na siasa ile ya KANU, ile ya mimi nimepewa nini na nakula nini, mbuzi imechinjwa wapi mguu yangu, like in our village, when somebody dies, there are some particular piece of meat that belong to particular groups. So you see them gathering in groups. As the funeral procession is going, they gather in groups. Sisi hatujapewa mguu, sijui mguu ya mbele inakuanga yetu, sijui sikio, sijui inakuanga nini. All those things should stop. We have a country to take care of. Kibet. Kibet, umefika? We can't hear you, Kibet. Ni kama audio yako ifanyi. Yes. Is that it? Speak up, Kibet. The broadcast is allergic to silence. Okay, it seems you have issues with that. Mama Selina, you can come in now. Mimi sauti yangu inachelewa ama nini?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Mama Selina is awake. Oh.
No, I'm listening.
There she is.
Oh my God.
Mama Selina. Come on.
Maybe Bennett could give us videos to one and Uhuru, to one and NAIROBI, and then we can be aware.
By the way,
I'm listening.
Let me play this before we proceed. Oh, yes, Magharibi.
Viongozi wa UDA wanahofu huenda Malala anatumiwa na wapinzani wao kusambaratisha Kenya Kwanza. Wakati huo huo, viongozi wa magharibi wa Azimio la Umoja wakimpigia upatu Odinga. Willy Lusige na mseto wa siasa za magharibi.
Juma moja baada ya seneta wa Kakamega Cleophas Malala kutishia kuwa chama cha ANC kitajiondoa kwenye muungano wa Kenya Kwanza iwapo nafasi ya mgombea mwenza wa Ruto itapewa mtu kutoka Mlima Kenya na wala sio kinara wa ANC Musalia Mudavadi, wana UDA wakiongozwa na mbunge Benjamin Washiali wamemjibu.
Leo Malala amekuwa na mbio kidogo, hata anaanza kuonekana ati yeye ndiye ana mbio kushinda watu yote kutoka Western. Hiyo mbio nataka nimuombe apunguze.
Viongozi wa UDA kutoka eneo la magharibi wakimtaka Malala kuachia vinara wa Kenya Kwanza wakiongozwa na Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula na William Ruto kuamua ni nani atakuwa mgombea mwenza kwenye kinyang'anyiro cha urais.
Hao ndio watu walishikana. Hawakuambia na mtu yote waende washikane. Hao ndio walishikana kwanza, washikane, wakae chini, wapanga serikali yao.
UDA imedai huenda Malala anatumiwa na wapinzani wa Kenya Kwanza kuvunja muungano huo.
Naona ni kama Kileo ameanza kutumiwa na watu wa opposition ili atuvunje sisi watu wa Kenya Kwanza ndio tushindwe kura hii inakuja. Kileo asiende beyond where he has what he has said.
Kwengineko katika eneo la magharibi, wanaazimiwa wakimpigia upato kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga katika safari yake ya kugombea urais na kudai wana Kenya Kwanza ndio wamesambaza uvumi kwa Odinga amewatenga watu wa magharibi.
During the government of Raila Amolo Odinga akiwa na Mwai Kibaki, Waluya walikuwa na maana sana, walikuwa na viti mbalimbali, na tuko na imani ya kwamba in this government the fifth ambaye ni Raila Amolo Odinga atajali maslahi ya Mrembe Nation.
Nataka kuomba watu wetu, yule mtu tarehe 9 ako na enigma ya kutosha, ako na heshima ya kutosha, amepambania Jamhuri ya Kenya kutoka chini mpaka juu, ni Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga.
Je, Odinga amewatenga viongozi wa magharibi kwenye ziara yake uhaibuni?
Juzi mumeona wakienda huko UK na wanasema ni watu wa bottom up. Mama mboga wangapi walipanda hiyo ndege kwenda huko UK? Kulikuwa na mmoja? Wheelbarrow yote ilipanda huko? Boda boda walienda? My friends, si tunadanganywa hapa? Hapa tunachezwa. Kwa maana wale walipanda ni ma-MP kama mimi, si ndio? Sasa kama ma-MP wamepanda na ni watu wa bottom up, half of that plane should have had mama mboga, boda boda ndani, yule mwingine wa jua kali ndani.
Jamii ya magharibi ikitakiwa kumunga mkono kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga, la usivyo iachwe nje katika serikali ijayo.
Urais unatengenezwa kwa meza. Hawezi ukatengenezwa urais ukiwa nje ya meza. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga ataunda serikali ya 2022 kupitia kwa uhusiano wake ambao wamejenga katika Jamhuri ya Kenya.
The next president is Raila Amolo Odinga. And we must be in government.
Sisi tuna mipango zetu mzuri chini ya Mheshimiwa Raila ambazo tunataka hii inji mkimipikia kura wakati ujao, basi hii inji itasonga mbele.
Willy Lusige, KTN News, Lurambi, katika kaunti ya Kakamega.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mama Selina. You can give your submission before we bring in Sarah. WG, you continue with the prefectship. Eh?
Okay, Bernard, but stay around. I won't stay very long today.
No problem. I'm not going far. I'm around with the back office.
Sawa.
I'm just working on some bulletin, then I'll be back full time.
Asante.
Mimi.
Yes, Mama Selina.
Ilikuwa wewe Mama Selina ndio ukaribishe Sara. Wewe unajua ndio chairman wa Women League.
Asante. Sasa Penat, niliongea mambo ya Kalonzo, nikaongea mambo ya Nairobi because I was so excited. Sasa naona tena mnataka kuongea ati mtu anaitwa Nyambane ama sije anaitwa. Unajua watoto wakienda kutairi wakosi wale wanawasindikisha. That one hiyo hata hakuna mtu anakawanya nini kama kina Kalonzo. Watu wenye wangeesa kawanya hizo ni hata tusiongee kuhusu hiyo. Ingine mambo ya Malala umetuwekea. Unaona wale wanapaki kwa UDA wanalalamika, wanalia. Those are crying babies. Ingine ni ukipata chance, nafikiria utapata hiyo video. Nataka watu waone. Unajua hapa tunaokopa, lakini nataka tuangalie sana ile mayelo. Sijui ndugu yangu kijana yetu wako wapi Alex, nafikiri ameuza t-shirt sana. So bado nadai ya kwamba hata Narok haikununulika. Ukiendelea na hii ni mkutano ya kutafuta kiti ya president na mkutano wako inaenda kukua kiti ya jikoni. Can you imagine wakati baba anakuja alafu wanakawanya every province itakuwa inakimbia AZIMIO kila mahali, helicopter batu itatoka. Tuko na mambo mazuri na tunamwambia wenzetu sisi tunataka kuunda Kenya ya amani, na hasa nataka niambie wamama kwa sababu serikali ikiharibika ni sisi tunateseka na watoto wetu. So I want to tell all mothers in Kenya ya kwamba waamue uamuzi yenye itawasaidia wakina mama na watoto yao. Hao wanaume wanatafuta kura, ikiharibika wanatoroka. But for us, we need a better country. Tunataka tupatiwe kama vile baba ametengeneza. Tunataka wamama Kenya, mambo ya kubeba maji kwa mgongo, mambo ya kuumia, tunataka i-reduce. Ita-reduce aje? Mama, ukichakua MCA mzuri, ukichakua member of parliament mzuri, ukichakua huyo women rep, watu wengi wanasema hawana kazi ya kufanya, na governor, ili baba wakati anapotupatia 35% ikuje kwa county, kwa sababu hiyo ni yake. After 100 days, I know we will get 35%. Baba hiyo ni mtoto yake, na mtoto ya baba atakuwa ameanza kutembea. So wakati mtoto ya baba devolution anatembea, hakeli atafalisha manguo. So we want to make sure that wamama pale chini mashinani, tukiwa na wamama wanaweza kuchunga county. I want to sema ya kwamba mkiona wamama wasuri, wacha wakue kafana, tukiwa na baba wasuri. And then Penat, ile kitu imenifurahisha kwa devolution, kama wewe unatoka Kakamega for example, ama unatoka Baringo, na uchakue kafana mwenye ataipa pesa yenyu, ama aenda alale, hautalaumu national government, hautalaumu ati Penat alitoka Kakamega akakuja akaharibu Baringo. Ni wewe mwenyewe. So we want to tell our people, devolution, sons and daughters of your counties, lazima muweke watu ya kuchunga hizo pesa. So Penat, hata kama tunapiga national politics, tunataka kuambia watu pale nyumbani ya kwamba samani serikali ya Moi ilikuwa inaongozwa na BC na DC na DO mpaka chief. But for now, your governor is the president of your county. The deputy governor is the deputy governor, the deputy president of your county. How do we compare? Vile Mama Ngilu amejaribu kutengenezea Wakamba power walls, mpaka munaona factories imetengenezwa. Hii mambo yote tunalia kwa sababu baba anatuletea ukatusi, pesa ikuje mingi. I think those are the things tunataka kutofautisha kwa serikali ya baba na serikali ya KKA, ya kwamba they don't have anything to do with devolution. Wanataka kusema mtapata pesa huko chini, bottom up. If you want to be in bottom up, ambia mtu ya KKK ya kwamba how do we get the money? Tutapata pesa ile ya devolution namna gani ikuje? Na alikataa mambo ya PPI. So najua baba atatumia njia yoyote. Penat, mimi sasa sitaki kuongea negative kwa sababu naona vile mambo inaenda. Kama mtoto anatembea kwa tumbo na mama ameenda clinic na daktari anamwambia mtoto amelala vizuri, I don't want to force my child kutoka kabla ya siku. The only thing I want to do ni kukula vizuri, kuchunga hii mimba mpaka tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, wakati ninaenda asubuhi very early in the morning kwa sababu daktari ameniambia nina deliver by 6. Nataka kupatia mtoto yangu vitamin. Na hizo vitamin napatia ni kwamba MCA mzuri, member of parliament mzuri, the rich governor, si kwa pesa, kwa uaminifu, mtu mwenye atachunga kaunti yenu vizuri. Otherwise, Penat, as we continue talking, kuna counties wataumia sana, especially wale wanapepwa ufala, especially wana wanasema president amesema. Let me go back to, I saw somebody called Kipet. I don't know whether he is there. I had seen Tolos. Yeah, if they are listening to me. Badala ya kwenda kulia na kuongea mambo ya huko juu, alafu museme nyinyi ni UDA. And then UDA muleta watu wenye hawataweza kuwasaidia. Mutalose kiti ya president huko juu, mukuje counties, mumechakua watu kwa sababu munasema UDA, mumeshindwa kuchakua the real leaders, mumeshindwa kuchakua governors. So eri wakati mutakuwa opposition, muwe na ile watu active kwa sababu baba atapeana the same money kwa county zote za Kenya. So I want to tell those people ya kwamba angalia, hata wakati munaposema munaenda 6 Ps, are those 6 Ps very important to you guys in your counties? I think that is what I can say, Pena, today, kwa sababu sasa nimeona dalili, wanasema dalili ya mawingu ni mvua. So dalili ya mawingu tumeona inaelekea AZIMIO. So we know the rain is coming to rain very soon. Sara, nataka kukaribisha na tujaribu tuambie wenzetu. For me as a grandmother, I'm crying for my children, I'm crying for my grandkids. Na nataka wakae kwa nchi salama. Sisi wengine tumeshafanya wetu wakati tulikuwa teenage, tulipiga siasa ya Kenya tukikimbiana na hiyo pesa ilikuwa ya Machirongo, we were there. 92, we know what happened. I can tell you how Kibaki tried to come to Baringo, akitaka kiti Kinamuite, and we showed them the way. So I think watu ya Central nikiangalia na cheka. Siku ile mtu alijaribu kukuja Baringo, ati kutuonyesha ngwe, kuleta hata papers ya kupisha Moi. I think Penat, one day ukiangalia mambo ya 92 vile tulitumua, watu walikuwa naitwa utaangalia. So I'm wondering, nikiona watu, alafu ingine, sijaijua boma, mama anakataa kufunga mlango, akijua bwana yake alienda safari, anawacha mwana mwingine anakuja tawala kwa boma yake, mpaka watoto wamesaliwa yenye si ya hiyo boma. Sasa anajaribu kusema hii mtoto ni sawa na ango. Pole wenyu wa mama ya Central. kama mnakubali kuacha mlango yenyu wasi, alafu kila chokora kila nini ameingia bedroom ya baba yenyu. Pole sana. Asante Bernard, I don't have much to say.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Now all the people behind the curtain, the screen is black. Everybody show your face, please. If not, tunafagia tafadhali. Thomas, Mohammed, Penny, especially Penny, Captain. Hata kama uko kwa giza, it is better a small light than that darkness. Sarah, how are you?
I'm very fine, thank you, Bernard. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Good to hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Asante Mama Sarah, Mama Selina kwa kuni invite. Thank you so much. I really respect you. Kwa wale wananijua, mnajua nikikuja kwa panel ni juu nimewashwa ama nataka to make things credible, clear and factual, because I feel like people in the comment section and also in the panel are not making things factual for us. Now, I'll start with, I won't go on other stuff. I will start with the things that are displayed before me. The first one being the president meets Kalonzo, right? So, there is a guy called Dennis Prager. He says he formed a quote saying, "Nothing guarantees more the erosion of character than getting something for nothing." I'll repeat it. Nothing guarantees more the erosion of character than getting something for nothing. I'll also define this together with another quote that says, "Nothing is little to him that fills it with great sensibility." To be quite honest with you, I believe for President Uhuru and Gideon Moi to go visit Kalonzo, of course, it was a much needed visit, because again, hatutaki kukani kama Azimio, we are confused. And unfortunately, though I now tolerate Kalonzo and I agree that he has now come to Azimio, he is making us look confused. I'm very sorry to say. I believe his sensibility is very questionable. To me, he does not make sense. He comes one day in the morning, says this, the second day he makes everything go down the drain. So basically, Azimio tukimove 15 steps forward, he takes us 20 steps backward. So pahali tulianzia ndo tunarudi nyuma. That's unfortunate, but I believe whatever they want to talk about, they will solve that, because to me, I feel like whatever he's doing, maybe he's aiming for Azimio to look, confused, but really it is eroding more of his character. It makes him look unstanding, and and honestly, he shouldn't be doing this, especially now, because we do not know, maybe in 2027 he might be vying for the highest seat in the office, and surely these things the internet never forgets. They will bite him back. Second of all, Malala. My God, do I even need to speak about Malala? Malala, I call him a Safariant, because he really does not, whatever he says is really small for us. We are focused on listening to people who talk sense, who make sense, infighting and trying to create infighting. Even God doesn't like that. Hapendi watu, kwa Biblia inasema hapendi watu wenye wanakuja kutenganisha watu walioungana. But anyway, if he does that to benefit for Azimio, so good luck to him. Nyambane for president. I don't know about that, but I think, first of all, watu wa Azimio na wa UDA really don't understand what being a president means. There is being a president and looking presidential. There are two different kind of things. Now, I will use a case study that had happened before. Everyone knows Abraham Lincoln, who used to be a president in the United States. Now, during the election of 1860, Lincoln was praised for looking presidential, simply because his picture, there was a portrait he had where he was portrayed with a regal high collar, his hair was smooth, and his features were subtly refined. So they portrayed him to be presidential and successful, to look presidential. What they didn't know that this image of Lincoln, where he looks like an intelligent and confident leader, it only really reflects him as a candidate, but not as a president. There are two very definite things. Being a president is not just holding a power in office, because much later, like 5 years later, a photo of him was taken again, and he looked drastically different. He had a full beard. He looked more gaunt. Let me not even go to Lincoln. Let's look at our very own Obama. During his first term, his hair was black, sleek black, very, very good looking. All akitoka, his hair was full on white. You know, what am I trying to say? Very many people are vying for presidency, but it's not about looking presidential, because everyone looks presidential. I might decide to come put my hair in a very good high bun and wear very official clothes, take a very nice photo, and I put myself as an independent candidate, and everyone will say, yeah, she definitely looks presidential. Being president means a whole lot more. It talks about your character. It talks about what you bring to the table. It talks about how you speak to the people as a leader. Are you able to make people follow you? That is what being a president means. So Nyambane for president, very many people will come up with anyone for president, but surely we should try to define and see the contrast or the comparison between being a presidential candidate and looking like you are a presidential candidate. There are two different things. Again, AZIMIO in Nairobi. Now, this has a lot to do with the political campaign planning. I've been looking at the campaigns of the UDA and of the AZIMIO, and both, I'm talking now to both. I'm going to say that, again, when I hear UDA talking about our campaigns, and I also hear AZIMIO talking about the UDA campaigns, again, I tell people facts. Please come with facts. Read. People are intelligent. People are smart. Read about these things. They open up your mind, you know. So I went ahead to do research, and I came across a manual. It's called A Political Campaign Planning Manual. It was written by J. Brian Ode. I believe he's a member of the National Democratic Institute for International Affairs. Now, in this book, if you read it, or if you want to read it, in page 25, he talks about he's trying to express how a political campaign should be planned or should be done. And in page 25, he talks about credibility. He says, this is about raising your credibility with voters and lowering your opponent's credibility with voters. Now, there was one catching place that I read, and I would like to read it so that I continue explaining what I want to explain. He says, if you find yourself behind in the polls, raising your credibility may not be enough to win. In this case, you may want to raise your credibility and at the same time work to lower your opponent's credibility. In a sense, you have nothing to lose by attacking your opponents and everything to gain. It goes further by saying, first, you can do and say things to raise your credibility in the eyes of the voters by concentrating on your positive characteristics and popular stance on issues. And you can try to lower your opponent's credibility by pointing out what voters will view as the negative characteristics of your opponents or unpopular positions on issues. However, he goes on to say that in order to address these issues effectively and in order to avoid confusing your target voters with a jumble of incoherent program ideas, you must tie all of your issues to your campaign message. Basically, he tries to explain campaign as an analogy of an oak tree, where there's the tree, which is the campaign message, and there are branches in between. Now, each range of issues that you will be discussing in the campaign has to come from the campaign message. Now, this takes me back to what Moses Kuria said when he was in Gatondo. What was the campaign message? The campaign message was about circumcision. So that was his basic campaign message. Now, if this was the campaign message, then they're all totally wrong. They're totally wrong, because how can issues be addressed from a campaign message that doesn't lie within what you want to bring? After all, everyone should be speaking about either bottom up or Azimio la Umoja, their very wide 9-point agenda. Their agenda is very big. It doesn't even come with one economic model. It's a lot of things combined together. So to me, I feel like issues are not being put out there in all honesty. And us as Mutembei TV are the ones who are going to try to put out those issues. I feel very sad when people come over and all they're doing is just insulting based on simply the propaganda they hear. I'm still waiting for people to come and challenge me, and I have done this before. I have invited people to come and challenge me based on facts. However, they have not done so. So I'm very, very sorry, but it is important not to confuse both Azimio and both UDA, because I think in all entirety, both are confused kidogo, and they are confused because of what the people say. However, not so much for Azimio, because Azimio we have a plan. But for UDA, they're using insults so much. Again, we are also concentrating on them too much instead of raising our credibility upon the voters, which is what we should be doing. So yes, that is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Sarah. That is great. Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, how are you? Thomas, are you there? Wana Thomas, you unmute. The mic is beside your name. Okay, it's like it's stuck. Odwar, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I'm just following. Today, I don't really think I have any submission, but I just want to salute everybody and keep on listening. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I haven't followed too much, so I really don't have anything. I don't want to lie.
Okay, sawa, thank you.
But anyway, thank you so much for.
Yes. How are you? Hata mimi niko poa na nikufuatilia tu kwa sababu sina jambo la kuongeza.
Thomas, songa karibu na microphone yako. Kama unatumia earphone toa. Nasema vizuri?
Nasema sina jambo la
kueleza. Hiyo sawa sasa.
Nafuatilia tu.
Endelea? Yes.
Nasema niko kufuatilia tu.
Oh, nikufuatilia tu?
Yes.
Sasa mahali pa kufuatilia tu sio hapa, lakini sawa tu. Nashukuru. Naomba sasa tujumuike pamoja. And where are these guys? Sorry. Let me share the link for those people who need to join. The people in the comment section, it is your chance now to join the studio. Those of you asking for the link, there is the link. Kujeni tujadiliane. Today we had political activities. Munya and Kiraitu are shaking the Meru section. Aladwa is holding strong. Aladwa commander, Nairobi imeshikwa sawasawa. Today they were in Makadara, and things seems to be falling in place. And of course, the DP was in Narok. I'm still getting the video, but in the meantime, let's watch this video as we wait for more people to come in and continue with the discussion. Right. Okay, one more.
Unakuja unasema kwa mdomo moja,
we build the railway, we build the roads, we connected the electricity.
Alafu kwa mdomo mwingine
the opposition is running government and government is running the opposition.
Jesus Christ.
Agikuru kuri gitumi kirashuhura ngumo ya Ruto na njira nene ni maheni maria thothoraga o handu athie aingire umarariguo kana ni kuhugwo ya hugwete kana ni a Kenya akuite tandutura karimu
Eto shararuku na shere wa baria
ungithikiriria Ruto agitumura kanwa kwaria wahota gwiciria ni mundu ungihokwo no ona muira wiciritie uria arauga ahanaga ta mundu wanyitwo ni daimono ni maheni maria acokaga guthothoka kuma maundu-ini ma bata hari Mukenya nginyage maundu-ini matare na njira ta kuhenia muingi marare na President Biden White House oma ni ati Ruto ndangĩikara atekũhenania thengia na kũhenia andũ agima ta ciana na mbica cia maheni atĩ ararĩ White House. Icera rĩake rĩa Amerika na Ngeretha rĩrarĩ na icanjama cia maheni mataraheka ũhoro. Gũtirĩ mũndũ ũtoĩ nĩwe kĩambĩrĩria na kĩrĩkĩrĩro kĩa ungumania Kenya. Rũguarũ rũyũ nginyagia nĩ ciana nini no ta ararĩ thĩ yake kũndũ atoĩyo ararũgamire kĩng'ang'a-inĩ kuga ungumania thirikari nĩ wambĩrĩirie na handshake na atĩ nĩwe ũkoretwo akĩhũrana naguo. Ũma nĩ atĩ niĩ nawe nĩ tũĩ Ruto aikirio nja ya thirikari nĩ kũiya ta mũndũ ũrathama aiyage nginyagia mbeca cia kwenjera thĩinĩ maĩ Kimwarer na Aror. Hingo ĩyo gũtiarĩ ũhoro wa handshake ona akĩhũthĩra Mwangi Kĩũnjũrĩ kũiya mbeca cia arĩmi cia mbembe Rift Valley ũndũ ũmwe na bataraitha ya marĩhi ma thĩ gũtiarĩ na handshake. Akiuga niwe ukoretwo akirwa na ungumania Kenya ni gutwa a Kenya mboko kuona gutire mundu utoĩ rĩrĩa President Uhuru Kenyatta anĩrĩire mbara ya kũgita ici Kenya ambĩrĩirie kũmatetera akiugaga nĩ ũrahũrwo gĩũteti. Ona rĩmwe anauga no mundu ũremetwo nĩ gwathana ũngiuga ungumania nĩ ũrathũkia bũrũri. Hihi Deputy President nĩoĩ arĩa araheagwo ũhoro ũyũ etuĩte Mũraika Gabrieli nĩ moĩ ndũngĩgweta rĩtwa ungumania Kenya ũriganĩirwo nĩ rĩtwa William Ruto. Rĩrĩa President Uhuru Kenyatta manyitanaga na Ruto nĩ ũndũ wa kambĩini cia mwaka wa 2013 Ruto etirie nuthu ya thirikari nĩguo etĩkĩre kũingĩra mwahũ-inĩ wa Uhuru Kenyatta na agĩcoka akĩheo kĩmanjĩka kĩa mbeca. Ona thirikari manĩrĩire marĩtwa ma a-minister hamwe na akiuga macio nĩ marĩtwa maiguithanĩirie kũrĩa mwena wake amũrire.
Sorry, that one we need Mr. Kamau, but I think you can follow with the what is going on. and what we need to scrutinize on our leaders. The link to use to get into the studio is in the comment section. You click on it and allow StreamYard, the app we are using, to configure your camera and your audio. You will be here. Somebody's asking for the same. And we want as many people to come in as possible. It is important that we observe civility as we debate. There are those who are still caught up with the Moses Kuria's mindset, and they want to push that agenda, and they seem to be sent on this particular platform to distract people from the right debate. I will advise the people in the comment section, one, ignore them. Don't get into exchange matches with people who want to, propagate madness. Let them practice their madness. When they are tired, they will go. Others will block view. Of course, it is our responsibility. This is our platform, and it's our duty to make sure that it remains clean. So ukileta uchafu tutakufagia. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu hapa, na cha muhimu ni kwamba kila mmoja ahakikishe kwamba unafanya kile ambacho kinafaa hii nchi, kile kinafaa kusaidia nchi iboreke na kusikue na uovu ambao utafanya nini? Usichangie uovu, changia wema. Be part of the solution, not part of the problem. Mpwani, you still have got internet issues. So those of you who want to join, please come in as fast as possible. Okay, thank you. Yeah, there is the link again. Make good use of it. You join and come and make your submission. Sawa. Where is this? It remains clean. So kileta uchafu tutakufagia. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu hapa. Okay, David Paula, watoto hawaruhusiwi kwa kamera, ni makosa kulingana na YouTube community. This is an adult channel, so please junior aende kulala. Hiyo ndio sheria. So junior, bye. Sawa, thank you. So nani huyo? So Bwana David, uko tayari kuchangia ama tupatie muda? Oh, yes. Julia, please, if you could come in and help us interpret that video, itatusaidia sana, wale ambao kupanda mlima ilitushinda. So please, you can come in and help us break down whatever that was going on in the video, although we could follow it from the English part. Thank you those of you joining. Now please, wale watu mna join na alafu mnajificha nyuma ya kamera, mnatakaje? Kama mnataka radio broadcast ili sauti peke yake, tufungue hiyo channel ya sauti peke yake, wala watu wanajificha waongee. Kama ni TV, inakuwa TV, lazima picha iwepo. Tafadhali, let's ensure that. Let's not fight over this. When you come on TV, you're coming to be seen as you speak, not to hide behind the curtain. And I don't see why you should hide behind, except you have a genuine reason and you get express permission from us. Let's not twist things and try to bend an already established regulation. Yes. Julia, please, if you could come in and help us interpret that video, itatusaidia sana, wala ambao kupanda mlima ilitushinda. So Bwana David, please come in and help us break down whatever that was going on in the video. Although Penny, how are you?
I'm good, my friend. How you doing?
Doing great. Karibu.
Asante sana. Jana nilikuwa nataka kukusaidia lakini nikapata umetoka. Nilikaa sana. Sasa hii niliambia Temba akaniambia juu hiyo maneno. Hiyo sadaka ulikuwa unasema lazima kila mtu ambaye uses your product lazima tuchangie hiyo sadaka. Alafu just give us a rough number as to what we need to give every month. Hiyo ndio, we are in a capitalist society. Kenya is a capitalist society too. So lazima tuone ya kwamba tumechangia yale ambayo tunasema. Gawaje kama mimi ninajua ni UDA, gawaje mnasema maneno mbaya, hatujali, tunasikia mzuri na tuendelee vile unasema kila wakati. Once we stop talking, then we start fighting. So we need to talk, but we need to make sure that you guys are taken care of too. Na hiyo ndio mzuri. Na jana kulikuwa kijana mmoja alisema yeye kutoka South Mugrango na ni brother ndio ya Choi. Ukuta watu kama hao kwa station yako ni mzuri sana. And that is very wonderful. Huyu nataka nisumuze naye sana. Mambo ya UDA na AZIMIO, we are 4 months away. So tusigane sana. Tuone ya kwamba ule atashinda na maisha inaendelea. Vile unajilinda hapo bana, kila mmoja anajilinda bila UDA or AZIMIO. Anajilinda peke yake, and they are gambling with their life. They are pushing ahead and they are doing what they do. But ile inatusumbua wengine ni unatuzungumza juu yetu mbaya sana. Sisi watu mbaya, we are very normal. Hatutaki Kenya iende chini ama iharibiwe ama ilete vita. All this are negative stuff that don't mean any sense. Just let us talk about what we're going to do, what you're going to do. AZIMIO and UDA. What we're going to do in our UDA, we'll make sure Kenya is like South Asian countries, like South Korea, Singapore. All these countries were poorer than us. But because of dirty, bad politics, see where we have gone. We are crying that people are not registering for election. For what? The people that won the elections are outside the government. The people that lost are inside the government. So it's a very confusing time. But tusaidie tu. Vile you livari hapo, livari kuzuri. We don't care. We don't mind where you are. Na wale wa UDA ambao wana use bad language, for them are really excuse us. Kwa sababu inafanyika kama, it's like they are frustrated. We are all frustrated, but we should learn to take it and know that it's only 4 months before this problem is solved. Raila akichukua ni mzuri, lakini wengi wetu, most of us want UDA to take over. Huko Kisii ni UDA. Wengi kina rafiki yangu huyu nani Fidel anasema anajua, lakini tukifika hapo 4 months you will see what will happen. So yetu ni raha tu peke yake, na tusaidiane, na where we can help each other, let us help each other. Kama ile AZIMIO ulifanya, leta ingine, stuff like that. They are more meaningful, some of us, than hii ya kutukana, matuzi, all that. Lastly, we are normal people. Sisi ni UDA ndani. Thank you, Bennett. Asante sana kwa wakati.
Sasa Selina ana swali kwako. Selina.
Thank you so much. Penny.
Yes.
Unatuonyesha Berlin ama nini? Kwanza nimeshukuru umesema hatutaki matusi, tunataka tufanye siasa ya haki. Uniambie unasemaje kwa mambo ya Kuria? Was it right for him to say like that? Na ni sawa kuendelea kusema mambo kama hayo?
Mama Selina, I've listened to you and you have a very good history, and some of us love history as it is. As Mama Selina, waeleze juu ya Kamoto na Moi. Moi aliweka hata klani yake ya Kamoto. Ya Kamoto akashindwa vile vile. Sasa to come to your answer it is Kenyatta, the old man and the son, that trained Kuria tusema hii yote. 2013, 2017, ukiona vile Kenyatta alikuwa anasema, answer that one first, then you come to Kuria. Kuria is today. But what Kenyatta was saying, and it's wrong. I agree with you. It is wrong to do that. But the person who trained this guy to talk the way he is, ni Mzee Kenyatta na kijana yake. But to answer your question, Mama Serena, it is wrong. You have never heard me talk about bad language. It is people who use bad language are stupid anyway. So I don't even go there. You too, Mama Serena.
Yote tumekubaliana ya kwamba wale watu wanatusiana wakiwa online, wakiwa mahali wako, they are very stupid. It is true. Tutengeneze siasa ya amani. Whoever win is a Kenyan na tutaendelea. Lakini mukishindwa ama tushindwe, basi tuamini Kenya iendelee bila incitement, bila kutaka kupigana, ndio watu wafaulu. Asante. Na utokange kila siku uambie hii watu ya UDA, wewe ni strong na wewe unapenda UDA, lakini upendi wakitusiana. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Penny, tunashukuru sana. Kikapu cha sadaka nitakutumia uendelee, alafu Alex na Jakindube ndio wamesimamia hiyo maneno, watakuwa wanakupatia hizo details zingine umeagiza. Thank you very much. Now, naomba watu wote mko nyuma ya curtain. What do you want me to do? Franco Jr. Are you there?
Maybe pena tufungue watu wengine wenye wako nje waingie. Unajua mtu akiingia na awache kisa, tunaweza sikiza. Hata mimi natokanga nasikia nje, nikipata nafasi narudi. So maybe watu wamekaa na kuna watu wengi wangetaka kuingia lakini hakuna nafasi.
My problem is everybody coming in is behind the curtain. I can't even tell who is who where. Okay, let's spread it kiasi. Okay, thank you. Boaz, are you there? Angaine,
Maybe Bernard. First of all,
yes, how are you?
I'm very good, Nico, California, and Ndamba tabaki kwa curtain, and I apologize.
Okay.
I'm one of these new followers. I just discovered your channel, I think a week or 2 weeks ago, and I've been following it now. Degree yangu ni political science, but I don't follow politics. But the platform you're giving us, watu wenye wako nje na wako nyumbani, is a very good platform. So I just wanted to say thank you. A lot of us are following. Tuko nyuma tunasikiza, and we appreciate what you're doing, and that's all I wanted to say. Na mimi nitapatia chance mtu mwingine na nitarudi na nitoe kwa channel, but I'm one of those people who are just following, and we really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Julius?
At first I want to apologize. I don't know what is wrong with my camera. Haionyeshi, si ati nimejificha. I'm trying. Inakataa kabisa kunia.
Make your submission. You need to reboot your gadget probably.
Okay, yeah. At first nataka kuwasalimia. Naona Mama Selina leo nimempata, siku nyingine niliingia hakuwa. Mama Selina tunakupenda sana.
Asante.
Olda Mungare ama ni Mungare ama ndiye Odor ama nani huyo? Boaz, Ken, na Bernard Mtembe TV, asante sana kwa hii wakati. Najua hizi discussion kweli inatupatia maneno mapya kila siku, and I'm very grateful. Jana niliingia kidogo nikatoka kwa sababu ya nini, ilikuwa time nilikuwa niende church. Nikaona wacha tu nitoke, labda wengine nao wa nini, because tulikuwa wengi sana. Alafu jana kuna jamaa anaitwa Ndeto articulate very, very nicely. Giteto was a very good person. The way he explained everything, you know, watu wa Azimio ni watu grown up mentally, physical, yani ni watu wana discuss man, lakini watu wa UDA sijui shida yao ni nini. All over ni watu wa uongo. They like lying. I don't know why they like lying, because kitu kama hiyo nani alifanya jana ni juzi Kuria, kitu kama hiyo nani alifanya jana ni juzi Kuria. It was unfair. Yani ni utoto. It doesn't make any sense. But sometimes we have to understand these guys and just let them go. Let them do what they want. Let them say what they want to say. Let us just focus on ourselves. Because I realize wanajaribu kutuvuta tuingie katika box yao ya ku-exchange. That's actually their game, because wamejaribu kila njia, it's not working. Wamejaribu mganga, wamejaribu nini, it's not working. Wamejaribu kila kitu. So they are trying to get a new way of, you know, insulting people. And we are not going to accept it. Doesn't matter how. Because, unajua, kama mimi unajua wakati nakumbuka 1997 hapo hivyo, sasa wakati wa nini vile zilianza multi-party Ford. Najua Masai tulikuwa tunaambiwa ati unajua maana ya Ford, wanainua vidole viwili, inamaanisha utakuwa na ng'ombe mbili, bibi mbili, watoto wawili, shamba ya eka mbili. You know, a good propaganda, a good one. So we know these things from
Asante, na tulikuwa nakata kidole, ukiweka mbili tulikuwa tunakata moja.
Yeah, Selina anaelewa hizo. It was a propaganda mbaya ambayo haikuwa inasaidia. Saa hizi tuko age, watu wamechanuka, watu wamesoma, watu you know, there is a lot of things that you cannot tell people, and nini mwingine you know, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I want to just talk a little bit about insurance, health insurance. It's very important actually. Kenya, even America, they are not that well organized in health insurance. The country, sai Biden government inajaribu kucopy from Japan. Japan is one of the best health, yani wana manage health vizuri sana. Like for example, I'm paying around 33,000 per month for health insurance, which covers the whole family, my children, and everybody of the family. So, nikifutwa kazi, for example, nikifutwa kazi ama kazi ikiisha, kampuni ikifilisika, whatever, automatically naenda kwa cover sasa ya county government. There is two insurances. Kuna ya county government na kuna ya na kuna hiyo sasa ya company. When you are receiving a salary, you pay as you earn. So you automatically, ukilose job, unarudi kwa hiyo county government, which is cheaper. So Kenya ingefanya vizuri ikiadapt hiyo system, it would be very helpful, because in Kenya actually health is very expensive, really expensive. People, mtu akiwa mgonjwa kwa familia, you become so poor, because there is no way that, I mean, you have sometimes wengine wanauza hata manyumba, wanauza shamba because of sickness. So hiyo system ndio mimi ningeomba kama Mungu angetusaidia, baba akiingia atafute njia yote ya kupata advisory kutoka Japan, so that Kenyan people can get a good insurance. I mean, health insurance covers the NHIF. It's very, very important. Actually, that is what I wanted to say for now. Maybe I'll contribute again later. I'll submit contribute later.
Right. Thank you, Julius. That is a good one. Let's move on. Kennedy.
Hi, Bernard. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's my first time to join the studio. I've been an outsider for quite a while. Just allow me to comment on a few issues. I think one is the Uhuru meeting with Kalonzo. I don't know what the panelist take is on this, but I have a feeling that when Baba gets into government, there is a high likelihood that Kalonzo will be, for lack of a better word, a nuisance part of that government. Because currently, we are almost into peak season for campaign, and Kalonzo is still not sure whether he's in AZIMIO or not. You can see the president trying to come and calm the waters, and we have to agree that President Uhuru Kenyatta has basically taken the mantle of the coalition. He's the one prefecting almost everyone to try and see if this ship can steady the course up to and after the election. I don't know what his responsibilities will be post the election process. But I think as people who support AZIMIO, we should put in mind that there is a possibility that the Raila government will have to deal with a stubborn Kalonzo Musyoka, whether as a deputy president or as part of his government. Issue number two is with regard to the shut up Malala. I think the likes of Malala and Moses Kuria should be treated with the contempt, or rather their statements should be treated with the contempt that it deserves. And as Kenyans, we've been through this before, where politicians would jump at any opportunity to divide Kenyans at the behest of getting votes, or lining their own interests, basically. The statements by Moses Kuria yesterday or the day before, like I think there's a lady who has commented before, and she was rather trying to take us through the politics of campaigning, right? And she articulated that you either you build your credibility by disparaging the credibility of your competitor to gain more ground. And I think basically that is what Moses Kuria is doing, to try and whip up emotion within the backyard of Central Province. But I think this election is Baba's to lose. If my feeling is to be articulated, I think this is Baba's election to lose. It all depends on how he plans himself and how he plans his team. Luckily, we have Uhuru Kenyatta, who has been in the government system for the last like 10 years. So he already knows what is supposed to be done to steady this ship across the finishing line. From what you can see from the other side, basically what they're doing currently is the last kicks of a dying horse. I think in their meeting rooms, they've already confirmed that it might be a bit tricky to overturn the current wave that Baba seems to be gaining. Lastly, I won't comment on Nyambane for president. I'm not really sure. I've not even heard those news yet. But with regards to AZIMIO ruling Nairobi, that is a given. I think the demographic distribution of Nairobi itself for a long time has been behind Baba. And if the successive elections, both the PNU election and the Jubilee election, were not able to garner more votes than Baba in Nairobi, I don't think UDA will stand a chance or even come close. So those were my views.
Okay, thank you, Kennedy. I believe umemalizia hapo.
Yes.
Okay, asante sana. I want to appreciate all of you. Boaz, Sema. Boaz, you unmute. The mic is beside your name. You just click once. It's still mute. Yes.
Okay. Oh, are you getting me now?
Yes, we can get you now.
Okay. Now, when as I come in, this is my first time to be in this forum. But I would wish that we look at our constitution, because it was largely borrowed from the American Constitution. And when I looked at the Trump, the last time America conducted their elections, Trump even refused to move out of the office. And in American Constitution, time is given, timeline is given. There is time that that plane, you call it, how do you call it? It's supposed to pick you from White House to your residential place, retirement house. Everything is planned. But in Kenya, nothing works. The judiciary is supposed to be helping people. When during that period of elections, when there are people who went to Supreme Court to challenge Trump's election, those people told them very clearly that we cannot even waste time looking at that. We'll consider that later, but everything has to move as it was planned. We agree that in some circumstances you'll realize that pengine election imeibiwa hapa na pale, lakini if it is not making any significance, then things must move. In our country, even the other day there was a ruling. Mtu amehope from a party to another, ile ilimpeleka, ile chama yenye ilimpeleka kwa bunge ama kwa inaitwa nini, county assembly, unakuta court bado inasema waendelee na kazi. How do we have to move on? The judiciary is not helping us. That is why Moses Kuria can say whatever he says. Hata ukimpeleka kotini, so what? So what? Judiciary is supposed to help us. It is not helping us. I assure you, if the judiciary stood there, put their foot down, Kenya would be in a very better position than where we are now. Me, I'm just directing my anything, any complaint to judiciary. For today, that's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. I wouldn't want to interrogate that, but it's a good one. Very good angle to look at issues and be able to analyze Kenyan politics the right way. Walter.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, namna gani?
I'm sorry. I'm here for the first time. I've been following behind for the last couple of months.
Yes, I'm happy that you made it in here.
Yeah, I made it in, and I'm seeing Wekesa hapa. I schooled with Wekesa in the University of NAIROBI Kabete Ng'ombe huko. Wekesa, I don't know if you remember.
In fact, I want to leave you in his hands so that you can continue from where you left.
Yeah, Wekesa tulisoma na huko Kabete Ng'ombe those times, and I believe he knows what Kenya has been through all that. So I'm in the UK, but I come from Elgeyo Marakwet County. And it is a very healthy discussion because, you know, at the end of the day, we have this country that is so dear to all of us. And I've been telling people, and they have always, I mean, my statement has been, if you want to get the most patriotic people, are those people who have ever been out of this country. When they experience racism and all the other things, you think of home. Ni kama umefika Nairobi, then unaambiwa like hauna kwenu, so you retreat back to your country. But now when we go back again to our country, we retreat to our counties. We go back to our counties, we retreat to our sub-counties. We go back to our, we retreat to our villages, and we retreat to our tribes. That is actually the most disgusting thing that always makes me, you know, I mean, it is not a very good thing. But we know politics is politics. We understand the problems that we have gone through since independence. One of the things that I will say today is we live in history. Na tunadanganyana za zingine. We live in history. Tunaanza kuenda vitu ya 1969 like zile vitu Moses Kuria alisema jana, like all those kind of things. If we continue with this in 2027, it will be the same thing again. We will be talking about 1969. So ni siku gani tutatoka hapo tuanze kukuja the current things and solve problems. You know, we are postponing trouble. We are postponing problems by revisiting history. Why don't we say, since from 2017, if things went hayward, then why don't we move on from there? Na tuanze vitu ambayo, you know, we are actually we are a strategic country. We can do things better than other countries. In fact, some of these people from Asia, I've been in Asia, I've been here. I don't know the West, I've not been to America. But there are things that people admire about this country. Lakini sisi tunaangalia kwa angle ya siasa. That is why the other time William Ruto was in Chatham House here. Hapa tu. Raila Odinga was here. They admire the very good leaders in these people. Lakini because of our retreat and the thinking that we have, tunaanza kwenda huko chini. Sasa tukiendelea hivi, where are we heading to? Tutaanza kusema tu 1969. Of course, I appreciate the fact that there are injustices that have been done. There is an imbalance in terms of resource allocations, which even Mau, ile watu walivaitia Mau walikuwa wanavaitia families yao na walikuwa wanavaitia pia their regions and all that. But the only thing we can do is to sacrifice and say, because I believe all of us, of course, for you to even be here, Bernard, you will bear me witness, and Wekesa, of course. And I'm not saying I have relations with the admins and all that. But what we know is, as the elite, our people are looking unto us for leadership. Situachana na hizi vitu zote na tuanze Kenya mpya. Like yeah, because if we continue, hata sahi tutashinda 2022. Either UDA itachukua, either the other one will take AZIMIO, and 2027 wengine watakuja tena with other strategies and other things, but it will not help bring Kenya on board because we are still thinking ethnic. It is all in our minds, even the small children. So in my submission, it is good to, in as much as we are contesting in this kind of politics, we have, the economy is not very good right now. Sahi hata kutuma pesa, unatuma pesa ime reduce kutoka 160 sterling pound. Sahi iko 146. You know, that is around 10 pounds. 10 pounds is not a small money. It's 1,500. ingeweza saidia ile mtu nyumbani. So what we need to do, actually, like I would request and I would even ask, like, let us, in as much as we play politics, because we know, hata hii wajamaa wanapiga siasa, by the way. Hii wajamaa wanapiga siasa ni marafiki. They are friends. All of them. Kesho behind the curtains, like, sahi tutatoka hapa kwa hii nini niambie wekeza, we side chat. Alafu, hey bwana, na ulisema kitu, lakini ulinigonga kidogo. So, as I finish, let us please tell our people, because some of us, we are past half-life. And we only, najua wekeza ni Mkristo sana, na he will tell you, tunaomba Mungu tu atuongezee zile ngine, na tuambie, like, ambie watoto wetu, waache kuona 1969, uko, kwenda nyuma. Let us focus and let us tell our people, like, we can...
Walter.
Yes,
Walter.
You give me 1 minute?
One moment.
Yes, so,
you are advocating for Kenya Mpya.
If I had the resources, actually, I would even build a party of Kenya Mpya, so that
subiri kwanza nikuulize swali. Hii Kenya Mpya tunaivuna kwa mti upi?
So anyway, by the way, ile kitu itatuokoa like Kenyans. It is just to come and forget about the past. If we
no, Walter, you're not listening to me. Answer my question. Kenya tunaivuna, Kenya Mpya is it dropping from heaven, or is it hanging on a particular tree we are going to plant? And what do we do with the old Kenya?
We need to write off the old Kenya.
How? Can I suggest?
Because
how do we write you off, Walter? Umesema you are middle age, okay? So yes, how do we write off your past, and then have the new you without the primary school you went to, the secondary school you went to, and everything? We just want to have Walter bila hiyo yote. Will he continue being Walter?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bernard. In fact, your question resonates in one of the stumbling things that I've been going through. Like, wanaanza kujiuliza, like, these people, huyu mwingine anaanza kusema alikuwa waziri, huyu mwingine anasema alikuwa prime minister. Sasa, like, but what I want to say in that line, yeah, huyu alikuwa prime minister na huyu alikuwa waziri, is the fact that you have to grow in career. You have to grow in politics. So if you grow, it takes time. So kusema mtu alikuwa serikali na huyu alikuwa serikali, I mean, you need to learn the ropes. You need to learn government, and then you take the steering and you proceed. So what I'm saying, hiyo ni ngumu sana hiyo swali umeniuliza, Bernard. Like, because the constitution pia inatuzuia hatuwezi write off mtu because hako na rights yake, because alizaliwa kama Mkenya. It is so difficult, but we are also not forgetting God. We will bring God on board. Na tuambie atusaidie tu pia, but we need to teach our children from ground pia. Wasianze kuona ule mwingine kama the other and the other. It is so difficult.
Thank you, Walter. But I think what you are suggesting is possible. Only that the antidote you are applying cannot take care of it, in the sense that the past, whether it's good or evil, is our past. So all we need to do is accept it.
But you know, Bernard, the problem is... Sorry,
let me finish. If you don't accept it, okay, you will not do anything about correcting it. And when you don't correct it, it is bound to repeat itself. So what has held us hostage as a country is denying our past and the ills thereof, and pretending that by denying it, it will just fizzle away. But it has succeeded to be transferred from one generation to another generation to another generation. So we must reach a place where we say, this is how we started. This is what we did. We did not know what we were doing, but this is now what we need to have as a country. Our cohesion requires this, accepting each tribe, each community as Kenyans, and nobody should apologize to belong to a particular community. We are all Kenyans. We are all coming in this variety, but we are securely Kenyans. Hakuna kusema ati huyu ni Mkale, huyu ni Mjaluo, huyu ni Mkikuyu. Mkikuyu has an upper hand. Mluya, ni good servant. huyu ni nini. So let's, as a country, the leadership, and I pray for the coming in leadership, to have a table whereby these things will be addressed once and for all. We have run away from them for 60 years. They are still with us. We must sit down
Bernard, as
and
I live,
confront them.
Bernard, with your permission, as I live, are you saying that we also tupate pahali ya kuomba msamaha wale watu walifanya makosa, waombe msamaha yao na watuajie, tufundishe hawa vile tunaweza peleka Kenya mbele beginning from here, na watu wachana na sisi?
Yes, that is it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Because there are people also who want to say something. I don't want to be so selfish, and nataka tu nisalimie Wekesa.
Bernard, please, can I ask him a question, Walter?
Yes, Selina, yes, you can ask.
No, Bernard has to give me permission.
Oh, yes.
Carry on, Mama Selina. Ask the question.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard. I see you have talked well, lakini nataka niulize hivi. Unatoka mahali nimetoka. Kwa 24 years ama ile miaka singine, kulingana na mimi, najua sisi jamii ya Kalenjin tulikuwa na heshima na tulikuwa tunaokopa laana. What went wrong? Nini imefanyika kwa wakati huu? Vijana yetu wamesahau na hawa ndio wanaongoza kutusiana. What went wrong? Sisi Kalenjin tumewahi kuwa kwa hiyo uongozi, tumewahi kuwa hapa na tuko na jamii pana. Walter, kwa sababu unasema tunataka Kenya mpya ama tunataka kisasi mpya, tutaenda hiyo kisasi mpya na the likes of these young people wanatusi watu, kwa sababu samani walikuwa nasema ingolentin kagile ngebe mutia macheikel. What went wrong? Sugo bi kegitinyerane ko icheket tibor kimbigo jubis kibano boisiek ko bano jebioso tigejam kotoreti biik sikoba mutyo murenik. Kingoba murenik boriet ko kitam komi biik cheisubi murenik sikolechin ayo anan kolechin orich anan kong'ololchi kilya kibengwong ni makose ng'al chebo biik. I'm sorry, Bernard. I wanted to ask him something, but I don't know how to say it in Swahili or English, but I feel like I should tell him in Kalenjin so that he can tell me what went wrong, because hatuwezi kuwa na Kenya mpya kama sisi ndiye tunaongoza. How can you sit down na Chemetari na viongozi yako wakitusiana? We had the likes of Biwot, tulikuwa na kina Koskei, we had the likes of Barngetuni. We know unaweza tuma watu yako waseme, lakini wewe Moi alikuwa anakonganisha watu karibu 3 na wote anapatia pesa wasimame, na ule atakuwa mwerefu anashinda. Ni nini mbaya kwa uongozi yetu? Hile tunatarajia na nyinyi ndiye mnatarajia watuongoze, na hii tabia ya matusi ilitoka wapi? Kabla hatujaenda Kenya, kabla hujaaddress wa Kenya, how do we do as us? Kilian koto walagisye koto na yole kirwagindet kotepche ng'weny sikokas tuguk chemwoe biik. Please. Thank you. I wanted him to tell me that if he can, but not me. Can you try to tell our community? Can you try, you say we umekuwa kwa university, and thank you for that. Can you talk to other people to understand? Can you talk to this man because he's almost your age, ama ni mkubwa kidogo? Can you tell him aende pole pole? Then sigo sab Kalenjin ambucho ligita kineji kumonge na kwek. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Walter, you can respond in a minute or so?
Maybe in 30 seconds, because it's a very difficult question, Bernard. It is true. What Salina is saying is true. We have actually deviated from what the Kalenjin ideally is supposed to be and what we stand for. Probably we cannot run away from this. Probably it is because of times, because we cannot also still live in the past in this globalizing society. Maybe there are still some 1, 2, 3 issues about globalization and integrating with other cultures. For example, I schooled with Wekesa, so maybe there are some things that I have borrowed from Wekesa, kutoka Bungoma, ambazo nimeweka in my culture. Maybe it's not acceptable to Selina, and it is also changing me. So as you integrate, you also expect some changes in an individual. And also, culture is dynamic. You go with time. The Kalenjin of 1948 is no longer the Kalenjin of this time. Probably that is my. It is not the opinion of Kalenjins, but that could be my opinion and my view. Thank you, Bernard. Na usalamia hiyo mtu ananyamaza sana Wekesa.
What will you do to change the Kalenjins of 1948 to the Kalenjin of 21st century to be good people, not to be violent, and not to listen to nonsense? Amuga lenjin kumagirwe kagile magirari yege lagapchi. Kagile ndangibaye kipkela tiba itaina ba mununwa. That one cannot change even if it is 21st century. They know this is wrong and this is right. Kama uwezi heshimu watu, and tomorrow in good luck, I'm saying this, let's say good luck, we take that seat, our brother took it. Can he be the president? A handle villa watu wanatusiwa when he was there. Can it be the president? Kama Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he had to look for handshake with Raila because what was going on in the country. Are you guys 100% tukipata hiyo kiti? Are we going to be there? Are we able to control it? But we need to stop it. I'm telling you this.
Yeah, Bernard, I think I'll beg also to leave Kidogo so that other people also have some time. But probably what I want to say, in fact, kina Selina should be taking the forefront. Wao ndio wanaanza kufundisha watoto. They don't teach them the culture. Wanapeleka wa Nairobi na kuanza kufundisha wao vitu zingine. So Selina, maybe you will lead from the forefront. Thank you so much, Bernard, because of time and all that, and people want to respond. Probably up there. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you, Walter. Walter, just before you go, I want to say this. The force of gravity, has it changed to the 21st century, or is it still working the way it worked in the first century?
Thank you so much, Bernard. I don't know your background, but you cannot compare the force of gravity and culture, because you cannot. Wekesa is smiling. Wekesa is smiling because you are comparing science and social. And sociology. And the other one is more dynamic.
There is a reason why I'm saying that, because we seem to have to use 21st century as an excuse of violating laws of nature. Okay, honor and respect for the elderly. It is a perpetual principle of life that you can't do away with simply because you're 21st century, just like the force of gravity. So when we go against that, we suffer the consequences. And we are here because of violating those laws of nature that are not supposed to change, even with a change of time and with a change of circumstances. An elder is just an elder, whether he's in New York or he's in Nairobi or he's in Baringo. All of them are elders and they should be treated as elders. But we who are younger, if we don't treat them as elders, we get lost because we become the elders of nobody. And then we are answerable to nobody. And as long as we have the law, what happens? We will violate the other laws.
Now, Bernard, what happens when elders, when the other elder anatusi the other elder, and then the other elder also returns with Natusi? So where are we going wrong?
Without spending much time on that, elders have a right of life that we don't have. If you grew up with your grandfather, there are things your grandfather will say and go get away with it. Try
and you
it
get quiet
and see whether you can get away with it. You can't. So being
Bernard, ask him like
them
this.
that immunity.
Ask him a question.
Bernard, I also want to ask him something. I've been patient for so long, please.
God,
I want a simple question.
I know that.
Walter, baba yako anakuita,
Mama
you are
Selina.
a father, lakini baba yako anakuita weri, baba yako anakuita kijana. Will you tell your father, I'm not a young boy, I'm a father? Kwa sababu baba yako atakuita weri na wewe ni baba. Will you tell him no because you are a father? Then last question, because I don't want to talk.
I also want to ask a question, please. I will forget.
Amenyamaza hajatuambia vile mulisema mkiwa shule, okay?
Selina,
I
thank
request
you.
to
My
come
father
in.
still calls me kijana tu hivyo vile unasema. And of course,
Kindly, I request to come in with something very important.
Order, please.
Something very important.
Me, if you don't want, then I will get out of the show because I can't just be sitting here listening to things that are not important to me.
Tafadhali, you are not the only one that is here, and you are not the first one to be here, please.
I'm not the person to be here.
There are people you have found here.
But yesterday I was here, Bernard, you didn't point me until I left. You just chose others who came before me.
Please, Olo, take it easy. Okay?
Okay.
Take it easy. We are going to debate systematically. Okay? It is that I do nothing against anyone on this particular platform. I just try to balance so that where there are viewers I need to protect, there are people to contribute I need to protect. There are a lot of balancing that needs to be done in order for the debate to flow. If we catered only one direction, we'll spoil the other. Then if everybody shouts, hakuna kazi tunafanya hapa tafadhali. So relax kwanza. Ulisema uko na swali, uliza swali lako sasa.
You've made noise until I've even forgotten what I want to ask.
Okay, then you will remember it eventually.
You know, all of you, you see, Bernard, you are confusing him. He started very well, but right now what he's speaking is he's moving into a very wrong terrain. Like, you know, when he was speaking at first, I thought that he was making sense. But right now, again, he's saying that old people also insult all young men. I didn't, and I think if he is referring to Raila, I can't remember when Raila insulted any young person. The only thing Raila has always said is that someone is a thief. So can he elaborate or explain what his point is? Because you can't equate that to calling a whole tribe uncircumcised and unable to lead. You know, when you are saying some things, be sure of whom you are addressing. Because you know this thing that was said yesterday. Well, you always say that usiweke siasa kwa roho, but when you are talking, also speak things that haziwezi wekwa kwa roho, because some things you can speak them na zinaweza wekwa kwa roho. We have a right to. So can you elaborate what you are saying, my friend Walter?
Okay,
probably
thank
to,
you. Order,
to
Walter, ngoja kwanza.
Sasa.
Boaz, I hope it's a question. Boaz, are you able to get me? Yes. Ask your question.
I'm getting you now. It's not a question, but I'm just commenting.
Yeah.
We have democracy in Kenya. Who did political science? There is guided democracy. Democracy cannot just be democracy as it is democracy. Democracy must be guided. If you leave democracy to be democracy, then there will be chaos in the country. If people go for election and a candidate gets half or 3/4 of the country, then a quarter must be forced, not even forced, must be guided to come together with the 3/4. But you have to guide it. The people who are making these statements in rallies, and they are not questioned. These are the people who enjoy guided democracy, because the democracy is too much in Kenya. If the president was in charge, the judiciary was in charge, the parliament in charge, you would have not been seeing this nonsense. This comes about because the president could have, because I'm not wrong to say, some people said, even Moses Kuria said, we stole a vote for him. If he got a quarter and 3/4 is not supporting him, what then do you expect? The other people will always rebel. So we will try to look for support from this side and this side to make things work. But if he got that vote, like what my brother Professor did here, Makueni, he told those MCAs, if you people are not ready to work with me, let's vunja hii kitu bwana, turudi election. What did they do? Walisema pana, usifanye hivyo. If Uhuru truly got this thing, angesema tuvunje hii kitu turudi, because he would have known that hii kitu tukivunja, tukirudi nitashinda. Wale walinivotia bado watanipea. Then wale walinikata watarudi, wabaki, wawachwe na raia, mimi nirudi nikibaki nikiongoza nchi. Since there is something that happened.
Okay,
maybe
Boaz,
go
yes. Straight to the question, please. We need to move on.
So what I'm saying is, let's look at democracy as it is, guided or open democracy. That's what I'm saying. That's why people can speak everywhere. Let somebody continue.
So, thank you. Walter, in a minute or so.
As I also leave, I have actually felt how it means to be behind the curtains huko nyuma. Kuna watu pia pengine wanataka kukuja. It is also so, but for that, Olo ni kama aliniuliza actually. Is it Olo or something? Was it Olo? On elders. I don't know if he was listening to, I don't know if you can replay that to him. I talked about elders insulting elders. I didn't talk about elders insulting juniors as his question. So I think his question is misplaced in terms of directing to me, because I was talking about elder, like this elder insulting this elder. And I was responding in the context of Selena's question. So I think maybe he can reframe his question. The next time we meet, we can tunaweza changamsha kidogo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
To leave Bernard, and thank you so much. This is my first time being here.
So Karibu, you are free to be with us. The conversation continues. You can drop off and then come back later. We are here until 5 a.m. in the morning.
Asante. Nashukuru.
Thank you.
Wekeza unanisikia? Nakusalimu tena.
Sasa, wekeza salimia classmate yako.
He's on mute. You are on mute.
Situko na Tanui Benja, ile chairman ya Kapete campus.
Ya Sonia.
Ya Kuso.
Ya Kuso.
Yes, tulikuwa nafanya campaign hiyo siku na Keno Bura. Thank you so much.
Sawa, ungeacha contact hapo kwa private.
Sawa, okay.
Haya.
Thank you, Wekesa. Now, I want us to listen to Julia, and Wekesa, you now take charge. I will drop off anytime, but I hope you
Bernard,
yes?
Bernard.
Yes.
Before nani aenda acha asikize hii kitu kwanza kidogo tu.
Okay.
This message, ifikie Moses Kuria, I'd rather be ruled by a man with no foreskin, ama a man who has not been circumcised, than be ruled by a man mwenye hana brains, na hatumii brains, na hataki kutumia brains. And also another thing, please, UDA, stop selling fear in Kikuyu land. Those are long gone days whereby like tulikuwa tunauziwa fear ya Raila. No, siku hizi tumemkubali. Mtu mwenye hajatahiri, huyo ndo tunataka. If that is a man who is going to get us out of the cave that we are in at the moment, that's the man we want. And we don't care whether he's circumcised or not. Wewe na hiyo circumcision yako, we don't see anything you've done for us, especially as Gatondo South. I come from Gatondo South. And there's nothing I can pinpoint that Moses Kuria has done other than kukula pesa za CDF. Please, Moses Kuria, behave your age. Stop doing this nonsense. Nyinyi wa leaders from Central Kenya who are being used to abuse and to insult the president and other leaders. Don't you think this is the same thing that Ruto will do to you? Once achoke na nyinyi, he will use you and he will abandon you. Acheni matusi and focus on, selling your manifestos bila matusi. Matusi inunui nini kura. Your manifesto is what bargains for our votes. And we will not give votes to people who are insulting or who are using insults as a campaign agenda. No. Grow up, you people.
Okay. Thank you.
Proceed, Bernard.
Okay. There is a clip that Julia is asking for. It was a bit longer, but let me see if we can.
For where?
I have it. Let me find it. Play the video. I think it was this.
Unakuja unasema kwa mdomo moja,
we build the railway, we build the roads, we connected the electricity.
Alafu kwa mdomo mwingine,
the opposition is running government and government is running the opposition.
Jesus Christ.
Angĩkorwo kũrĩ gĩtũmi kĩracuhũra ngumo ya Ruto na njĩra nene, nĩ maheni marĩa thothoraga o handũ athiĩ. Aingĩ rĩu mararigwo kana nĩ kũhũgwo yahũgũĩte, kana nĩ a Kenya akuĩte ta ndutura Karimũ.
Eto Shararoko Nashade wa Baria.
Ũngĩthikĩrĩria Ruto agĩtumũra kanua kwaria, wahota gwĩciria nĩ mũndũ ũngĩhokwo. No ona mũira wĩcirĩtie ũrĩa arauga, ahanaga ta mũndũ wanyitwo nĩ ndaimono nĩ maheni marĩa acokaga gũthothoka. Kuma maũndũ-inĩ ma bata harĩ Mũkenya nginyagia maũndũ-inĩ matarĩ na njĩra ta kũhenia mũingĩ mararĩ na President Biden White House. Oma nĩ atĩ Ruto ndangĩikara atekũhenania. Thengia na kũhenia andũ agima ta ciana na mbica cia maheni atĩ ararĩ White House. Icera rĩake rĩa Amerika na Ngeretha rĩrarĩ na icanjama cia maheni mataraheka ũhoro. Gũtirĩ mũndũ ũtoĩ nĩwe kĩambĩrĩria na kĩrĩkĩrĩro kĩa ungumania Kenya. Rũguarũ rũyũ nginyagia nĩ ciana nini, no ta ararĩ thĩ yake kũndũ atoĩyo. Ararũgamire kĩng'ang'a-inĩ kuga ungumania thirikari-inĩ wambĩrĩirie na handshake na atĩ nĩwe ũkoretwo akĩhũrana naguo. Ũma nĩ atĩ niĩ nawe nĩ tũĩ Ruto aikirio nja ya thirikari nĩ kũiya ta mũndũ ũrathama, aiyage nginyagia mbeca cia kwenjera thĩinĩ maĩ Kimwarer na Aror. Hingo ĩyo gũtiarĩ ũhoro wa handshake, ona akĩhũthĩra Mwangi Kĩũnjũrĩ kũiya mbeca cia arĩmi cia mbembe Rift Valley, ũndũ ũmwe na bataraitha ya marĩhi ma thĩ, gũtiarĩ na handshake. akiuga niwe ukoretwo akirwa na ungumania Kenya ni gutua a Kenya mboko kuona gutire mundu utoereria President Uhuru Kenyatta anarire bara ya kuhita ici Kenya ambiririe kumatetera akiugaga ni warahurwo giuteti. Ona rimwe anauga no mundu uremetwo ni gwathana ungiuga ungumania ni urathukia bururi. Hihi Deputy President nioi aria araheagwo uhoro uyu etwite Muraika Gabrieli ni moe ndungigweta ritwa ungumania Kenya uriganirwo ni ritwa William Ruto. Riria President Uhuru Kenyatta manyitanaga na Ruto ni undu wa kampeni cia mwaka wa 2013, Ruto etirie nuthu ya thirikari niguo etikire kuingira mwahu-ini wa Uhuru Kenyatta na agicoka akiheo kimanjika kia mbeca. Ona thirikari manĩrĩire marĩtwa ma a minister hamwe na akiuga macio nĩ marĩtwa maiguithanirie kũrĩ mwena wake amũrire andũ a rũrĩrĩ rwake tu. Ũmũthĩ ũyũ atekobucia ona hanini araugire we ndabatie nĩ kũrio ũndũ ona ũrĩkũ wĩgiĩ a minister mwena wake arĩa aheanire na gũcoka kũbora ministry ciao na mbĩgĩga ya ciĩko cia ngukumio. Na ta mundu urahenia ciana koneka gwikuruhania na maundu maria thirikari ikinyaneirie na riria ringi amihurage na ndeto cia maheni etwite nyakiega. Mundu wiruto wega nioi maheni mamumaga ta githuku kuona ahenanagia nginyagia ari hekaru-ini ya Ngai atekobucia anyitite Biblia na guoko kurio.
You go to a church, donate 5 million shillings, but you have given the pastor instructions that I'm coming to your church, I'm only donating 1 million. But for perception, I'll give 5 million. Before I leave, you give me back 4 million. So if you reach a level where you are not satisfied by cheating the common Kenyan, you even attempted to cheat God, I don't think this is a person, at whatever cost, should be given an opportunity to move anywhere near power in this country.
Hekaru-ini ni kuahenanagia ure ari muthini ta thini aria angi na uria aumite kuraya na gucoka gutika mamilioni ma mbeca cia uici. No kuo ahenanagia uria endete Ngai aregete kumbura uria Jacob Juma akwire murangiri wake Kipyegon Kenei aira acira wake ICC na angĩ makwire hingo ya bara cia ithurano. Ona ni maita maigana eranĩire gũkũ Mount Kenya kimanjika kia mbeca no gũtirĩ kĩndũ atigaga na oho agatiga mũingĩ ũiyũirwo nĩ matukoya makĩrũa matekũmenya ndanatiga kĩndũ. Mwaka mũthiru he mwarimũ wendire gũcinwo ikamba-inĩ Ruto ahenanĩtie nĩ amũtigĩra mbeca makanitha maingĩ kũrĩa acerete Mount Kenya. Mbeca iria auga nĩ aruta akoragwo arĩ maheni na nĩkĩo thutha wa harambĩ mbeca ciothe iria ciahũthwo itatangathagwo mutungatiri agetigira kuhurwo bara ni ashirika. Ona hena project nyingi Ruto aigereire mahiga ma kuhingura agacokaga kugia wara mbeca karea andu magatigwo na matukoya. Ruto ũngĩigua kĩaria cia Kibaki na Matiba no wĩcirie nĩ ũrĩa amendete no nĩ maheni amu nĩwe wamabangagĩra njama ya kũmagerithia ngero. Ũrĩa Ruto arigĩtwo nĩ atĩ mũhenio arĩ matuko na matuko maya nĩ makinyu. Rĩu gũtirĩ mũndũ ũtamumenyete no anga ũrĩa ũtarĩ wa mũigua na Kenya ndĩharĩirie gũtongorio nĩ mũndũ ũtangĩhokwo nĩ maheni. Ũyũ nĩ Chege wa Baria, mũcera wa Baria maingĩ wa rika rĩa Mwangi Gaciarwo nĩ Maina na ndigũkira rũrĩrĩ rũkĩenjwo.
Wathorire mũgĩ ũkiuga twarwo manyania koragwo wenda mũka wakwa ũkoiga thecwo cindano ya heo wĩ wa mata moru ũngĩrurumĩra no kũhimithia ona kaba mwethaga ũruaga mũthĩ na rũciĩko ira rũitithwere mũharapĩire mbũrico na cumbĩ.
Julia.
Asante Bernard. I hope sijui kama Mr. Kamau alitega sikio. I hope Mr. Kamau was watching that.
Yes. Mr. Kamau.
Yes, I come in to interpret for my fellow panelists.
Yes, and in summary format. Thank you.
Yeah, summary. What basically happened there is simple of saying the person who has bewitched you cannot be the person who has a solution for your problem. This is a person who speaks in both of his mouth. On one hand, he is holding the word of God, and yet is a serial liar. And it is very unfortunate if we get to a point where we elect a person who has no character. And you know he is a scientist. And the as a scientist, he wants to experiment this country with us. So we are not even sure what will happen to the people of Kenya, because he is unsuitable to lead this country. So in summary, Ruto is a serial liar, and he does not have the heart of his people, of the country, in his heart. When it suits him, he praises the government. When it doesn't, he blames the handshake. That's the kind of a person. That is in summary.
Okay. Julia, you can now come in.
Yes, asante Mr. Kamau. In summary, he said that Ruto lies kama mtu mwenye ako possessed na evil spirits. Because at one point he will say you don't have to fight corruption to be a good leader. Another point anasema kwamba corruption ilianza 2017. He is known to be the master of corruption. And then he goes to the US to say that Kenya is corrupt. So he's saying that Ruto is a serial liar, and he lies like somebody who is possessed by witchcraft. And this person is appealing to the Kikuyu community to stop selling the country to the dogs. That is why he portrayed a wolf there. And one thing I noted what he said that I didn't know that. Those are allegations. Let me use the word allegations. He alleged that Ruto goes to Central Kenya in the churches, and if he tells the church that he has given 5 million, and then he has only given 4 million. So the men of God are made not to announce the amount of money collected because they don't want to have a conflict with the people of the church. I think there's a situation in Muranga or Kiambu where he said he gave money, and people are on the neck of the person who was said to have been given money, but he didn't give that amount of money. So he announces, nimewacha hapa milioni 5, wazee wajisaidie. Now he's given 1 million. So he leaves a conflict in wherever he goes because he lies, I've given this amount of money, and he hasn't given that amount of money. So he's saying that Ruto is a serial liar, and he doesn't understand why Mount Kenya should sell this country to the dogs. I'm just quoting what that man was saying. So we can say that is what he was saying. So going back to the debate of the day, now I found people arguing. Someone was arguing about kutukana wazee.
One moment, Julia. One moment. Kasuti, what is the matter?
I just want to help Julia there. The person who said about the 5 million, it was Jirongo. He was being watched by the checkpoint KTN News. Then with somebody there, then he said he gave those allegations that he normally go to churches. He say that he's given 5 million. And he went back, he goes back behind the preacher and whatever, and he say, give me 4 million, I have donated 1 million. And whatever you have said, it is true, because whatever Kamau was saying, or whatever the Mudoamba Ito, what he was saying, it is true. He's a serial liar, a serial liar. You should not debunk on that man, because he spoke something about 2013 election. He said that when Ruto went in the government, when he joined hands with the Uhuru Kenyatta, he demanded half of the government, whereby he was given half of the government. That's why when he was in America, he denied those allegations. Because there was a lady who asked him, why do you denying him? What did you do when you were given the half of government? He denied that one. So that man was saying that when he came in Jubilee, he was TNA versus URP. He was given half of the government. I think I'm right, but I stand to be corrected because I'm not a Kikuyu.
Okay, thank you, Kasuti. Julia, make your submission, and I think we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, asante Kasuti kwa kuendeleza. Thank you for that elaboration. So that's what the clip said. Now, somebody was talking about insulting, call a spade a spade. What Kuria was saying is not acceptable. And those who are supporting Kuria here, those are the people who belong to the school of inciters, primitive inciters, warlords, and their place is Kamiti. Sasa ukikuja kwa hii show, ujaribu kusema ati chenye Kuria alisema about circumcised men or an uncircumcised, that is cultural. It doesn't matter where you come from. That's somebody's personal decision. And charity begins at home. Show us your family and your children and the kind of a family you have brought up. And then we shall call you a man. It is not whether you have a foreskin or you don't have one. Doesn't matter. Show us the kind of a family that you've brought up and we shall call you a man. Sasa hao watu wenye wanafungua midomo hapa kutusi watu, please don't do that. And if you have to discuss about those who insult people here, let us not even talk about that. Moses Kuria was trying to say this because Kenyatta said this. If someone makes a mistake, you cannot perpetuate the same mistake. If somebody behaves in a primitive way, you cannot decide to do the same because he's from your tribe. No. Two wrongs cannot make a right. So nothing justifies what Kuria is saying. And the people like Kuria, I want to agree with the person who says here that our judiciary and the people in charge of restoring law and order in Kenya are letting us down because people like Kuria and those belong to his school belong to Kamiti maximum prison. And we should not even dare say anything to justify what they are saying. To the debate of the day about President Uhuru meets Kalonzo, I trust my president. He's a wise man. I know he's trying to make things work with AZIMIO. But I'll say what I said before here. If I were Kalonzo, I'll not be putting up this silly little drama show, because Kalonzo should have seen that if he was going to support Raila wholeheartedly, he stands a very high chance to become next president. But as he goes by saying that he'll start opposing this government, immediately takes over, he's breaking his eggs. He's spoiling his future. So if he is wise, he should turn around and say he has no conditions. I don't know what was promised by Uhuru and Raila, but I believe he was not promised the deputy president. And even if he was promised, if I was Baba, I cannot work with such a deputy president. Come rain, come sunshine. I would say, kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. That is what I would say. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. I would not work with such a kind of a person. You not live with a woman who gives you condition every morning. Baba nani, lazima ulete hiki leo, ulete hiki leo. Kama ulete, tutaongea na wewe, hauna chakula. You not live with such kind of. I'm not calling Kalonzo a woman, but I'm just trying to say that the relationship between a president and the deputy president is just like a husband and wife, whom they have to trust each other and agree every morning on what they are going to do. So if Kalonzo is that kind of a person, he is disqualified from being a deputy. He doesn't have the qualities of a deputy president. Whatever they promised him, I don't know. Whatever they are discussing with Uhuru, I don't know. But I just pray that Kalonzo turns around and exercises wisdom. About Malala is insignificant. He can say whatever he wants to say. He can stand on the top of rooftops and say everything. Nyambane for president. I can't even remember how exactly Nyambane looks like, so I don't want to give him much of my airtime. AZIMIO rules Nairobi. That is my airtime. AZIMIO is taking over Nairobi because now if you combine those who are supporting Jubilee and ODM, Nairobi is for AZIMIO, whether UDA likes it or not. Wakati huu ni wetu. To my fellow Kenyans in Mount Kenya region, I will tell you again, this person has said, don't sell the country to the dogs. I have not called anyone a dog. I have just said, don't sell this nation to the dogs. Secondly, we do not know how people lose in an election in Central Kenya. Na mkienda pandila UDA, you will be defeated miserably. I said this, and I hope people watching this show will remember after 9th that I do not think William Ruto will get more than 7 million votes. And it will be a miserable defeat. So as for me, I am on the winning side. Baba Tosha. naomba mvuke sakafu muingie kwa serikali ijayo. Asante Bernard.
Thank you very much. Na naomba turudi kwa nani huyu? Turudi kwa Olo.
Oh, Bernard Neaje. Umenionea
Niko
huruma
poa,
sasa.
sema.
Umenionea huruma sasa.
Sio huruma,
Okay.
neema imekuangukia.
I can see. Thank you very much. Okay. As for the topic of the day, I don't want to talk about AZIMIO, President Kenyatta or Kalonzo, because those ones, hizo zote zinatufavor. I just want to talk about yesterday's issue. Sikuwa nataka kuongea about it yesterday because to me it was something that was not making sense. But what I'm wondering is that it is still trending until today. Hata nimeona Itumbi ameipost. Moses Kuria now is walking out like a hero. Today he was in Kajiado. He's really walking with his head tall. So I'm just wondering, the last time nilisikia hii debate was when Nyachae was alive. Since then, I've never heard it again until yesterday. So I'm just wondering, if Kenya, we really want to compete with developing nations, and we are still arguing about foreskin. So I'm just wondering what our priorities are according to leadership. You see, we don't even argue about things that matters in campaigns, like maybe like maybe manifestos and plans that leaders have for us. And to my surprise, I find that some Kenyans are supporting this, majority in fact, and mostly they are Kikuyus and Kalenjins. So I'm just wondering, you see, these are people whom we have been, whom we have tested. It is not that we have never given them leadership. 60 years, these two tribes have been ruling us. But what do we have to show? Nothing at all. So they should be ashamed even to open their mouths and tell us that because they are circumcised, they are the ones who can lead best. Because they have been tried, tested, and they have failed. So I just want to tell them that please, my brothers, wake up and stop. Hizo vitu zenye mnaandika kwa internet wachaneni nazo. And it is because they have lost. They know that the majority of Kenyans is with AZIMIO. This time round there, hakuna mbuzi kuruka kamba this time. And they know, you see, Raila has tried this thing 5 times. And Raila has been the best. And there is no way this time they can deny Raila this. Hata Uhuru mwenyewe ameona tu acha tupe Raila hii kitu because hapa naona tu niendi anaweza. So I just want to tell my Kalenjin brothers and my Kikuyu brothers, just stop this. You see, some Luos don't even care whom the president is. They just want to go to school. Some of them are even children. They don't even know what being a Luo is and what being a Kikuyu is. So just stop that and let us just focus on nation building. That is what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, David. I believe that's clear enough. Twende kwa Ole Kanoi. Ole Mkanoi.
Thank you, Bernard, for giving me this opportunity to share my opinions. Let me start by Uhuru meeting Kalonzo. Uhuru meeting Kalonzo is an advantage to AZIMIO brigade, and it makes more vibrant and prevent the cracks and vacuum spaces in the AZIMIO marriage, because politics is based on principles of negotiations. Lastly, another one is about Washiali telling Malala to shut up. That is a sign that cracks are in Uda and more so in Western, because you can see DAP Kenya has got a large impact in Western region, making it Kenya Kwanza irrelevance. Talking about Nyambane for presidency, for sure, for you to go to the highest office, you should have at least you have at least tried the lower office, so that people will know the kind of a person you are. Na tunasemanga safari ya kesho upangwa leo. Having ambitions is a good thing, but you must strategize, take actions step by steps. And for us to elect a leader to an office, we must know whether he has a qualities of a good leader. For example, we need to know whether how self-aware are you, how focused on developing others as an entire country, how strategic you are, or how strategic you think, innovative, and the actions you bring to the leadership. Whether she or she is ethical, serving-minded, whether will he practice effective course of cultural communication, to unite the nation. In case how do we go to we should know how to judge Nyambane by such a qualities whereby we see in a leader. So Nyambane to have that ambitions of becoming a president is not bad, but he should have started from the lower office, so that you take a step by step to the another office, as Kenyans have known your behaviors and all that. Lastly, for me or the AZIMIO brigade, it is my prayer that we abide by the saying that was said by Abraham Lincoln. And he said, my concern is not whether God is on our side. My greatest concern is to be on God's side, for God is always right. So that is my concern today, that we should be on God's side, because God is always right. And I know by 9th of August, we shall have a president who will uplift this nation and take this nation to another step. And at least when we conquer in economy, at least we shall have a prosperous country. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante. Bwana Wekesa now take charge. Julius has already made submission. He will come in later. Let's have Mr. Kamau, Fred, and then E and M. Then now free field for everybody to go as they wish. Thank you.
Sawa. I'll just make a brief submission, then we'll come Kamau. I'm one of the guys who was pissed off when Moses Kuria was speaking about the issue of circumcision. I know many people have gone through that feat, but there's an age where you excite yourself and you glory in circumcision. But at my age, trying to glory in circumcision, it belittles me. Because according to me, that is the beginning of manhood. So when at my adolescence age, when I'm feeling the masculinity and I'm initiated in the right, I feel that I'm a man because I'm initiated. But at this level, there are many factors that make me a man. And going to the basics just shows how fallen Moses is. I asked myself several questions. This man called Raila Odinga, a man they accused of in 1982 coup. He's the same man who spent 9 years in detention. A man, when he ended handshake, they all ran away. a man when he ended Joko and ended the dictatorship of the Kano regime. So how dare do you say that that guy is not a full man just because of the physical orientation? I also say that, and I can confirm, almost 90% of men from Nyanza are done with that thing. And because it's not, they don't market their private parts. So that's why they don't discuss that issue. But people are discussing that issue as if they are marketing their private parts. We don't know their agenda. We also say that if circumcision was a mark of leadership, or the tribes perceived not to be circumcised and not worthy to lead, then how did a man from Kokelo occupy the White House, the place they only go to take selfies from outside? So I think if they want us to go that direction, we have a rich discussion over the same, but we don't want to go that direction. We also know that 38% of the world is not, it's only circumcised. The rest don't even care and don't bother. And currently in the world, circumcision is no longer a right. It's a medical recommendation. It's a recommendation that everybody needs to do that. And so most people are doing it not because it's a cultural right, but it's a medical recommendation and they find it fit to do it. Even most guys are done when they have no knowledge. You are circumcised when you are still a child. So you just grow up, you have never seen even your foreskin, so you don't know how foreskin looks like. So that argument is a little bit childish, and we just need to do away with it. I watched Harari, was it in Bahati or somewhere in Nakuru? And as usual, our DB was listening to us. Si yule ni mtu wa kung'oa reli, si huyo ni mtu wa vitendawili, si huyo ni mtu. Yeah, I think with the same kind of blackmailing of Raila Odinga, I don't think it'll work for him. I said it today and I keep on saying it is Ruto who pushed Uhuru to Raila. Uhuru had no intention of working together with Raila, but it's Ruto who pushed him. His character and action. It is the same character and action that is pushing slowly Central towards Raila. They had no intention of voting for Raila, but his insults and his ego is slowly is making people to think twice and look at. I think Raila can be a best choice for us. So for us, we celebrate if he chooses to do that. Kalonzo is one guy who you cannot even understand. Today he says this, tomorrow he says this. I think he's just talking too much. I don't think whatever they are supposed to negotiate it's not meant for the public. Let them negotiate in the private. And whatever position they agree to give each other, that's not what we are bothered. So in one hand, he's saying, I'm giving my brother Raila unconditional love. On the other hand, he comes out like, you see, and by the way, if he wants to endear himself, if he wants to be a presidential candidate 2027, the way he's saying, then he's already losing it. Because the first thing he needs to do is to endear himself to the voters of Raila Odinga. So come, support him fully until we now see you as an alternative. But when you come and start saying, I will impeach, I will impeach this guy, then kidogo, I think Ruto did the right thing. I also need to start campaigning a day after Raila is elected. We see you as someone who is selfish and you're on your own mission. So we don't know why we need even to entertain you. So we will treat you like a stranger in our midst. So that is not what we want to do for him. We wanted to be a team, one team of Azimio la Umoja, and move forward as one team. For his hardliners, Junior, I think there's something that happened to Kalonzo Jr., this man Malala, and the other guy Sakaja during the revenue bill. And I think these guys, for the first time, they touched big cash. And they have always been, from that time, they have never remained the same. They are still working behind the scene with the William Ruto, and we know it. And that's why they are giving him conditions. So they may look like hardliners, but they are using it as as brokerage for money. I think the last thing I will talk about is the rally in Nairobi. The only extreme part I saw is the tension where Richard Ngatia and team supporters seemed to clash, but otherwise the rallies were good. Alado is doing a great job together with the MPs of Nairobi. I will not forget Kimunya, not Kimunya, Peter Munya. He single-handedly is running a very good campaign. He was in Tharaka Nithi, and he had a good kind of reception. So such a guy is the one who, when you see him even chosen to be DP, you celebrate, because he's adding value, not just people who are looking for positions. So let's have Kamau. How are you, Kamau?
Fine, Bana Wekesa.
Yeah,
for...
just before you start, let me give you a clip of what.
Siku ile Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anataka mtu wa kusimama na yeye akitafuta uongozi wa Kenya. Kitendawili alisimama na yeye. Kitendawili alisimama na yeye. Sisi tulistakiwa kule Hague. Mwenye kupanga tustakiwe kule Hague alikuwa nani? Si ni huyu mzee wa kitendawili? Mimi nauliza nyinyi, si tuliungana 2013 tukakataa ukabila, tukakataa chuki, tukakataa kugawanywa, tukaunda serikali 2017, tukaunda serikali sisi karibu watu milioni 10. Sasa mimi nauliza nyinyi Ndondori, yani mnataka kuniambia watu wa Ndondori ati sisi watu milioni 10 ati tumekosa mtu ya kutuongoza mpaka wanaenda kukodesha mtu ya kitendawili ati aongoze sisi? Surely. Si ni madharau makubwa sana ama namna gani? Kwani mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Ndondori, kwani huyu kitendawili ni mgeni kwetu? Si tunamjua? Si ni ule jamaa anakataanga uchaguzi? Si ni ule wa kung'oa reli? Si ni ule wa kupiganisha watu? Si ni ule wa tibi mtialala na ria? Si ni ule wa kujiapisha? Huyu anajua anaweza kutuongoza kweli? Bwana, please.
Okay, Kamau, what happened to the story ya kwamba sisi ndio tunakuja kubadilisha mjadala? We are back to the same mjadala now. They started as people who are focused on economy. Nowadays, what are they discussing? Give us your perspective.
It's quite unfortunate, Bwana Wekesa, when you find people diverting us from their promises, because this is one person who stood in the dais and even in churches and promised the change that Kenyans wanted. In fact, if he is a person who has been very, very good in promises, and as Joe says, he is a promise after promise person. He has promised stadiums that has not been delivered. He has promised laptops that have not been delivered. And now he is promising more. And he is actually inciting a community that has actually suffered under his leadership because of the numerous corruption cases that have actually affected the country in general. Because Banakesa, it is a fact. The biggest or the elephant in the room is corruption. And you cannot mention corruption in this country without mentioning one Samoei Ruto. It's a basic fact. And it is funny that now he's talking about that he needs to be president because he supported the current president. That he needs to be president because he supported Raila Odinga to be the prime minister. Now you are left to wonder, is it just a game that we are playing here? That we should now elect you because you supported others, rather than asking ourselves the basic questions, when you're given the half of a government in both government, that is Kibaki's and of course Uhuru, because even in Kibaki's, he was a minister of agriculture. There is no distinct thing that he did to even change the people of Sugoi. But now he is here telling us and inciting us that if you do not elect me, then you'll not have paid me back. So politics has been reduced to a position of, please pay me back. I supported your man and he became the president. So support me to become the president. It's not even the issue of the people. And that is where the problem is. Now I want to say this with an illustration. Because I know in your life, you have had many, before you got married, you have had many girlfriends. That's a fact. Even me, I have had. But if you choose another girlfriend, it is obvious that you want to move on. Now, the people of Mount Kenya, and I'll tell you this, because people believe that maybe Mount Kenya, he is dominating, but he is not. We have realized that the current girlfriend we have will not be good for the future. And we have chosen someone else. And that is what he's not accepting. And he should accept that is better. There's a better choice, there's a better option. And that is what Uhuru Kenyatta has done. He has basically told the people of Kenya that if you really want this country to continue better and better from where he has left, then you need to choose one person called Raila Odinga. Because what Uhuru is basically doing is just returning the presidency to the rightful owner. I want to say this, and I want to be on record, that the irregularities in our elections in the past shows that it is true. This guy has been magnanimous to a point that he has accepted to, even when it is hard for him, to accept and move on, despite the fact that the elections in this country for the last decade has not been clear. We have never, in fact, Kivuito said at one point when he was asked who won the elections in 2007, I never voted for Raila and I've never voted for him. But I believed that 2007 he won. And Kivuito said, I do not know who has won this election. And so it's unfortunate if in this country we are going to use what we call blackmail and conmanship to be the president. Because what Ruto is doing basically is conning us to be president. And what is he doing gonna be doing for the presidency? Just to self-glorify, self-satisfaction. But that aside, let's talk about the issues that are at hand today. When you talk about culture, you know, I usually say this because I'm a Christian and I've done Bible theology and stuff like that. That is not my main subject or study, but I want to tell you, there are many cultures in this world that are good and that are bad. And this boils down to the individual. We should not ever criticize other people's culture because we think that we are superior than them. I think that's mediocre. That is going so low. And we should never get to a point whereby we measure the intelligence of a person because of how he looks like. And this is what we call colonialism. because there are people who believe, and the white people believe, some people who have what we call white supremacy. They believe that black people can never be engineers. They can never be scientists. But what have we seen of late? We have seen that black can be the best. Like now, even as NASA is launching a missile to, let me put it this way, a rocket to the moon. Some of the scientists there are blacks. I saw it in the news in the news today, and that tells you you cannot measure anybody's intelligence by his body features, and you can never measure anybody's intelligence by how he speaks or how he looks like or the church he attends or whatever religion he believes in. And that is so bad if we get to a point in this 2022, to a point whereby we are measuring leadership with people's culture. What they believe in is what they believe in, and we should believe and let people be what they are. Because we can never change people. We can never change the Muslims in believing whatever they believe in. We can never change the Hindus in worshiping 50 gods. That is their lives. Yeah. And in fact, sometimes I even wonder, you find them being blessed more than the people who profess God every day. I profess Jesus Christ. But you'll find the Hindus driving bigger cars than you. It's because it is what they believe in. So if you measure people by what they believe in, then that you're becoming so low. So Kuria, to me, and I'll tell everybody, and particularly the people from Mount Kenya, let us not give preeminence to this man. He wants to be relevant. And I've always said here, this is a person in a mission, and his mission is self-glorifying. He wants to attain what we call parliamentary seats so that he feels good. And so he's seeking relevancy to UDA so that they feel like they have a person who has impact. But I can tell you, himself is not going to be the governor of Kiambu. That you can take it to the bank. But he might, and by and large, have a good number of parliamentary seats. And then after elections, he's going to sell to the highest bidder. That one I can tell you for free. So if we take a lot of time discussing this man, then we lose the discussion. I have never had any respect for him because he's a person with loose tongue. He has spoken so many things. In fact, even he's a liability to UDA. I tell you, if Ruto was a serious contender of presidency, he should sign this person as soon as possible. As I finish, I want to finish.
Yes.
I want to talk about Kalonzo. Kalonzo is suffering with what we call political bipolar condition. And this condition is very interesting if you go to Google, because when you wake up excited, then everybody is happy about you. But when you wake up angry, then everybody is sad about you. He's a person, and I think that's what President Uhuru is doing. He's just trying to manage his condition, so that next time he speaks, he doesn't excite the UDA people or disrupt and upset the AZIMIO people. I think that is the only condition, Kalonzo. But by and large, Kalonzo has a very important role to play in Raila's presidency, and we should avoid a lot of abuses to him. But that condition needs to be managed, and I think the chess master, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, is really managing this thing very well because he knows Kenya is better with one Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that in-depth analysis. Let's have Kasuti. Kasuti, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you, Baba?
I'm good. Huh?
Yeah, thank you,
Give
sir.
us your perspective of issues that Moses raised, even as you discuss these other topics that are scrolling down there.
Sasa mimi, I will start with something that I have opined in this platform, not once, not twice, not thrice. I have been consistently passing opined on this platform about Steve, what's up, Baba? Or I continue. Umeona ni mimi nasimamishwa ama?
Nini? Issue ni nini, Steve? Yeah, proceed.
Okay. I have been opined on this platform for several times that Moses Kuria is a Trojan horse in some yellow fevers camp. Most of you will not agree with me, but I want to ask you a question. From those remarks, who is going to benefit? Who will benefit? Will he add value on a yellow fevers camp, or he's going to withdraw some points from yellow fever? Hiyo usinijibu, enda ukitafakari hiyo. And before, if you don't know what is a Trojan horse means, you can Google and then you will find out what the Trojan horse is. A Trojan horse is a wooden horse that was built with the Greeks to make sure that they take power. They take power in Troy kingdom, whereby they build that big horse, a wooden horse, and then inside that horse they put soldiers, because the Troy was very strong and very powerful, whereby Greek soldiers were not able to penetrate, to enter. So they put soldiers inside that wooden horse, and then they left behind the gate, and then they say this is a gift. Those soldiers from Troy, they didn't know what was inside. Then they pulled that gift, that wooden thing, and carried inside Troy. And then tonight, when the night came, those soldiers who was inside, they breaked out. They started to attack from inside Troy's kingdom. That is how they managed to overcome the Troy's kingdom. So what I'm saying is, when Moses Kuria stands in a podium, let me start with the NDC of UDA, and then he proclaimed that Anne Waiguru, Rigathi Gachagua, Kimani Ichung'wah, Ndindi Nyoro, Kimani Ngunjiri, Maua, all those people he mentioned in that NDC. And then he said that we are the people who helped Uhuru Kenyatta to seek votes, and we are the people who helped him to steal votes. Who guaranteed the day? NDC was not trending. UDA NDC was not trending, according to my perception. The person who ended up trending was Moses Kuria. He stole the show. He appeared in that show wearing blue. What's that blue means? One blue in a yellow. What does that mean? So I still believe Moses Kuria is still a Trojan horse in some in yellow fevers camp. So when it comes to these remarks, I believe this is my perception, my perception and my analysis, but I stand to be corrected anyway if I'm wrong. This thing is a stage managed thing. First of all, you have to ask yourself, from those remarks, who is benefiting? Who is losing? Because the people, the residents of Ishaweri or Katundu, the entire Mount Kenya, they have come up, gun blessings, because I remember I have lived in Mount Kenya for some time, so there are some things that I understand, whereby kule kitambo they used to that's why you remember President Uhuru Kenyatta, he came up with, not even President Uhuru Kenyatta, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, he came up with this program of FGM to wipe up this FGM custom in Kenya. I hope everybody here understands about FGM, isn't it? So it comes from the presidential code. So it means when you stand up and start proclaiming such kind of a thing, who is losing, who is gaining? Kitu cha kwanza ni point zilikuwa saa hii amefanya vizuri juu ametuania sympathy vote, because whenever you go right now in Mount Kenya, uanzie Katundu, Kiambu, uende Murang'a, uende Laikipia, uende Kirinyaga, uende wapi. Do you know what? Most of the people who have forbidden that culture of FGM. Do you know when you forbid FGM, it means that there are some cultures you have to forbid. Inamaanisha all these people, wale walikuwa wako undecided, right now they are coming out, gun blessings, to talk about Baba and AZIMIO. So me, I still believe in this, in Moses Kuria remarks,
Let me ask you a question concerning that. Supposing your narrative is true, that it is a Trojan horse. For example, those days used to play hide and seek game. If you are hiding somewhere and your friend says that uko hapo, amekusaidia. Okay, let me put it this way. So if it is true, and you Fred Kasuti belongs to AZIMIO, and you are coming out and saying that we are actually playing a game, are you helping? In fact, because will it achieve its purpose? If it's a Trojan horse, it's time for you to keep quiet until it achieves its purpose. Maybe you can tell us later, but if you tell us now that what they are doing is playing games to destroy UDA, are you helping UDA or are you helping AZIMIO? Supposing your analogy is true.
I will defend my arguments by saying this. Remember, Bernard, Wekesa, one, when you hear Kabogo, who is Kabogo? First of all, you have to ask yourself, who is Kabogo? You have to listen to yourself. Who is Mother Karua? You have to ask yourself, who is the person only we don't trust on that one is only Mwangi Kiunjuri, because Mwangi Kiunjuri all along he has been appointment of UDA, appointment of deputy president. That one we don't trust him, because at the end of the day he's the one who came last. But all these people, we will remember very well deputy president saying that these are village parties and I have nothing to do with village parties. Now, this is what is going to happen. All these village parties has come together and they have entered into UDA. Is it weakening UDA or making UDA strong? It is weakening UDA. Why? Because all those aspirants are going to compete or to go to nomination in UDA. Some of them, they will be strong. At the end of the day, they will drop and they will come to these village parties. And when they come to these village parties, at the end of the day, as much as possible, these small parties, these village parties are going to earn, to reap on a very large number, whereby at the end of the day, after election, UDA will not have that much representation in the parliament. That's why these people, these small parties, these village parties will help all of them, because they know. And they were told with Murathe. Who is Murathe? Who is Murathe? for your information. Murathe told them, with Mount Kenya or without Mount Kenya, Baba Azimio is going to win. Because
Yeah, I have no problem. I was
then,
even agreeing with your analogy. I was only asking you, it's like if you expose it, are you not exposing you are helping your enemy to win? If you are saying
of course,
that Moses has gone to destroy their strategy, or it's like working for the Azimio kind, okay, whatever he's doing cannot help Uda, but is helping Azimio. You as
of
an
course,
Azimio
yes.
supporter, let me ask you, you as an Azimio supporter, should you highlight that? Do you require your enemy to be in ignorance or in knowledge of your strategy? My question.
The downfall of your enemy, it is your stage to be magnifications. So when your enemy is making a mistake, you don't go and tell him stop making mistake. What do? You keep off and assist him to make more
Exactly
mistakes.
my point now. Exactly my point.
So whatever Moses did, it was a direct mistake that he committed, whereby even in the front of DB, he didn't promote him. He demolished him. Why? Because how could you dare to go to poke your fingers in a wacha nitumie lugha ya ile tunatumianga huko Mount Kenya, Mudhamaki's face or Mudhamaki's nose, do poke your nose. Do you know how those people value Mudhamaki? Do you know where Uhuru Kenyatta got that title to become the kingpin of Mount Kenya? It started long way back. And there was this Moses, the gamer people, like the kind of John Michuki, the kind of Njenga Karume, the kind of Kaboko, Nani Kamodho, JJ Kamodho, the kind of Mudahura, was Mudahura, the kind of all these people, they come together to make sure that they install Uhuru Kenyatta to be as a Mount Kenya kingpin. And they said, nobody will dare to come to Mount Kenya except passing through Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And though all these people, they are no more, all of them, they are dead. Will you go and consult the grave? That because you put this, now reverse it. Now we remove Uhuru Kenyatta, we want to install another kingpin. That steals until the days of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will finish. Me, I believe one thing. If there is a genius politician in Kenya, is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Why? He don't make a move if he's not sure. He don't engage if he's not sure with the outcome. Remember, he allowed TB Ruto, without even complaining, he allowed TB Ruto to go Ishaweri or Katundu. Do you know what he did? He made one appearance where? Korokojo. Did you see the reception in Korokojo? Did you see? You were there at home. Me, I'm not there. But did you see the reception? You were in my backyard. You are talking nonsense. But the reception, one appearance, it carries all the limelight. The limelight that was in Katundu South went back to Korokojo. Nobody was talking about what happened in Korokojo, in Katundu. The people talked, whatever drew attention from Katundu, it was that remarks from Moses Kuria. I'm getting the point. But all event, it was in vain because President counter it directly. So let me speak about Kalonzo Musyoka. when people talk about
And
Kalonzo Musyoka,
briefly, because of
yeah,
time, you will
let
pick
me
the
finish it by speaking about. Let me speak about Kalonzo Musyoka before I finish it up. Kalonzo Musyoka, I remember. Do you remember 2007? 2007, some Ruto was in the other camp. But what happened? People forced Ruto to join Raila Odinga. Why? It's the same thing is happening to Kalonzo. You are alone outside there, but the ground has already shifted. The people in those days in Ruto's, we had hardliners who are diehards of Mzee Moi, but they didn't succeed. As the same way, when you understand, if you don't understand, or if you remember very well, this kind of Junior Mutula Kilonzo Junior, this who is this name, this senator of Kitui, Enoch Wambua. These are the people, and this another one who ran away with the certificate of OTM, Danny Manzo. You see, these people are the hardliners, and these are the people, the only people who are being tasked to deliver Kalonzo to UDA, whereby their scheme has failed, whereby President Uhuru Kenyatta has outsmarted them. So, and then what Kalonzo have? Kalonzo have only 2.4, 2.5 million. And when we talk about Mount Kenya, so in Mount Kenya right now, it stands for 6 million votes, whereby if it goes 50 or 40, 30 or the 40, 60, at the end of the day, nobody. What we need, AZIMIO, what it needs, it's only 30% from Mount Kenya. 30%. And the 30%, it can come from Mount Kenya East. Mount Kenya East, Kares, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Kirinyaga. And then the other one, it's almost 5 counties. And from all those 5 counties, only 1 county, Muthomi Njuki, is only Muthomi Njuki who is in UDA. But the rest, right now, Muthomi Njuki and Anne Waiguru. Now, Anne Waiguru is not going to go back again. That one, forget about it. Because we know he was a project, and now the project has failed. So what I'm saying is, I don't know if this is my analogy, this is my perception, because I believe in politics, nothing happens without a reason. Everything in politics is very well planned and very well executed to achieve a certain perception. And then, by the way, politics is all about perception. Okay, when you do this, what kind of the perception are you going to draw? So whatever we are doing, and as I have told you before, if there is a genius politician in Kenya, na nimemheshimia, apart from Baba, enigma of Kenyan politics, the next person is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who was taught his politics with his father, his own father. He strikes when the time is right.
I think we will come back on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
We will come back on that. We elaborate more. Let's have engineer. Is it engineer Mahu? ENM, ENM fighter. How are you?
Thank you so much. I'm okay, Keza.
Yes.
Thank you so much for according me this opportunity. And I want to say hi to all the panelists. I want to start with something which is about Moses Kuria. and it's good that Selena came back because I wanted to remind her of something. But I don't want her to ask a question because I want to submit my submissions. Then, if there is anything there later, I want to put this clear that let us be judged by our wrongdoings. There's no one who will condone some inciting and some other utterances, like the cultural things which Moses Kuria was talking about, circumcision and all those. Because as for me, when I read the Bible, initially it was that circumcision was a must. But there is a place in the Bible also where Paul asks, is it circumcision of the body or circumcision of the heart? Being circumcised of the body, and when you are not circumcised in your heart, what's the difference? It was actually he actually tried to make it clear. What am I trying to say is this? What I'm trying to say is this: let us not blame other people, adults, people who have a responsibility to be accountable on other people's characteristics. Like now, people are blaming so much, saying UDA. Like now, I had Selena asking another friend of his there in so many words in Karenjini, where did we lose our track? You know, if I can ask any one of you that where did the Ruto ever insult anyone other than saying Muganga, ama ule mzee wa kung'oa reli, ama where did Ruto insult anyone in particular, just going personal? There's no one who can tell me that. Only that one Muganga, ule mzee wa kung'oa, which is everywhere. I can tell you, which is everywhere. Even Raila named Ruto or Arab Mashamba. He named him the priest, the chief priest of corruption. Those names are political and they are there, they are using them. So you cannot take someone to court by saying ule mzee wa kitendawili or ule mzee wa Muganga ama wherever it is. I did not say, I don't want to question because Mr. Kamasuti, you have been giving us a lecture here for almost 20 minutes and no one disturbed you. So please give me my time. Let me also give my views. It's my views. That's my perception. Let me just give my views and then it will be done and someone else will come up. You can disagree because it's my point. Okay, I'm continuing. What I'm saying here, you guys, some people from AZIMIO, you are too fast to judge others, but you don't look at yourselves. The way everyone insults the Ruto, when Junet Mohammed stands in the podium, every time he must talk ill of Ruto. It's only Ruto does not compete with them. Babu Owino, whenever he speaks only rubbish. But no one condemns that. What I'm saying is this: let everyone be judged by his utterances as a person, because all these people are adults. They have the capacity to stand before the court of law and defend themselves. So we cannot say it's Ruto who is saying that. Or when Moses Kuria does what he has done, it has to be condemned to UDA. And number two, I am looking at when I look at Moses Kuria's utterances, he was referring about the oath, which was taken years back, long time ago, and what they believed, what they were told by their elders, even to Uhuru himself. So we cannot stand here blaming the dog. We have to blame the owner of the dog, who started the message. So, in my own considered opinion, today we are arguing here. We are talking about Gideon Moi. We are talking about Uhuru Kenyatta. We are talking about Raila Odinga. All these three figures, we have been hearing these people ever since the beginning of the Republic of Kenya. There was Kenyatta, Jomo Kenyatta. There was Odinga. There was Moi. For heaven's sake, Moi ruled the country for 24 years. If the country went off the road, it was taken off the road by President Arap Moi. I wonder, how can Gideon Moi come today out riding on the corrupt riches which his father acquired in a wrong way, and he wants to blame others and say he's clean? It cannot work like that. And most of us, we don't support this AZIMIO or the people who are in that AZIMIO or that group of AZIMIO, simply because we cannot sit back and look at them as being subject to people from independence to the end of our lives. We have other Kenyans who have come up who can also give us a different leadership in Kenya. In my own opinion, that can also should also come to an end, because we cannot be reminded of Ruto being corrupt as if today, if Ruto died today, God forbid, that Kenya would be as clean as in cotton. It's not business as usual. Everyone in AZIMIO, most of these people in AZIMIO and in the UDA, they are corrupt. The reason why I'm saying this, we cannot run around and blame one person. When the route has been out, we can see we lost about the KEMSA money. No one is speaking about that today. It was 21 days, but up to today, not even spoken anywhere. When Ruto was away, there has been, I understand, 7 trillion which was borrowed, which has not been accounted for, according to what we are hearing out there. So let me tell you, corruption does not stop at Ruto alone. Corruption is from you and me. It is from everyone in that government, even the one which is reading now. Uhuru says there is 2 billion getting lost every day. What is he doing? What is his work? How can you see billions getting lost, public funds getting lost, and then you are doing nothing? You have all the structures in place, the anti-corruption and all those things, institutions. Why don't you use them? He is making us blind. Today, AZIMIO, la umoja, to me, I think it's AZIMIO Ramatapeli, but that's my perception. Wanasema kwamba Uhuru
ndugu yangu, we have not destroyed your. If we want to go that way, also we know how to destroy your account. So please, debate in good mind.
I have wait, Kasuti.
No.
Wait, Kasuti. Wait. I make the point. ENM.
Yes.
So if you choose that route, we are destroying the debate. You need to remain sober, and you are also only to comment on those issues, but the main topic is there. I don't know why most people always come with their own discussion. You haven't touched anything on Uhuru meeting Kalonzo, Malala, Nyambane. You are just taking your own tangent.
I'm coming there. I'm coming
there. But don't just take your own tangent because you had what you wanted to say. Kindly, okay. All of us, we normally restrict ourselves to that. If we decide to go that route, then the debate becomes ungovernable. Kindly.
Okay. Mr. Wekesa, I have had people call UDA Udaku in this platform, not even long ago. I have had so many names.
I will not go back to retrieve what people say to me. I have begun because I've taken over right now, and this is what I'm giving as rules of the debate. So if you came with your own platform to whatever, I'm telling you, follow the rules.
Let me
Follow the topic. If you are not ready for it, wait for people to submit. You can comment on it.
Okay.
Because
Let me
you are taking your own tangent.
let me get what I wanted to say, because we want praises, but we don't want to be put right. What I was saying, AZIMIO today, I can see. Let me talk about Kalonzo and the Uhuru meeting. Today we are praising Uhuru to be the king of wherever, the king of jazz, all those things, all those good words which you want to hear. But probably the fact remains, the way he has done it to his debut, soon or later, we will be crying the same. So let us not celebrate so much, forgetting that wembe ni ule ule. Hakuna ule ile jenye, what, there's nothing that has changed him. He has not been baptized, and whatever he's doing is okay. For us in UDA, we believe numbers still count. We can talk about him connecting, or like Kamau was saying, there is only 20% which is required from Mount Kenya. In August is not far. We are yet to see, and we are counting the days to come to that point. What I can also say is, Ruto cannot be charged, cannot be blamed for other people's utterances in the podiums or in the rallies or wherever it is. Please, let us be fair. Let us pick what he has said and let us charge him on that. When I come to Malala, Malala saying about Nyambane, that's a good thing. To me, there is DAB in Western Kenya. DAB was actually made to destroy some votes there for Musalia Mudavadi and whatever it is, because politics is about interest. If there is a way we can do it to destroy some votes in Kisii and Nyamira, in whichever way, if they have that strategy which can work for them, politics is about numbers. So everyone is fighting. His fight is only, everyone is playing his strategy, is using his strategy to win or to make the other candidate lose. So since that is the strategy of the day, nowadays I can see it's not about the manifestos and what the other person can do. It's about how do you win more, how do you get more votes. So we are going to play that game, and we are going to wait until that day where there will be the votes. Both votes are in people's pockets. That's what I can say. And you know, if you have never been in a campaigning trade, wherever you go, if you have been in one of them, they will come and they will say it's only you. Whether Raila comes here today, he goes to Pungoma, he goes everywhere, Ruto goes there, they will come in large numbers. But the day of voting is what determines. And I would like to advise some of us not to be very proud that we have won, because winning is at the ring, is at the end of the race. On the 9th of August, that is when we are going to get a winner. And let me tell you, it doesn't matter how proud you are. The votes will count. And those votes, we can see them. UDA will read. What I'm only asking is that Kenya remains for all of us. Is that Kenya, even after that elections, we will stand together and look to face each other and say, okay, we move on. If Raila has won, well and good, because it will never change. I mean, it can't change me.
Thank you. Let one or two people ask questions before you, because that looks
I'm
like
right,
a conclusion remark.
So
One
let us
or
not,
two people
let
ask
us
questions,
not
then you conclude. Kindly.
enemy. Let us remain as Kenyans. Whoever wins is a Kenyan. The winner is subject to him.
That is
Okay.
our conclusion remark. I was saying let one or two people ask question first.
Okay.
I saw the hand of Kasuti and Julius in 1 minute, so that we move to the next person.
My brother, ENM, do you know, despite the fact that we are in a different political platform, we support different people, but at the end of the day, we have to maintain discipline and order. I want you to be honest to yourself, and I want you to answer me this simple question. Simple question. Any day you have here Raila Amolo Odinga naming or calling William Ruto names, if it is not only answering him, because he is always the first person to call first. Any occasion useme alienda mahali fulani
Are you
na
answering
akamuita
question or
jina na
explaining?
akafanya hivyo. No, I'm just asking. Niambie tu one occasion ile Raila alisimama tu akamuita jina kama sio moja tu. Ukiniambia hiyo nitakuridhika na nitakubaliana na wewe ya kwamba
Masutu,
amefanya
hata nikwambie kwa ufupi, hata leo hii we don't know the genesis of all these things where it started from. So you cannot tell me who started, who did not start, because Raila himself called Ruto Arab Mashamba. So where did that one come from? We don't know. You don't know, I don't know. So we cannot argue on that. They have called each other names. We can just leave them as such, because those names, to me, they are not insults. To me, they are not insults. There is a way they have decided to identify the other. So no one takes it serious. When Ruto is called Arab Masamba, you never hear him complaining. When Raila is called Musewa Tendawiri, you never hear him complaining. So why do we have to complain first?
Thank you. The next question, Julius.
Mr. Fighter, I don't know. Anyway, my question was very simple, because he said that in AZIMIO we don't have a manifesto. We are just abusing Ruto. Actually, it's the vice versa, because in all meetings of Kenya Kwanza, they are always abusing. They don't give a manifesto. If you see yesterday in Nairobi, AZIMIO, they are explaining about the 6,000. You know, they are talking about what they are going to do for the people of Kenya. You see what Raila manifesto is saying. But the other side, you cannot come here and just start saying that AZIMIO doesn't have a manifesto. AZIMIO has a manifesto, and they're explaining it.
Okay, Bwana Julius, please do not bring your mind to make it mine. I have not said anything to do with that AZIMIO does not have a manifesto. But I want to make you understand this. I didn't say that.
If you have not met, don't comment. Leave it.
Okay, what I want to tell you is this. If you want to win your competitor, in fact, someone by Sarah, I don't know Sarah to say this. You have to counter what he's doing, maybe what he's saying wrong, or what he's promising, which is wrong, and then you give the people what you are promising. That's campaign period. It's their campaigning. So everyone can give the opposite of the other person. So it's not wrong. It's acceptable.
Thank you. Thank you, because we have many people asking questions. It's good to be brief. If you have made the point, it's okay. Katwa.
Yes. Thank you, Wekesa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. When ENM mentioned the case of Moses Kuria, it prompted me to read my constitution, and I want to ask him if he has fully read the constitution on the case of Moses Kuria. Especially, I want to ask him, what does the constitution say about chapter 4 of the Kenyan Constitution, Article 27, subsection 4. And also on chapter 4, the same chapter 4, article 26 to 28, and also chapter 4, article 33 and article 38. because in my opinion, okay, answer first before.
Maybe he.
It is
about.
Let me answer you on that.
It is about.
Yes.
Let me answer
No,
you on
but
that.
you've not.
Let him say what it's all about first, because even the viewers need to know what the chapter is talking about. So, in briefly, what is it about?
Chapter 4, it is about the Bill of Rights, and on subsection 4 of Article 27, it says, and I quote, "The state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against any person on any ground, including race, sex, pregnancy, marital status, health status, ethnic and social origin, color, age, disability, religion, conscience, belief, culture, dress, language, or birth." And then it goes to Article 28. It says this.
First of all, the state.
Wait, I finish. The law is about argument. Kindly give me time. It talks about the human dignity, that every person has inherent dignity and the right to have that dignity respected and protected. Then it goes to Article 33 again, that says, Article 33 that says that every person has a right of freedom of expression, but there are limitations to that. That when you propagate war, you bring the propaganda of war, incitement to violence, hate speech, and advocacy to hatred. Article 38 gives that every person has a right, and that is where now we come to the point of contention. Moses Kuria said that Raila has no right to become the Kenyan president because he is not circumcised. Don't you think is in violation of the constitution that you guys want to protect in your next regime? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kato. You know, I can as well stand here today and say that Raila Odinga is not right. Has no right to be the president of Kenya. It does not stop him to be the president. If I can stop there. Number two, I say this as far as Moses Kuria is concerned. We have relevant bodies like now law enforcers, the government in place, who can take him. He's a responsible person. He can be taken to court and be charged. So it should not be put to UDA. That is his own his words. He must
So
be
what
taken
you are being asked, is it wrong or right to discriminate? That's a simple question. Forget the relevant bodies, they will do their part. We are here also as citizens.
I am not here. I'm not a spokesman of Moses Kuria or whoever. I'm speaking on behalf of UDA because I'm speaking for UDA, not Moses Kuria. That's what I'm saying. We should not put that blame to UDA. It must be left to Moses Kuria.
In one rally, so it's
no. Those are adults.
Person
Wekesa, he has come out several times saying these people are leaders who have been given responsibilities from their counties and their constituents. They have their minds. They speak their minds.
Don't answer if you are not speaking on behalf of UDA, of Moses Kuria, and then don't answer. Okay, let's now move. Let's move. He's not answering questions. Kindly let's move. Let's have Jack Kendube.
Sana Wekesa.
Yeah, you see, it's not right for us to give someone so many questions if he's not answering even one. So let's have Jack Kendube.
Asante sana Wekesa. Karibu kutoka kwa safari. Karibu.
Mi niko tu. I normally follow you behind the scene. I normally follow you.
Wakati nilikuona ya mwisho ulisema ulikuwa unaenda safari kikazi.
Yeah, I came back. I've been following.
Yeah, so mimi leo ndio siku ya kwanza kukuona. Karibu. Asanteni sana, nawasalimia wote. Katwe siku nyingi hatujaonana. Asanteni sana. Mimi nataka kuanza na meeting ya president na Kalonzo. Na kwanza nataka kuanza kabisa kumpongeza rais kwa ile kampeni nilimuona akifanya. Nilifurahia sana hiyo kampeni yake. Alikuwa akipigia debe Azimio. Ni safi sana. Nataka kuanza kusema na kwamba matamshi ya Kalonzo, mimi tangu mwanzo Kalonzo hajanifurahisha na matamshi yake, kwa sababu anaposema kwamba anataka kuiga mfano wa Ruto, mimi inanifanya na kuwa na wasiwasi sana, kwa sababu Ruto amemwangaisha president, ameleta msukosuko katika serikali ya president Uhuru. Kwa hiyo mimi singelipenda mtu ambaye atakuja kwanza kuvuruga, kwa sababu tunataka tuwe na wakati wa kufanya kazi na wakati wa kukampeni. Hatuwezi kuwa tunafanya tu kampeni siku zote. Hiyo ni hakuna vile tunaweza kufanya kazi. Kwa hiyo kwa maoni yangu, Kalonzo ni mtu mimi tangu mwanzo, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Wetangula ni watu siwaamini, ni watu ambao ni watu wa binafsi. Ingawaje wanasema kwamba wanaweka Kenya kwanza, lakini katika ukiangalia kabisa kikamilifu si watu waaminifu, kwa sababu kama Kalonzo anataka kuwa president baada ya Raila, lazima aonyeshe kwamba anamuunga Raila mkono kwa kila yani awe mwaminifu, amsaidie kazi. Ndio watu ambao wanamsupport Raila wawe na uaminifu, waone kwamba yeye ni mwaminifu, wamkubali. Lakini sasa ukisema kwamba wewe kazi yako utaenda pale uanze kukampeni, ndio kusema itakuwa ni kazi, Raila atakuwa na kazi ngumu ya kufanya kazi, kwa sababu tunataka kuwa na wakati wa kufanya kazi na wakati wa kampeni. Kwa hiyo mimi nafurahi kwamba rais alikutana na yeye, labda rais amejaribu kumwambia yale ambayo anatakiwa ashughulikie, kama anataka kwamba serikali ambayo inakuja ijayo iwe serikali ambayo itaangalia mambo ya maendeleo, kwa sababu tuko nyuma. Kenya iko nyuma sana, kwa sababu tuko na watu vijana wengi ambao hawana kazi. Hatuna vitu vingi, mabarabara zetu zingine bado hazijatosha. Wakulima wetu hawajashughulikiwa, mambo ya hospitali, mambo ya elimu. Hizi vitu zote tunataka tushughulike, lakini inataka watu ambao wanajua wakati wa kampeni na wakati wa kufanya kazi. Asije akafanya vile vice president amekuwa akifanya. Alafu naweza kusema kwamba nikizungumzia juu ya Malala, na nimeona mtu hapo anaitwa Nyambane. Nataka kusema kwamba mimi kuna kitu moja ambacho inanishangaza, lakini nataka kuwashauri vijana ambao wako kama kina Nyambane. Niliona kijana kama Boniface, mtu mwingine kama Uhuru wa Court. Hawa watu mimi nasema hivi, sijui kwa nini wao wanafikiri kwamba kwa sababu wamesoma wana uwezo wa kufanya kitu bila kuwa na ile kitu tunaita experience, uzoefu. Uzoefu ni kitu ambayo hununui, na uzoefu ni lazima upate kwa wale wamekutangulia. Sasa mtu unapokuwa kama Uhuru Okot, mtu kama Boniface, yule kijana anaitwa Boniface, anaitwa Boniface nani? Huyu
Boniface
Mwangi, yeah. Unaona, anajaribu kupigana kutetea na yuko peke yake. Hii nasema ni kidogo ni kusema ni kwamba saa zingine unaiangalia ni kwamba unapofikiria kwamba wewe unafanya kitu nzuri zaidi ya wengine, huwa ni makosa, kwa sababu inafaa upate namna ya kuweza kusaidiwa na wenzako, kwa sababu inatakikana mtu kama huyo Boniface, mtu kama Nyambane, mtu kama huyo Uhuru uchukue uingie katika chama hizi ambazo zimekomaa, alafu upate namna ya kupita katika, yani watu wakusaidie pale. Ukifika kule juu utaweka maamuzi yako, utafanya vile unataka, utaelekeza hiyo mwendo vile unataka. Lakini unapoanza pale chini unapigana na watu, mwishowe utapotea hapo katikati. Kwa sababu nataka kusema wale watu ambao hawajui, kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Gorbachev kule Soviet, kule Russia, na kuna mwingine kule South Africa alikuwa anaitwa de Klerk. Hawa watu walikuwa ni watu werevu, unaona. Walikuwa Gorbachev hakupenda mambo ya communism, lakini alijifanya kuwa mcommunist, akapanda cheo mpaka akawa president. Alipokuwa president alileta nani zake ambazo mpaka sasa zinafanya kazi. Alifanya Soviet Union ikatoka katika mambo ya communism. Hata yule mtu wa South Africa alikuwa anataka kuona kwamba Mandela ametoka jelani, lakini kama angesema kabla hajakuwa president hawangempatia hiyo nafasi, lakini alingoja akapanda mpaka akawa pale president. Kwa hiyo inatakikana, hata Obama alipanda cheo mpaka akafika katika Senate, na alingojea mpaka siku ile alipata nafasi ya kuzungumza katika kongamano la Democrat, ndio watu wakamuona. Unaona, lazima uwe na nafasi upate mahali unaweza kupata ngazi. Lakini hawa watu ambao kama Nyambane anasema unataka kuwa president, kwa sababu unaweza kuwa ndio na talent, lakini usipoelekeza mahali pazuri utapotea tu bure, bila haitasaidia mtu. Jambo lingine nasikitika sana kusikia yule jamaa ambaye alikuwa akisema MEMN. Nasikitika sana na mtu kama yeye kutaka kuhimiza ama kujustify kwamba hakuna kitu kibaya. Kwa mfano mimi vile namuona vile alivyokuwa akisema kwamba Kuria alivyosema, watu kama Kuria ni watu ambao hafai kuwa kiongozi, kwa sababu matamshi yake ni matamshi ambayo yanaweza kuleta utata. Kwa sababu hiyo unabagua, vile Katu amesema, unabagua watu fulani katika jamii zetu. Haifai kubagua watu, tunaambiwa tusibague watu. Unaweza kutofautiana kwa mawazo, lakini sio kumbagua. Unaona, kuna vitu vingine ambavyo hata ukiwa Amerika, ukiwa Uingereza, ukiwa Ujerumani, huwezi kusema. Kwa mfano, mzungu hawezi kutamka neno la we mtu mweusi, hawezi kutamka namna hiyo, kwa sababu hiyo inaweza ikaeleweka kama kukubagua, kama we ni mtu mweusi. Unaona, so kuna vitu vingine ndio una haki ya kuzungumza, lakini kuna vitu vingine havitakiwi tuseme. Na hiyo tumekuwa na malalamiko na fujo Kenya kwa sababu ya kubaguana. Kwa hiyo ni lazima tujue kwamba hatufai kubaguana, na ambapo rais anajaribu kufanya kwamba mambo ya ubaguzi ishe, na unakuta wengine wanataka tuendelee na hiyo mambo ya ubaguzi. Maana yake kusema kwamba Raila hawezi kutawala kwa sababu yeye hajafanyiwa circumcision, hiyo ni mambo ya ubaguzi na mambo ya ukitoto na mambo ambayo hayafai, inaweza kuleta tafaruki katika nchi yetu. Hiyo hatutaki mtu wa namna hiyo. Kwa hiyo hiyo ni jambo ambalo Wakenya wote tunatakiwa tuishtumu kabisa kwa nguvu kabisa. Jambo kama hilo hatutaki kusikia katika nchi yetu, kwa sababu ni mambo ya kitoto na mambo ambayo hayafai. Kwa hiyo mtu asije hapa akijustify kwamba nani, hakuna mtu amesema eti ni UDA, lakini ilikuwa katika mkutano wa UDA. Kwa hiyo ni jukumu la, kama Bwana Ruto yeye ni kiongozi wa UDA, ana haki ya kusema hii jambo halifai. Kuna wakati mmoja kulikuwa na ugombaji wa rais mmoja alikuwa anaitwa McCain. Kuna mtu alisimama, mama moja akaanza kuita Obama ni Muislamu, akamwambia, akachukua microphone akamwambia, pana mama, Obama ni mtu mzuri, ni Muamerika, na hayo mambo ambayo unasema si kweli. Unaona, hivyo ndivyo inatakikana, maana yake ni mzalendo, ni Muamerika kama McCain. So tunataka tusikubali mtu yeyote kuja kutuletea maneno ya kufanya tugongane sisi kwa sisi. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu.
Thank you. Umemaliza ama bado?
Asante sana.
Yeah, thank you for that. Julius has been dropping off and coming on. Ulikuwa umesubmit?
I'm sorry, network yangu iko na shida.
Let me allow you before you drop off again.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thank you for giving me this chance again. Wekesa, it's my first time to. I've been with Bernard most of the time. Anyway, I want to talk about two issues: the circumcision thing, the Kuria, and also Kalonzo. You know, hii story ya TSG circumcision imekuwa ikiendelea. It started actually some time back. Nakumbuka Sonko akisema ataanza operation ya circumcision in Nairobi. I don't know, somebody remembers that story. But I'm always wondering, unajua mtu anasema somebody kuongea kuhusu circumcision, na ni mtu ameenda hospitali, amedungwa shindano ya hospitali ndiye atahirishwe. Ameenda mahali wa mama wanaenda kuzaa tahirishwe, ndio anatuambia story kama hiyo. Surely, you know, people sometimes don't see people keeping quiet because of what. There are things that you just keep it because ICD. Wezi enda hospitali udungwe shindano useme ati umetahiri. Surely, kama hiyo ndio wanataka, let us talk about it now. Because mtu, you know, sometimes watu wanadharau wengine for nothing. Hawa Chinese wamejaa Kenya na wamezalia wasichana wetu hapo karibu wote. Kwani hakuna msichana, hakuna wanaume ambao wametahiri? You know, sometimes things, people should grow up. People should grow up and stop insulting others, because that is their culture. Mbona waongee kuhusu governor wa Turkana? Turkanas, they don't. Nobody talking about them. Why? The governor of Turkana is a high ranking of that UDA thing. So why are they not talking about him? They could have talked about him then. If they wanaongea ukweli, you know, if they are making sense about what they are talking about, it's unfair. You know, let us just forget about it. Actually, I realize that we are just wasting our time talking about it, because unajua pia unaangalia ni nani aliongea, because kama ukiangalia ni Sonko alafu ni Kuria, you know, those are the people that you have to ignore. Secondly, nataka kuongea story ya Kalonzo. Surely Kalonzo.
But I don't think there is a waste of time to talk about any issue that divides our society. It needs to be addressed, and it's not the first time. It has been coming up every other election, if you have followed it up. So it's rather they face it and tell us this is the issue and it's squared to once and for all.
Yeah, that's why I talked about Sonko, because that one actually was around 2017. But yani, it's just annoying because they are just consuming our power, that our mind. I think that's another strategy of diverting our minds to something else that which is not helpful for us, you know. So we have also to be careful, even if they are saying something bad like that, but we also have to be focused on what we are doing as AZIMIO. Again, I was talking about Kalonzo. Kalonzo is a very good man, but if I were Raila, seriously, that man, at first, he doesn't have a good, I mean, he talks too much. I don't know what happened to him. He's becoming crazy. And this, the like of Malala, now vijana wa Malala, anaitwa nani mwingine wa Nairobi, Sakaja, and the Makueni one. Those guys, they are projects. They are working for Ruto. They are just working for Ruto. And I said about this some time back. These guys they are in the pockets of Ruto, and he's using them to disappoint in many plans. Actually, the maneno Kalonzo kuwa hardliner, it was because of Mutula Jr. He was one of the hardliners, and he was doing his job because that is what he is given by Ruto to do, to not allow Kalonzo to join AZIMIO. Now, Kalonzo says he's a senior lawyer, of which is true, he's a senior lawyer, but he also have to understand that when, for example, if you agree to support someone, you have to support from your heart. Or if you don't, say no, and badala ya support, and you are just dilly-dallying. I feel so sad because a senior lawyer should show us a very good example. He's not a young man, he's an aged person who's experienced in life, in politics and everything. So I expect him to stand firm in whatever he says. Akisema no, aseme no. Badala ya kuja kusema, juzi niliona ameandika ati we want many people to join Wiper so that if Raila takes government, we can impeach him. How can a word like that come out of a very senior person like him? Surely. So yeah, he's entering AZIMIO so that he will impeach Raila. You know, those are things that sometimes inatufanya unasikia tu vibaya, but you cannot do anything. But it's painful. It's very painful. Of course, Raila is not God. Raila is human. He has done a lot of errors, but he has. But the other part of Raila, around 99% or 100%, he has fought for the country, Kenya, to change. He has fought for it. That is the truth. He has fought for it, and he's still fighting. He has fought from outside for long. And that's why we need to support him. Even personally, I felt bad the other time he was campaigning for his brother to be a senator, which I felt it was wrong. It was very wrong because now Raila should be a national leader. Achana na because wale watu chini bado ni watu wake. Let them fight. Ula atashinda ndio afanye kazi na yeye. You know, I felt bad about it, but I cannot stop supporting Raila. That's from, I mean, I support him. I support with all my family, my relative, and everything. I have to convince them in whatever way so that they can support him.
Alikuwa na kampeni nani?
His brother, Uhuru Odinga.
When was that?
It was some time back. Alikuwa naambia watu wa Siati, my brother should not come here to ask for votes, to beg you to vote for him. Vote for him, he said that.
Okay.
So those are the things, but that one is something small. We cannot stop supporting Raila. Raila is an enigma. Raila he has been fighting for us for long, and we wish and pray that this time we get it so that he can make the way that Kenya will change for the better.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
When you have two guys, I don't know why in Kenya, in politics, we have these issues, but I think Kenyans, we need to mature. One, if you have two brothers, for example, in a football team, you will celebrate them and you say that thing is in their family. But when you have two brothers in politics, it becomes an issue. I don't know. But because all those guys, you realize, by the way, if even you compare right now, the support Oburu Odinga has given Raila, and compare it with Kalonzo, who has done more. From the day one, even they started going to the mountain, doing the negotiation. So that guy, he's working. He's just working as a politician, not because he's his brother. He's also crafting. So if somebody is helping you build a movement, you can't campaign for him just because he's your brother. You have already discriminated him. If he was just lazy there and he went and picked him, and then he wants to help him, then we say this one is helping him because he's brother. But Oburu Odinga works his way. Politically, he's very active. He has been building the momentum for. In fact, people say that he's the elder brother, but he behaves as if he's a younger brother. He's a mate to Raila, and he works very hard to see him president. So that one, he's working as a politician. He's not working as a brother. For me, I think it's from a different angle.
I know.
Yes.
Nikwambie kitu. When a doctor has a son who is also a doctor, people will say, yeah, wamefuata baba yao, wanafanya kazi, they are very hard working. Lakini when there is a politician na mtoto wake awe politician, hiyo ni dynasty. Sasa I don't know what is there, but naona katika nchi hizi za ile nchi za kizungu unakuta mtoto ni politician, baba ni politician, unakuta brothers wawili wote ni politician. So na hakuna mtu
in America we celebrate the Kennedy's family, and Kennedy's family, all of them are leaders.
Hata
Bush celebrate them.
Bush family was a politician.
Yeah. When people are endowed with something, let's not discriminate them because
I think you are getting me. You did not get my point. I did not say that Oburu has been a politician. He's even an LMP as we speak. He's a politician, and we know that. And I don't have any problem with him. The only thing that I want, because now if you go to Sierra, there is a too bad. They are contesting badly. You know, that's why those scenarios avoid those scenarios.
The law allows them. If they find anybody, let me tell you, you will not stand against your brother and say usisimame sababu mimi nasimama. No, let me tell you the worst thing. Let me tell you the worst thing is for someone like Ruth Odinga or whatever to go and beg for Raila for support everything because yeye hataki kufanya. Everybody should run their own life. You find you want to go in politics. This thing happened, was it in Bomet, where a mother and a son were running the same seat. Mmoja alikuwa URP, mwingine alikuwa sijui hiyo chama gani. One family running against each other. If I'm feeling I'm political and the mother is political, we will run. I should not be discriminated. The only problem in Akwanga where you can't appoint, appointments are different. You can't appoint your brothers and sisters because you are favoring them. But if I'm doing it with my own energy.
But you see, he was appointed LMP, right?
Yes.
So that means, I think, I don't know, I'm trying to drive something very clear here. After he was appointed LMP, and now he's telling the people of Sierra, I don't see the reason why my brother Buru should beg for votes. You have to vote him in. I'm trying to add the whole scenario, appointed as Ella, and now you have to vote. Those things. I don't have any problem because actually I'm not a
don't have
voter.
the
I'm
clip,
not
so
a
I will
voter
not
there.
I don't have the clip. I will not qualify those words. But if you have it, we can share. Kindly.
I'm not a voter there. I just felt like that. But anyway, generally, those kina Malala, kina whatever, those are the people that actually, but at the same time, they are talking bad of us. AZIMIO is gaining. We are gaining. Uliona after, if you see after Kuria said those bad words to Raila, things are changing there. So at times mtu unachimba shimo, unajaribu kuingiza mtu, wewe mwenyewe unateleza, unaingia ndani. So like, let us be focused. That's what I'm asking the people of AZIMIO. Let us be focused. Let us not miss our steps, because hiyo ni njia moja. I rest my point. I rest my submission.
You had muted yourself. Okay. Yeah. I thank you for that perspective. I'm bringing in Katwe, then Domi. Katwe, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, sir, for this.
You know, before you go to the topic, pick from where my brothers left. Is it that for having people from one family with almost same ambitions? And in the contrast, how about if I succeed alone? I'm the only successful in the family and the rest cannot even be heard.
I think it's just a question that can be debated, and it's a question of how you argue it, more especially when we are looking at what is legal and what is not, what is legal and what is not logical, and what is legal and what is not legal, and what is not logical and what is not legal at the same time. Because yes, democracy gives that opportunity of anybody vying for any seat that they want, regardless of where they come from, as long as they are within the brackets of the constitution. But you see, in the African democracy point, or the way we're looking at it, it is very legally to do that. But logically, at some point, it is morally, from the eyes of the voters and the people, the subjects who are voting, who are now the electorates, they view it as greed from their side. They view it like it's not okay for two people to be vying for maybe a seat in the same country. It has happened in so many countries in Africa where people are viewing this as a vice. However, the constitution is giving them the right to do that. So for me, I will argue this way: it is legally okay for them to vie or run for those political seats, but it is logically wrong for them to run for those particular seats whenever they are too more, especially right now when Raila Odinga is running for the top seat. Legally, it's okay for Oburu Odinga to run for Senate in Siaya, but logically, it's very wrong for him to run from the point of the voters, the way they are looking at it. It's a question that can be argued. It's something that it depends on where you are standing on which side of the coin are you looking at it. So that is my opinion on that. On the second thing, I wanted to come from the angle of Kalonzo Musyoka today, and I don't know why Kalonzo Musyoka has been taking us for a ride all through, that he doesn't seem to know what he wants, and whenever he's given that thing, I want another thing. Yes, of course, we understand that he's the kingpin of Lower Eastern, and him coming to any fold, be it Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, it is a question of he's coming with numbers. Of course, he has joined Azimio, but he is making a very small point to become a very big, a very enormous thing in the eyes of the public, because he's displaying information that are not supposed to be displayed in the eyes of the public. You remember the agreement they had with NASA in 2017. He was not mandated to bring it out in public, but he brought it in public, not because he wanted he wanted help, but he wanted for him to be vindicated in public, notwithstanding the fact that he was the first one to sign a post-coalition agreement with Jubilee. So I'm looking at it this way, that today the two sons of the former presidents went to talk to him and maybe to reassure him of whatever that he signed. We do not know the context of what they discussed, but I do believe it was a friendly talk, and he probably was told that he should relax because he's still young, so that at least after 2027 he can be reconsidered. Because even when you look at the policies of Kalonzo Musyoka, he is one chap who knows what he's doing, and he has something that he stands for. Unlike the other side, who wake up this morning, say this thing in the afternoon, say this thing in the evening, say this, do not know what they stand for. So coming to the case of Malala, I think Malala is becoming now a crybaby and is bad mouthing so much. He had an ambition, but for me, I think it's now that missile that is not directed to a specific target, because now he's becoming a nuisance in the public eye. He doesn't know where to direct his blows and missiles to. He's just throwing haphazardly, and they are going to hurt him. Remember Malala, when he started off vying for the gubernatorial seat, he started at a very top notch, and even the opinion polls were placing him at a very good place for him to win the gubernatorial seat. But ever since he started bad mouthing the veterans of politics, and this one should go to him, he has dropped drastically. This begs the other question of Moses Kuria, bad mouthing other people. Because I remember there is one politician from Mumias who stood at a podium and said that Raila Odinga, if you are an appointing authority, come and sack me. He did not finish even. So we're not saying that Raila Odinga probably is the one who sacked him, but you see this bad mouthing to the old. I was reading a journal today, and it was saying that probably the people of Kalenjin and the people of the old of the Kalenjin might not vote for William Ruto because of this kind of mistakes that is making to the old. So I think the issue of Malala, him and the public eye, he should check on his corporate skills in the way he's coming to public, because we've seen a lot of petty mistakes that he's making. We've seen him coming out in public without knowing what he's coming to say. I think they should be going to sit in a boardroom and discuss what they're going to say, and they should have a corporate manager who is going to tell them, and a PR manager is going to tell them, kindly, when you go out, there are things that you're not supposed to speak. There are things that you're supposed to speak politically. They are supposed to be advised, because we've seen even Moses Kuria. And that begs
before you
another
move there,
question. I know he's fooling who when it comes to Kenya. Yes.
I think there's a problem of hearing.
Yes, I'm listening.
I wanted to say before you leave that.
Yes, I'm listening.
Let me add this argument to you. I think Kalonzo and those Oka guys seems to have been suffering from a trust issue. I think given from their own meetings, they used to talk about trust. So in this particular 2022 negotiations, it appears they have decided to negotiate publicly. That's why Kalonzo is coming in the public. Mudavadi is sending the other guy in the public. It seems they want to negotiate publicly so that whatever you agree, it's like Kenyans know Will it work for them?
In my opinion, one, the playground of 2017 is not the same playground of 2022, because from the political parties amendment act that was passed recently, it gives a legal way of them negotiating and having that strength of arguing their case even in court. So I'm not seeing any reason as to why they'll be bringing this in public. And you understand this, that every politician, first of all, they think about themselves before they think of other people. So if Kalonzo is bringing this in public, has he told us why he signed that document of AZIMIO and what were the contents of those documents? He's not saying that, but he's just saying that everything that we are going to sign in public, but he's not giving out the contents. But when things will go south is when now he will come back and tell people that you see, this is what I negotiated, but he's not coming out clean. But for me, I think this law is bringing sanity to this particular signing of coalitions, and I don't see why they should be bringing their dirty linen to wash it in public. Don't see any reason at all. Even Kalonzo bringing that document on the limelight the other time was no reason at all for him to bring it, because one, he is the one who broke NASA. Secondly, he is the one who signed a pact with Jubilee. So basically, he's bringing something, an illegal document, to tell us, but he's not telling us that it is illegal. So I don't think why they should be bringing that one in public. So as I finish and I conclude, I was just trying to jog on my mind that who is fooling who between Kenya Kwanza and its entourages, because I have seen people saying that when Morade dared them to resign, they said that Raila Odinga did not resign as a prime minister. But what they are not telling Kenyans is the circumstances at which Raila Odinga was supposed to be resigning. Raila Odinga was not supposed to resign at all, because the law was favoring him that he was not supposed to resign. The party that took him to office, he was not supposed to resign. Raila Odinga resigned in 1994 when they fell apart with the late Kijana Wamalwa in the Ford Kenya party, and he regained that seat the same time in the by-election. We've seen Jaramogi Oginga Odinga resigning. So who is fooling who? Kenya Kwanza should come up clean and tell their people that the reason as to why we do not want to resign is because we want we are enjoying state protection, we are enjoying state machinery, we are enjoying state money, like the 107 million that they took to go and meet themselves in the US and in the UK. So it is a question of sanity. It is a question of morality, because now I'm looking at it this way. Article 149 and Article 150 gives the Kenyans to probably a way of removing the deputy president from office. We have that power of removing him from the office, but because of cohesion and integration, he's still in office. He is supposed to take that moral authority and resign from office, just like other people who are supposed to be resigning, like the MPs. The reason as to why the MPs are not resigning, in my opinion, is one, they are fearing that once they are stripped of that power, they might not be able to regain their seats. Stripped of that power, the money probably they had, they have to repay maybe the government because of the loans and all, and probably the grants or whatever. It is because of their selfish interest, and I don't think they have the interest of the people at heart. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that deep analysis. Let's have Domi. How are you?
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Okay, I'll start off by saying, I'll start off with this Malala case. I think to me, Malala is a noisemaker. And to me, it's not, at this point, it's not what even to be discussed. Malala misled Mudavadi. Now, getting there, he knows one thing, he knows that he cannot get out of it. And he knows that, you know, there is no other way. He has to go forward and he will get the deal that he wants. I mean, the deal that Ruto will give them. And there is nothing else. He cannot, okay, all this, whatever he's talking is just total noise. That's what that's my opinion. Okay. About Kalonzo Musyoka, Kalonzo Musyoka is okay. There was a time people were feeling that Kalonzo should even not come into AZIMIO camp, because I think the character of Kalonzo is this lukewarm. He's today talking this, tomorrow talking this, and it's like, okay, he's behaving like somebody who is not mature. That's what I'll say. Because there are some things when you take huwa inasemwa ukitoa nguo, ukiatolea nguo lazima uyaoge. Sometimes if you feel that you have made a mistake, just go with it, because it does not add any value to start fighting. Because if anything, he's fighting what they are supposed to be building. It's not a plus. Going to, okay, there is this guy who was on the stage, and he was talking so much about defending Moses Kuria and Buddha because of utterances of Moses Kuria. I wish he was here, because I wanted to rebut, not even ask a question. My point was to rebut what he was saying, and to put this firm Moses Kuria talking on that UDA platform. He is speaking as a UDA person, and if Ruto is responsible enough, should tell him off, or should correct him, should stand up and correct that statement. And because Ruto was happy about the statement of Moses Kuria, that is the stand of UDA. Fact. That is the way it is. And let me remind the UDA people, when Ruto were coming to power, he was saying, if anything goes wrong in this government, don't talk of CEO so and CEO this and CEO that. Talk about me and the president. Which means, even here, we should not even talk about Moses Kuria. We should say, Ruto, take responsibility on what Moses Kuria is speaking. Because that is, as a matter of fact, he is on his platform. He is on the platform of UDA. If without that UDA, Moses Kuria would not stand and talk. So because he's on the platform of UDA has a responsibility. If they feel that what he's saying is wrong, they should stand up and correct it. And if they don't correct it, that is the position of UDA. That's wrong. And what he's speaking is wrong. Another correction. He's talking of Raila people calling Ruto Mwizi. Now, look here. Arab Mashamba, he is called Arab Mashamba because of the land case that he lost against Muteshi. Muteshi sued him for stealing land. And that is a fact. It is not here, it's not just an allegation. It is a fact that he was sued, prosecuted, and found guilty of grabbing land. So that is why we call Ruto a thief. That is a fact, and we should not sugarcoat that. I wish that guy was here to hear that. We don't sugarcoat that. It is a fact. Weston Hotel is on government land and the family there. That it is a fact. So it is not an allegation. Now, when we're talking of, okay, I think there's something that we need also to understand with this campaign of Ruto. When you find people who keep insulting others, okay, the fact is that Ruto's people, in fact, Ruto himself, calling other people, okay, calling Raila Mchawi. I would like Ruto to stand up and show us when did he find Raila bewitching anybody. If he has evidence, then he can bring it up. But if he has no evidence, then that is what we call an insult. Yeah, he's insulting Raila. Okay, he goes to call a president. He calls the president Tapeli. Now, he's calling the president Tapeli, when in reality is they have, okay, if it's about conning, they worked together to con Kenyans. Yeah? So you cannot say he is a Tapeli when you yourself took part in the conning Kenyans. Yeah. So it's not. I don't think there is any much that Ruto can tell us about the failures of Uhuru. If anything, he took a major part in the failures. So I think it's better that Kenyans open our eyes, and it's good if Kenyans learn how to interrogate. Africans will fail to get good leaders because we don't interrogate. We don't interrogate our leaders to find out whether this person, what he's saying, is true or false. What he's saying, is it just a political statement or is it helping in any way? Is this leader truthful? That is what we don't see. We don't see want to look at. Ruto has always said that we are not supposed to look at history. If you go to any place looking for employment, you'll be asked for a CV. CV is your history. If you have a bad history, probably some go ahead of calling your former employer and finding out why did you leave employment. Because they have to get a track record. They have to get your history. If you went there and fought your boss, definitely you'll not get the employment. They are looking at your history. When you are here, in Kenya, we look at history. When you look at history, this guy has a very bad history. We know, okay, in as much as we know that nobody is perfect, but we cannot generalize that everybody. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Someone was arguing that it is because of that someone was arguing that AZIMIO people love history, and when Moses Kuria was telling them history, they became annoyed. He says that oath is a historical thing, and we should not be annoyed because we love history. What do you say?
Now that is a double. Now you see that's being. Let me say. They are talking of they don't want history. It's a statement of convenience. Because how comes when a history does not favor you, then it becomes of no importance. But when it is favoring what you are talking about, then it becomes of importance. Like here we had Simon came here, and there was a guy called Simon who came here and was talking of, we the people of Mau Mau have a history of not breaking the promises. And in fact, he was taken to task. You are talking of, you don't break promises. That is why you want to support Ruto, because that is, you don't take promise, you don't break promises. But what about the promise you made to Raila? What about the promise that was made to Raila in during the Kibaki time? What happened? He could not substantiate. Now they are talking of the oath they took. Fine. First of all, does the oath have anything positive for Kenya? Nothing. Secondly, it is the oath that they took. In fact, it is the part of the oath was because it's being taken conveniently, because the oath was the leadership should not get out of Kikuyu land. That is part of it. Two, the leadership more specifically should not go to Luo community. And thirdly, the leadership should not cross River Chania. Those things were part of that oath. Now the oath has been broken, first of all, by Moi being the president, who was another community. Second, it was broken when Kibaki became president. It crossed River Chania. Now, coming to tell us that they have an oath to maintain when the first two-thirds of it has been broken, also, it's not telling us anything. Because how can you tell us that you have an oath against the Luo community when there is the oath part of it against the people of the across River Chania was broken? Are you telling us that that part of it was not important, or was not part of? Because according to me, the oath is taken as the whole of it. So telling, I think what Moses Kuria is talking is like, if we have to take it as the oath, it's a statement of convenience. It's not the truth anyway. It is not bearing the whole truth, or it has not. So far, in fact, I will say it cannot stand because it failed the first time Moi became president. It failed when the leadership crossed River Chania. Now, I'm glad and I'm trusting God that right now is also going to fail. And to me, that I think, let me say, Moses Kuria, somebody says, if you want to know the people, look at their leaders. I think it is a pity, and it's let me say, in as much as before we respected the mountain so much, but if Moses Kuria are the guys they are fronting as leaders, people like Moses Kuria, then I really pity the mountain. I don't think it's progressing. You know, in America, we used to have, somehow they were improving from one president to another. They get when they get a bad one, they try and change it to a better one. At least they are growing, getting better and better. In most of the countries, they try to get better and better. But if you get people with poor ideologies and they are the ones you're supporting, I think you're not getting better. I may say at that point, the mountain is not getting better, it's getting worse. Now look at this also.
But let's face it, the mountain has been voting most of the time to punish someone. No? Most of the time they punished Raila. Now there was a time they punished, was it Moi? Now they punished Raila. Now they are punishing Uhuru. Isn't it about time they got out of that quagmire? I've just seen
Now,
today was a post on that widow woman in Nakuru was given a house by Uhuru and then she refused. But right now she says she was under duress. You see, she refused because she wanted to punish Uhuru. But right now she's under duress. She needs that house. What do you think?
Now, now, I wish they were here to listen. My brother Eric, look at this. Look at this way. I want to punish. I want to punish you, and then I got to take poison. Do I take poison to expect you to die? If you take poison, it is you who is dying. It is not the person you're punishing. For example, when in the Ministry of Devolution, Anwai Guru was accused of. Okay, it was anyway. It was in public domain. It was about lost billions in NYS. And you know, the whole thing first Waiguru. And you know, as the principal accounting officer in the ministry, she was supposed to be responsible of the money that got lost. Now, if she was, okay, on the face value, we can say, okay, we will say it's, okay, when we take it just as a clear reasoning, there is no way this scandal happened without her knowledge. It did not happen without her knowledge. She knew what was happening. Now, if she failed to prevent, then it may be, it's deliberate. It's more or less majorly deliberate that she failed to do it, to correct. But now, she has failed as a minister. And in fact, I remember trying to censure her. Linturi was the one who came with the motion to censure her. And Linturi was bribed and disappeared. And I think he was bribed by he was given somebody and disappeared. Okay, it's not take off. Now, from the Ministry of Devolution, after NYS money getting lost in the hands of NY Guru, then because Raila is the one who presented that issue, they want to punish Raila. To punish Raila is to give her a gubernatorial seat. Now, just imagine, this a lady who has been, has a case of lost money. You are punishing Raila by giving her gubernatorial seat. Now, after she goes there and she has done a lot of mess until they tried to impeach her. And this is, I think, what went in the mind of Raila when they wanted to impeach Anwar Guru. He was like, you people, when I said Anwar Guru is a thief, you said she's Minji. Now you want me to help you impeach this person. Raila, I think to me, the ODM class decided that they will ensure that their Minji will stay with them. And if she's a thief, she will keep stealing from them so that they feel a pinch. So she was, and now they are trying to bring her again in the name of just because she supports the UDA. Fine. Who is going to suffer? It is the mountain who are going to suffer because of the failure. Because of the failure of Waiguru. It is not Uhuru. Uhuru will not suffer the failure of Waiguru. If Waiguru is voted in, she is the Kirinyaga people are the losers. So don't expect that Kirinyaga people are going to take poison and Uhuru to die. Uhuru will be there and will be alive, and after being president, he will go on with his life. He will do business, and he will just be well. Even if you steal the whole county, Uhuru will be there, will do his business. But the losers will be the same mountain. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me play this clip as we finalize.
Mimi nilisema hii vyama vya nyumbani mimi sitaki. Ni afadhali ni retire niende nyumbani kule Butere kuliko kuwa kwa hii vyama ya nyumbani hizi ambazo hasaidie sisi. Waja sisi tuende kwa ocean, mahali tuko na kila mtu, tutafute hapo kura, tuminyane hapo. Ule anaweza aweze, ule hawezi kwenda nyumbani. Na Raila ameenda huko ng'ambo, wanasema ati Muluya hajaenda. Sasa mulitaka mimi niende kule, kwa sababu mimi sikuwa na kazi, nilikuwa na kazi nyingi hapa. Raila ndio alikuwa na kazi huko. Mnataka mimi niende huko ni pepe file vile Mudavadi alikuwa na pepe Ruto? Unyenye hakumuona. Mliona Mudavadi akipepa file nyuma ya Ruto. Mnataka Oparanya afanye hiyo? Na mimi ni gavana wa Kakamega County. Si hiyo itakuwa aibu kweli? Mlikuwa mnataka mimi niende nifanye hiyo? Ala. Sasa mimi nimefika kiwango fulani, mnataka nichuke bei? Mnataka nichuke bei? Yeah. Baba akienda kule, mimi naangalia nyumbani. Nione watoto wale wamepaki nyumbani wanaendelea namna gani? Kama sisi zote tunaenda, sasa nani ataangalia nyumbani? Mwingine amesema hapa, mimi siingilii siasa ya succession. Jameni, hata mimi binadamu, si mimi napika kura? Sasa nikae tu nyumbani niwe bubu kwa sababu siwezi kuongea mambo ya succession? Ni kama Uhuru Kenyatta amesema ni Raila Amolo Odinga, kwa nini mimi si pia siseme ni fulani? Kwa sababu hao watu wote mimi nawajua. Hao watu wote ambao wamesimama nawajua. Najua ule mtu anaweza kufanya kazi, najua ule mtu hawezi kufanya kazi. Lakini ikifika wakati nitakuwa hapa nashika watu wangu, hata mimi nitakuwa na watoto wangu. Nitakuwa na watoto wangu kutoka kwa Raila mpaka hapo chini kwa MCA wa hapa. Lakini itafika wakati tutasema haya mambo. Kwa sababu sitaki muja hapa mtanganywe, sijui vyama ya nini, sijui nini. Sisi tuangalie mbele. Mulanga kwenje imberi kulole Raila Amolo Odinga ali president Washiali chino lano kulekala mbwene muli.
Umesikia hiyo mambo?
Ya, tumesikia.
What is your take? Vyama ya nyumbani. Mimi siwezi enda Amerika kupepea Raila kweli.
Now you see, this guy is talking. It's now these are bright people talking now. This is somebody who is not excited in going to America. Now these are mature people. You're not excited in going to America to move around. Okay, those people that Raila went with, they're enough. he does not have to have the whole multitude as the way Ruto was going on. They are enough. Let them do the work. Let them work with the deputy president. I mean the prime minister. But if everybody has to go, then I think first of all it will be like you are copying. You are copying the deputy president. Two, he does not. You are not. You can't do much. You are not going to do much. Anyway, it is not Opara who is going to talk. It is Raila. So I think these are mature talker. Another thing about succession. Now, people have been coming here talking of Uhuru is not supposed to talk anything about succession. Now, you are saying Uhuru should not talk about the coming leadership. When you have a right to talk, are you telling us that Uhuru does not have a right? Is Uhuru's right curtailed? No. Uhuru has a right to support whoever he wants. And when if at all Uhuru was supporting Ruto, this case would not be said. They would be celebrated.
And again, the key question is, if the president told you, let us cooperate and work out our legacy, you refuse to cooperate. Why do you think he should cooperate with what you think is right? If you didn't follow instruction, why should he follow your instruction at niachie huyu mtu? How?
Sure.
If you didn't listen to him, why should he listen to you?
Why should he listen to you? You know, sometimes I was giving an example to some people. You have probably, okay, you are in a home. You have so many sons. Then you see probably the firstborn as he grow up saying, and he promises this firstborn, you are going to take over the estate. And it's you that I'm going to give responsibility to take care of your fellow siblings. As they grow up, probably you told him when he was in standard 8. As they grow up, he finishes Form 4, then you realize this guy is an armed robber. Or you realize this guy is so confused in drugs. When now they come to the giving the estate, somebody to take charge. If you are a responsible father, are you going to give that son to take off? Definitely not. It remains okay. I promised you, yes, but you have not measured. Even God can promise you, but if you do not do what is right, if you don't go his way, then it's either he will delay the promise or he will delay the promise until you change. Or if you don't change, then fine. The problem, the mistake is you. So Ruto has, that is what, you remember in the, when Uhuru was addressing, I think it was in Bomas, when he was saying, when, I'm coming with the stick running, I'm supposed to give the stick to, the button to, he's running on the opposite direction. Now, surely, if you are a reasonable president, are you going to give to somebody who's running the opposite direction? So, in all this, the blame squarely land at the desk of Ruto. Ruto is the one who has failed. He does not measure in any way. And there was a friend who I was telling that if I was Uhuru, the only thing I can do, I'll just apologize. I'll tell you, I promised you, yes, but I'm sorry, I was wrong. Because what you're doing, you're going a different direction. And also, let us also be realistic. In our eyes, we may not see where Uhuru is sitting. Uhuru knows better than we. Uhuru knows the reason as to why he does not see presidency in Ruto. Uhuru is having responsibility over the whole nation. Probably we are responsible for our families, and probably in our workplace, you are a supervisor, you are responsible of the group. But here is a man who is responsible in the whole of the whole nation. Think of this: he makes a mistake and gives to the wrong person. People, right now people will be saying, "Stay away," but there is a day people will stand and say, "It is you, Uhuru, who gave us this person." Does anybody wants to be blamed? I don't think I would like to be blamed. So Uhuru has a responsibility.
But again, even talking about what you have said about the promise. The promise does not hold, because they talked about yangu kumi yako kumi. Wakati they did only 5. When they entered the 6th year, we alitoka. So how do we discuss 10-10? We only worked with you 5 years. Then the next time ulikuwa umejipanga. How do you discuss 10-10?
Yeah.
Because the person you were to discuss, they were to discuss, right? This is the season they were to discuss about 10-10. Having done all of us 9 years, we are almost 10, then we discuss. But you do your own 5, we do 5, and then you disappear. Then you come to claim 10. Murade was also asking, in that argument, yangu kumi yako kumi. But if we go by that, if Uhuru does 10 and gives this guy 10, this guy has not only turned 10, it will be 20, because he has done 10 for DP, which is a shared actually responsibility. In fact, they were almost 4 presidents. So if they do 10-10, so this one will do 10 as DP and then go and do 10 as president. For in a nutshell, he has done 20 and the other one has done 10. So alikuwa anauliza, can they flip so that Ruto akifanya yake 10 Uhuru akwe DP, ama inaenda namna gani? There is no conversation there. So ilibaki wacha huyu alifanya 5, huyu akajikata amefanya. He has been a tanga president for 5 years. And Sema, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. How are you?
We are good.
When you are closing the show?
I was almost closing. Now that you have come, we will wale wataingia tutaongeza. I was not sharing the link, nilikuwa nataka kwenda. But sawa, now that you have come, tutaendelea. Mahali nitachoka ni kuache.
Temba, welcome.
Thank you so much. Wacha tuko hapa.
Penny, are you around?
Wewe jana ulikuwa unaenda wapi bwana?
Niko hapa.
Nataka
nizungumze. Wacha nizungumze ni welcome Temba, jina yake ingine ni Plato. Sasa hii maneno
ongea kiasi ndio niende wenye wameingia saa hizi.
Thank you Wekes. Asante. Sasa maneno hii tunazungumza ya kuli.
I was seeing you driving, nafikiria nikuachie nafasi, kumbe umalizi kudrive.
Bara niko garini na ngoja wakati wangu nizungumze. Nikienda ndani watu wengi wakapiga noise. Sasa
right now is the right time, you can take your time and talk.
Okay, thank you. Sasa mimi nasema hii maneno ya kuri ambayo mnasema that is ignorance. Mimi ni mtu Yahuda lakini ukifanya mbaya ni mbaya. I went to school in Rwanda in the 70s. We took showers in River Migori. All this. Those are cultural values. They have nothing to be negative about. It really meant to hurt the Luos and by extension, like, and we should this. So please don't waste. We don't need to waste time on that because it's hurtful. It is shameful. It's a bad.
Ameenda wapi? Okay, Ndeto, how are you?
Nipatie dakika mbili.
Poa poa. So Domi, malizia yako, you are saying something, eh?
Yeah. Okay, you know, Ruto knows how to play convenience.
Wacha maliza amerudi.
Yeah, yangu ni kusema kwamba ni language mbaya ambao hatutaki. We are going to look forward to making Kenya better or a first world country. We don't need a language like that. We should condemn it, but please don't waste your time, talking about somebody like Kuria. Arab mashamba ni kweli. Alikuwa naiba hiyo shamba lakini koti kamaliza hiyo kesi. Ukweli ni ukweli. Na urongo ni urongo. So personally, I feel like we should move forward into major big arguments. And kama mzee the Kindube alisema Barack Obama, we were campaigning for him at that time. Now huyu McCain he made it possible for Obamacare to be a law because he was sick in the hospital, but they had to bring him at night and he voted for Obamacare. But it's true what the Kindube said. He took the mic from the lady and told her that Obama is a nice man, he's a Christian, he's not a Muslim, he has a good family, but he just has a different opinion than mine, which was McCain. That I thought that was a very good and a learning moment. We learned a lot from that. Please, like what Ms. Obama says, when they go low, we go higher. So let's go higher on this Korea thing because yes, I'm on Uda, but I would not support something like that just to be put in a group because if I was there with him, if I'm able to sit around him, I will tell him to his face that it's wrong because we have always to speak the truth. That way we can benefit from our friends, from ourselves, from God. You do the right thing. Now, ule mwingine ndio preacher alikuwa anasemanga ukiwa mtu ya kanisa yoyote live like what that Bible says or the Quran. So hiyo nani Kuria anasema ni mbaya sana. So
yeah, Penny, let me ask you, Penny. So you guys have been posting as men of faith, men of God, men of the Bible, and the other guys they were gangas, they consoled whatever. Now you bring us the ancient oath of 1969. So how do we handle that? How do we relate it with your biblical, scriptural, sainthood, whatever? How do we reconcile that?
No, Wakesa, that is an individual issue. Those are individuals. Yes, if they are in Uda, we should condemn that. That's individual. Kuna watu mbaya kwa Azimio, kuna watu mbaya kwa Uda. Vile nilikuwa na criticize huyu nani. Yes, nani ameenda kwa makanisa yote. And it's very dangerous because kanisa, they just follow. And it's very dangerous for our democracy in Kenya. We will point that out. But we should choose people that moderate, are halfway. Not the extremists like Kuria. You too. What this guy did is go to church for the last 4 years and make him look better in the churches. You ni Ruto. Na nyinyi will waste time kwenda kufanya hii handshake na BBI. So there's a debate right there. Lakini sitaki kutetea mtu yeyote ambaye is wrong. Vile nisema Kuria alifanya mbaya sana.
Let's face it. You see, this idea of handshake is an excuse. How many meetings did the handshake BBI take place? Ile Uhuru alikuwa involved, such that you can say that when Uhuru was being involved in BBI, He wasted time to do things to do with the government. The only meetings I saw, was it one or two? The only meetings I saw Uhuru being involved in BBI, the Bomas, I think Bomas was twice. Then I don't think he did more than 3 meetings. So how did it occupy government such that it could not deliver? After all, it had its own commission. There was that committee of experts who went to collect the money. It was independent of the government. The government was running its own program. So how did BBI interfere? Is that you are trying to be rational, but I don't find you rational on this. How you buy the cheap lie of Ruto that BBI preoccupied the government that it could not function? Yeah, that it's handshake that he chased him away. Look at it this way. This is a guy who is saying that Raila will be a puppet president, but he also believes that this Raila, when he comes to government, he runs away. So how can this guy you believe is inconsequential, will be a puppet president? How can he make you run away from government that is not holding any portfolio? Can they be consistent in their argument?
Oh yes, Ruto just said that when he won the election the third time, he told him, "Get out of here. I don't want Ruto the way they were saying." Let me finish. Yeah, I believe it. But all I'm saying is, this guy went to churches, building churches. It's very dangerous. The church is dangerous sometimes. But you guys wasted time going to the PPI and handshake for the last 4 years. That's all I'm saying.
Do you know why the church is no longer dangerous? Because we have collided with these guys.
Okay. I hope so.
We have rationalized it. We have rationalized it. So we can compromise the standards.
The churches that I know, most of them will be told something and they follow. They just follow. There's no reasoning behind it. The priest or the father or whatever he tells them, that's what they follow. And that's very dangerous. That's not rationalizing or knowing exactly what the people want. But because the father or the priest say, they go for it. And that's what Ruto is doing.
You see, what is happening
I can tell you
let me say this. What is happening today is like the days of Moses when he had gone up to the mountain and he left the church, the church of that time with Aaron. And because Moses has delayed, Aaron decides the group to mold a calf to worship. Because we are doing standards based on, in fact, someone tailor-made to please our own politicians.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Joaquin.
Okay, thank you. Dominic, you have a question? Domi, you have a question before I bring in Deto and Temba? You are on mute. You are speaking to yourself. You are on mute. Domi.
Okay.
Yes.
You see, there is a point. I think there's. I don't. It's not really a question, but I want to differ with the opinion of Peninyagaka on saying that they wasted time on BBI instead of working. I've been working in Kenya Railways. Uhuru literally for about 2 years. Literally spend almost all weekends coming to railway to ensure railway is up. He made sure that first of all, he started with the project of the ship in Kisumu, which was being done by railway. and and then he went on the tanks, the tank wagons, which were supposed to carry fuel. Then he focused now on reviving the whole railway. Right now, when you go to the railway station, you will wonder whether it's really in Kenya or is in a European country. The railway station is so good. Things have changed. And so now coming to tell us that he did not do anything because he was on BBI, I think that's a lie. That's what I want to do. Right now, railways is up and is still working on it. So telling us that he did not do anything, I think that's a lie.
Can I reply, please?
Yeah, replying, then we go to Ndeto.
Okay. No, my friend, Uhuru Kenyatta will go down in history as the worst president Kenya has ever had. Did he build the railway the way you're saying? Yes. Are there millions and millions of young people that are unemployed and he has never addressed that issue? Yes. What you have said is true. I will never argue with you because you know what it is, how it works. But he will go down in history as the worst president Kenya has ever had. I voted for him twice, thinking that he would be like his father. But he's useless, to say the least. Because the people that are in government are outside. The people that are outside were supposed to be in government. And the people in Kenya are very confused. How can you ask these people to get the vote? To vote for what? For those who are inside or outside? That's all I'm saying.
Stop there. There's nothing like people inside and outside government. Government is, do you know when you win presidency, you are a president for all the people?
Yes.
And for the whole country. You're not a president for people who voted for you.
Yes.
So what do you mean by people outside? Even those you are calling outside are earning salary from government. They have been paid, they were paid for the trip to US and UK, almost 107 million. What do you mean by their outside government?
All I'm saying is,
let me ask you, if you are mtoto wako or whatever, your wife decides to leave the main room and go and sleep in the other room, does it mean you have chased him away from the compound? He's still in the compound, he just change the rooms.
all I'm saying is that when I voted for Kenyatta, I did not know that he could. Okay, like me, I live in America. If Donald Trump lost the election, but McCain brings him back, I mean, nearly semi-president. I mean, bring all the Republicans and put them back. That would be a very confusing government. That's exactly what we're doing to our country, which is a young country. That's all I'm saying.
You have acknowledged that it's a young country. And when you are young, you use different sets of rules than when you are mature. So anyway, let other people make their comments before I come.
Okay.
So don't me that on then Themba and then
Okay. I want to tell Penny Nyagaka this. Telling us that some people who are not in government and they are now in government, first of all, what is the government? And who is the government for? Is the government a personal property for Jubilee government, Jubilee party, or it belongs to all Kenyans? So there is nothing like those who are not in government. Every Kenyan has a right to participate in the government of Kenya, and it is not a reserve of Ruto or Jubilee. It belongs to all Kenyans. If opposition decided to work with the government, now look, if anything, there is no opposition in Kenya. It's not, there is no opposition, there is no post called opposition leader. It's not there. So talking of opposition,
that's what we are outside.
There is nobody that is outside. There's nobody that is outside. Everybody is in Kenya and is Kenyan and has a right to take part.
Thank you, Neto, and then Themba, shortly.
Is this a recounter to nani venye amesema anaitwa
I
nani?
just a response before you will. I will come to you to make submission. You had carried up your hand.
Yeah, okay. So I wanted to tell him I mean, I understand what he's saying and what he's talking about. But again, Nyanga, I'm looking at it. Nyanga.
Only pen.
Yeah.
Pen
My brother.
Yes, I'm
Tuache.
here.
Yeah, my brother, unajua sisi wote ni wa Kenya na sisi wote tunapendana sana. Nyumba yangu na yako na nini tunaweza hata kuwa maybe tunapendana na kila kitu na tuko neighbors. What I will tell you is that ukiongea story ya infrastructure na nini na ukiongea story ya Ruto na what Raila and what is happening, and I appreciate you by the way being here in this forum. Lazima saa zingine ukikaa ujifikirie mwenyewe, ufikirie utataka neighbor yako akuwe Mkamba, akuwe nini na infrastructure. Sisi wenye tunakaa huku, Themba will tell you na watu wengi watakwambia, saa zingine kuna vitu zenye sisi tunajua zenye nyinyi hamjui, na sisemi hivyo kudharau mtu. What these people are doing, you have to look at it, because sisi uchungu wetu tukiongea, hatuongei kuhusu wewe ni Mkenya, wewe ni nani. We are talking about zile vitu wa watu wanafanya. So kuwa very careful ukijaribu kuattack mtu because of just a political kind of way of talking things. Fikiria bado watoto wako, wasichana, na watu wenyu na nini na Kenya itakuwa wapi, because I always say we are trying to move from a third world country to be a first world country. So jaribu please kuwa very open minded na debates za utoto na debates zenye hazimake ati sijui ule ni nani ule ni nini, hizo ziishe. Kila mtu ukosa, mwenye amekosa sawa. Hata Ruto, hata nani Uhuru alisema siku ingine basi atakuja, but it's not the time right. It's okay, tutampatia siku yake akigrow up kama baba. Sasa vitu mingi wachana nazo, tukue tu wa Kenya na tusikizane na tutoke kwa politics ya UDA ya dini, tukue binadamu, tujue Themba, tujue Wekesa, tujue Martin Ndeto, tujue unaitwa nani huyu Nyaka hiyo, whatever it is, hata unifunze kabila yenyu, and then we move on.
Yeah, thank you. I want to bring it and then he will take charge.
Naitwa captain, sio kau. Naitwa captain. Nasema kau.
Kuna mtu amesema hivyo? Okay. I'm saying I'm bringing in Themba. I'm bringing you in, but I wanted to make this statement because I'm going. What are you saying? What are you saying, Themba?
Just before you make your statement, let me come in. I respond to Pen before you hand me in the thing.
Okay, sir. Just respond.
Yeah, because I realize if you leave me to take charge, I normally don't even say anything. I become
what I realize I've not been talking. Anyway, finish.
I want just to come in and to disabuse some notion that's being created, especially by Pen Nyagaka. Every time we talk, they say here in the US,
here in the US, I think it tells, is like comparing a most developed with a developing democracy. So it tells us here in the US what kind of that is happening. I want to take him back so that I tell him that US democracy has not always been perfect. In 1876, just hold on, Kenya Gaka. Hold on, Kenya Gaka. Hold on, just listen, learn to listen. Now, I want to take him back. There has been controversies in the US elections that have necessitated a negotiation. There are many, but I want to take him to one specifically. And this is something you can find in history books. In 1876, the US presidential election of Hayes versus Tilden. And I want to read for you, Nyagaka, on what happened. This was a doozy. You can find that. Democratic Governor Samuel Tilden of New York won 250,000 more ballots in the popular vote than his Republican opponent, that is Rutherford B. Hayes, and snagged 19 more electoral votes. But Tilden was still one electoral vote short of the required majority, 185, and 20 votes remained uncounted. Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina remained too close to call, as each party accused the other of fraud. While in Oregon, an elector was declared illegal and replaced with the controversial results. As the crisis mounted, threats of another civil war loomed. In an unprecedented move, Congress established a 15-member commission of senators, congressmen, and Supreme Court justices, including 7 Republicans, 7 Democrats, and an independent. Those are cross-bipartisan to decide the election. After the swing vote turned into Hayes' favor, he was awarded all 20 electoral votes from the disputed states, giving him the necessary 185. After the Democrats threatened to filibuster and block the official vote counting, the issue was settled in negotiations at DC's Wormley Hotel in February 1877. The Democrats would accept Hayes' victory, provided that Hayes remove all federal troops from the South, among other conditions. The compromise consolidated Democratic control of the region, effectively ending Reconstruction and reversing the gains that African Americans had made during the post-Civil War era. When Pen Nyagaka comes here and shamelessly starts accusing Uhuru for agreeing with Raila, it tells you someone who is just operating from an ignorant perspective. He says it has never happened anywhere in the world. Is that Africa? Pen, we should strive to the least appreciate that there are challenges in democracies as they develop, but we should not castigate everything. Pen stands here and pretends that at the time that Uhuru and Raila were having a handshake, there was no crisis in Africa, rather in Kenya. These are the people who want to change history, and they imagine that, okay, American system has developed, it has gone through its, if you read through, you'll see all those challenges that African democracies are going through. America going through it. In fact, what caused the division was the challenges of the application of democracy. So when Pen Nyagaka comes here and you see he's busy saying that it has never been seen anywhere in the world. That is not Africa, that is the US. So kindly cut the Kenyan democracy some slack. When people, leaders come together and peace is restored in the country, that's a way of finding a way forward. And you see, truth be told, you may not like Raila that much, You may not like Uhuru that much, but the handshake restored peace. If you see someone like this pen talking, he's not even ashamed that there are people who died around that time. If in America, Democrats and Republicans could sit and agree, what makes it so hard in Kenya many years later? If a president and his opponent sit down and agree, now it becomes, it has never happened anywhere in the world. You see how much you don't love your country? You see how much you don't care about people who are losing their lives? Just because you came to the US, it doesn't make Kenya a bad country. And it doesn't make us a child. You cannot tell a child who is falling as they're walking that you never walked, you never fell anywhere. Even you made your mistakes when you're young. So when your child is making mistakes, when they're doing that, it is a process of growth. You need to support them. Be proud of African democracy. Be proud of Kenya. They might be having their mistakes. It's a young democracy. They're making them. But in that, they're learning, they're moving. You don't come in a forum like this and say it has never been known the world over.
Yeah,
Themba,
and Demba.
Themba,
Also,
nipatie dakika mbili. Wacha nichukue haraka haraka, alafu nikiingia job
wait
nikupigie.
kidogo. Wait kidogo Ndeto. Demba. In fact, the argument we have in UDA, it looks like Kenya begins and ends with Jubilee. Because from the beginning of the history of Kenya, we are told that even KADU, which kina Moi joined government and was given a ministerial post. When you come to the government of Kibaki, you will find kina Simeon Nyachae joining government. Okay, government of Moi again. You find kina Raila joining government. When you come to government of Kibaki, you find Simeon Nyachae joining government to form a grand coalition. Then Uhuru joined government of Kibaki again, before we come to now Jubilee. So all the history beginning from the colonial government, these things have been happening. So when you come and cascade only Uhuru, you are not honest. When you tell us this is the worst government because it is mixing, in fact, nothing that has been done in Kenya that has never been there. It is a repetition, including the things Gina Ruto came up with called the Kamatusa. They were there in the colonial era, those who are fighting for independence. So kindly read your history, know it, so that when you come here, you are telling us things, you say this is new, we know it's new. But if it has been happening since the beginning of our own democracy, then it's only that you are not privy to the information. So that's what do you want to say as I leave them to take charge?
Is this my submission?
No, you were head carried up the hand, so I'm asking
Yeah,
you.
I just wanted to finish because bado nitaongea na Themba. Yeah, wacha nifanye submission
You
tafadhali.
can submit because you are the first person to submit in the remaining group.
Okay, so hii ni submission.
Yes.
So nitatoka kidogo ndio niende kazi alafu nitarudi tena. And Themba, you understand what happened yesterday. Themba jana aliniambia nifunge chapter. Haki ya Mungu sidanganyi. Nilishindwa kuongea national anthem. The first stanza uliniuliza niseme na nikakwambia nitajipanga. Leo nitakuja nitakwambia na ni Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani, uhuru, raha na mstarehe na ustawi. When you go to the back one, itaitwa, O God of all creations, bless this our land and nation, justice be our defender. May we dwell in unity, peace,
Hiyo ni
and
baadaye, hiyo ni baadaye.
liberty,
Temba, patia mwingine, hiyo ni
plenty,
baadaye.
and found with borders. No, kuna kitu nasema, because what I tried to say at that time, vile Themba alinipatia hiyo challenge akaniambia nifunge hiyo chapter, sisi wengi, a lot of us, guys, I live in the United States. We all know where we live with each other. We can talk whatever kind of English we want to
Even
talk, or we
me, I live in the
can
United
English.
States, but I'm in
But
Jamaica. I'm in Jamaica also.
okay, yeah, I don't care. I come there na kujanga tutakuja huko tuvute weed. I don't give a shit. What we give a shit is about Kenya, na Kenya ni yetu. Na mtu akikupatia challenge kama hiyo, akwambie unashinda hapo ukipiga kelele, ebu kwanza nipatie what our country anthem is, na ushindwe. That becomes a big problem, because utashinda ukiongeanga na vitu, and we are not smart enough to understand that hiyo kwanza anzia hapo. If you want to talk shit about the country, if you want to talk shit about people, first of all, do you know your national anthem? What does it say? Me, that was a big challenge. Danili apologized, Jana. And I know Themba was running that thing. Na imenisumbua sana, because we cannot just be coming into a forum like this one that has given us tuweze kuongea vitu, and then hata uwezi atasema national anthem yenyu. What the F? It's stupid. Mimi jana nilipatikana, Themba ulinichapa, by the way, thank you so much. Leo nimeenda chini, hiyo ndio, that's all I was working on today after nilitoka job. I was just working on that. But sisi, now we have to stop thinking about Wajaluo, Wakikuyu, sijui Wakalenjin, sijui kina Themba, kina Matindeto. We have to start thinking about where we are going. And a lot of people saizi wenye wako hapa kwa hii kitu, there are people who have lived in the United States or lived in other first world country, na nashinda nikisema tomboya mwenye anatumanga. Sisi ni watu saizi tukatumwa vile tuko hapa, tunakubaliana. Hata wenye tuko kwa line saizi tukatumwa saizi tuambue tuende Kenya. We will deal it differently. What Raila is doing, that's the end of the old generations. That's where Moses Kuria anashinda akiongea hapa sijui ati kutairi. Who gives, I mean, in this generation, who gives an F? Nani ametairi, nani hajatairi? Who gives an F? Come on, guys. Really? We can do better than that. Mi na Themba tunaweza kosana
Africans,
kesho
your
alafu
business.
tuongee. Nini? Nani huyu? Nani alikuwa akiongea?
No, endelea umalize Ndeto, ndio tuendelee. Endelea umalize your presentation.
Ya kuna jamaa alikuwa sijui amesema nini. But you know, at the end of the day, we need to move from you know, people like Moses Kuria. Guys, me, I was challenged today. I mean, yesterday. Nikakuja, nikaenda nikaangalia. Because it does not make you a big person because umecorrectiwa today. Hello, mnanisikiza? Ya bado?
Yeah, go on.
Ya kuna mtu alikuwa amenipigia simu. Lakini nilikuwa nasema, it does not make any sense. Me and Themba, we can have different of opportunity, I mean, different of opinions every day of our lives. Lakini, we as a country, we have to think where we are going. And yesterday I said something. Na niligongwa na nikakubali. Leo ndio maana nimekuja na hizo vitu zote nikaandika our national anthem. Jana I asked something, and Themba, you were there because you are running the whole thing. Nikakuuliza, tuliongea story ya Ukraine. Na nikakwambia kuna mtu ako Ukraine aliniuliza, sasa mkifukuzwa venye sisi tumefukuzwa, what are you going to be? Us as diasporas tunajifanya tuko huku, tuko na kila kitu. Na hiyo ndo Julia alisema jana, akasema there's some things that you guys don't even understand zenye ziko Kenya zinafanyika. Now the reason I'm talking about these things ni sababu Kenya lazima tuanze kufikiria hatukuwa na HIF imekuja. Mi sikuwa rafiki wa Uhuru, I don't care what I belong, I don't care where I belong. Uhuru ameweka NHIF. Okay? Barabara mi nilikuja nyumbani, nikaenda nikatembea. Na unajua nini, nilipanda SGR, even though sipendi ile pesa tulipewa ya kulipia SGR, lakini najua nilikuwa, I was supposed to be hapo Syokimau 8 by 9, I mean by 3 tunagonga niko Mombasa. Given how I moved after that, hiyo haijalishi, maybe niko na gari yangu or whatever. So we need to talk and think about as Kenya where we are moving and how we are going to be a first world country. Wengi wetu hapa kwa hii na nitarudi Themba, nitatoka because najua you're about to take it. Nitatoka na nitarudi, tukienda kufunga tutafunga. Kwa hii kitu lazima tuanze kufikiria kwanza, watu wenye wako outside the country, how do we bring back our country back, and how do we go from a third world country to a first world country? When I come to Kenya and I see barabara inapita huko juu na inafanyika kila kitu, we need
Temba.
and stop politicking. Mwenye anasema wacha nitamaliza please bro, sina ubaya.
Aya, 1 minute tumalize ndio aulize swali. Kuna swali hapa pia nataka kuuliza swali. So maliza in 1 minute ndio aulize swali.
Okay. Mimi nataka sisi wote wenye tuko hapa na wenye tunaweza Themba as you're here na kila mtu. Mimi every day I talk about moving from a third world country to a first world country. And that's what Uhuru did. We are moving. Please, let's support and listen to what Uhuru is saying and listen to what Raila is talking and see a presidential person coming here saying atachukua zile vitu zenye zimefanyika to move on, na mwingine anapiga na matusi kina Dindi Nyoro na nini, people watu wametoka university juzi. Ni kama sisi hatukuaga leaders of our universities. Watu wamekuja tu, mtu amepewa kila kitu. Guys, please, me I always advocate. I love what Themba does, Wekesa, Bernard, Mutembei TV, and I always say every day, nitarudi baadaye kwa saizi nitatoka, but nitarudi. Themba, thank you. Mutembei TV and everything, thank you. And that's why hata siku ya sadaka nilikuwa mtu ya kwanza kutuma. Mimi nataka hii kitu yote watu tuongee wenye tuko huko US na nini, kwa sababu wengi we don't even need to be in the United States, we need to be in Kenya, not there. Ongeni matope wenye anataka kuongea po.
Hapo ninasemangwa you drop the mic pap. You drop the mic, then you peace out. Now, Captain, what is it, Captain?
Yes, Temba. Good morning, and good evening, or good afternoon, or good whatever, everybody. What I came to realize is that hapa watu wanaongea na makasiriko sana. Nashindwa shida iko wapi? Mtu kama Martin Deto anaongea kama amekasirika sana. Sisi wote hapa tuko tukitafuta kiongozi, weta ukue Somalia, ukue Tanzania, ukue huko inji zile zote, lakini hawa watu wote, hata unapata mtu wako Rwanda anatuambia for us in United States of America, lakini ako hapo Rwanda anatutisha hapa na United States of America. What is wrong with you guys? You are trying to make us run away from Kenya.
Captain,
Huh?
Captain.
What is that?
Calm down. Calm down. No,
huh?
relax.
No,
You don't have to attack.
Martin, Nani, Temba.
No,
These
calm
guys
down.
are threatening us, my friend. And
No, calm down. You don't have to attack Martin.
I'm okay, Temba. I'm okay. But you
This is what
see,
I'm saying.
like Martin
Hold on.
Teto, who I know is in North Sudan, not even South Sudan, North Sudan.
Relax.
He's cheating us to be in South America.
Relax. It doesn't matter where someone is. You can even be in Timbuktu or wherever. I mean, as long as we don't care where you are. I mean, where you are talking from. In fact, it is not part of a requirement for you to come here and tell us where you are. Right? So it doesn't matter where you are.
Yes.
The thing is, as long as you have you're Kenyan and you are interested in matters Kenya, because you have had even Tanzanians joining here. We have had someone from Bongo ameingia hapa. So we really don't care where you are. And it is not a requirement for you to come here. What if it is your volition to say where you are? You can tell us you are wherever. It doesn't matter. We don't care. Right? So even if you can be in the US, you can be in Kenya, you can be in a village somewhere in wherever. We don't care. That is not a requirement whatsoever. And you owe no one an explanation, Martin, as to where you are, and you don't have to prove to anyone where you are. You just need to comment on one thing: the interest and leadership in Kenya, right? So comment on his submissions, not on where he is. Even if he said ako biguni, even we can receive a call from heaven in the name, it doesn't matter, right? So let's not use that as a way of differing with someone. So Captain Hapo, you are out of order. Get back to order.
I'm not out of order, Temba, because these guys supporting Raila, they are trying to threaten us that they are in America, while most of them they are in Nyalenda in Kisumu.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter kama uko UK, uko Kisumu, ama uko Kino, UK ni uko Kino. We don't care. Nobody will come for you. Wewe toa mawazo yako. Differ with the person. Yes, Martin, you are going na nasikia unataka. Do you really have to respond to Captain?
Wacha ni respond ya Captain, eh? Hello, mnanisikia?
Yeah, go on, Martin.
I
don't think it was necessary, but
Ni sawa, wacha nimwambie tu ni sawa Themba, hata ushasema kila kitu. You know, Captain, for me I don't care maluta dhani niko. Kama unadhani niko Nyalenda, hiyo ni story yako. Mimi hiyo ni yako. Mimi usinisumbue na hizo vitu. Mbali niko, mimi ndo najua kule niko. Sasa wewe ukiwa na utoto yako mtu anakuambia kule yuko na utaki kusikia, you know what, I normally say this and I've said it again. That's why UDM kona shida, because you guys really don't want to get an intellectual kind of way of talking. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna talk matope, which I rarely ever talk to matope. Nasikizaga watu. Wewe, kama ndo unajua kule niko, nipeleke kule niko. Kama unajua niko Nyalenda basi. Now that the rest of it, you go deal with your people. Mi wachana na mimi. Mimi kule niko ndio niko na tusumbuani. By the way, I don't give a F. So, hiyo story yako ya kuniambia ati sijui watu wanasema ati sijui wako US, wako nini, kuja basi nikulipie ticket tukuje tukae na wewe. Mimi usikuja kuniambia vitu zenye unafaa kuniambia hapa. Unakuja kuniambia ati siko US, siko sijui wapi, sijui. Unadhani niko wapi? Niko Kerugoya? What the hell? Man, can we grow up? I mean, this is the stupid things that we are trying to kill out of our nation. Of mtu akikuambia ako Kisii, kubali ako Kisii. na mtu akikwambia kwa mahali pengine kubali. Sasa wewe ukikataa kama siku Amerika, sasa itakusaidia na nini? Imenisaidia na nini? And the fact is I'm living in Kansas, United States, Kansas, Missouri, United States, na niko na gari yangu imekaa nje, niko about kwenda job. I'm about to log off ndio niende job, alafu nitaongea tukiwa job. Na Themba anajua hivyo. So what the fuck are you telling me that ati siko Kansas? Man, fuck off.
Imetosha. It's okay. Well, Captain.
Temba, I have to respond, my friend.
Okay,
You cannot. You have to balance the equation in everything. You have to balance the equation from all the both sides of UDA and AZIMIO la kurusha mawe. You have to balance the equation.
No. Relax, Captain.
You have to balance the equation.
Wewe Captain, mimi niko Sugoi na hakuna kitu utanifanyia.
Relax, Captain.
Hakuna shida wewe kwa Sugoi, lakini mimi sisi tuko Kansas bwana. Sisi tuko Kansas na Maryland. Na huko wamesema Massachusetts. Sisi tuko Massachusetts.
Captain.
Yes.
Hold on. Unaongea na sijakupatia nafasi. Can you calm down? You are a veteran in this platform. All right? So you know the rules. We don't have to keep engaging in a debate that is not taking us nowhere. Where you are or where you are talking from doesn't really matter. So just let it go. And in this case, I'll give you time to respond to what he shared, but not right now. Right now, I want to bring in Julia, and then I'll give you time. So weka hapo kwanza ni kuweke pembeni kidogo dakika moja.
Okay, asante Themba. I want to talk about President Uhuru meets Kalonzo. So now you see we are calm. So today we understand President Uhuru met Kalonzo. So I hope that the discussions were fruitful. I'm just wondering what they were discussing, but I don't know what the Kalonzo team wants, because I just watched another clip where Mutula Kilonzo and his team were talking they are trying to force Kalonzo through our throats as deputy president. And I'm thinking, even if they want him to be deputy president, now going forward, I think this is a question I will pose to the panel to think about, that we could discuss this now, because that's the first thing I'm seeing here. If the Mutula Kilonzo's team wants Kalonzo to be deputy president, now with that kind of attitude and what they have now, the stage they have set, can Kalonzo really be the best deputy president for Raila? And do we think whether now the AZIMIO people, those who are backing Baba from all over the country, will take that, or will absorb that, or how will they absorb that? So for me, my take is this is a very wrong approach that Kalonzo has taken, like trying to force, what his henchmen are saying. It can be assumed that is what he wants. He wants to force himself down our throat, and that one cannot work. So I would like to hear the views of the members. What do you think? What do you think is the reaction of the AZIMIO people? How do they absorb this? Because in that negotiation that Uhuru went to see, it must be something Uhuru is trying to solve. I think Uhuru is trying to solve some issue about Kalonzo. But the fact that the Kalonzo team are trying to say that either Kalonzo, the deal should be Kalonzo should be running mate or nothing. So I would like the team to debate, how do you think the AZIMIO followers will absorb this? That's what I want to ask them.
Yeah. Before I bring Captain Asi, he has a comment on that. Hoping he has a comment on that. Personally, I've chosen, I don't want to talk about Kalonzo, at least until Baba comes back, and until I'll be waiting for communication from the official AZIMIO spokesperson, that is Professor Makau Mutua. Definitely, if the person who's going to be a deputy president is entirely in Uhuru's hands, because that's a Mount Kenya thing. It's the Mount Kenya is the one that is going to take the deputy president. Secondly, people who want election are busy on the ground looking for the votes. You cannot be negotiating to be a deputy president or whatever position, still in hotels, and going to places where you're only demanding we want a deputy president because you supported Raila. Thirdly, what they are not getting is that AZIMIO is not about Raila. AZIMIO is not NASA. You see, you cannot go into someone who's already moved on into a new marriage, and then you start telling them, I want the things you promised me in our former marriage. That doesn't make sense. But I'm thinking they are just trying to find some relevance, like in this, because even Oka, what is Oka? Oka disappeared. Martha Karua is not in any coalition. So when they're speaking about Oka, they're not speaking about even Martha Karua, because Martha Karua said that she's not joined any coalition yet. So she's not in AZIMIO, and she's not in Kenya Kwanza. So what is Oka? So Kalonzo is just trying to remain relevant. I know he feels like he let down his captain. I've seen your hand. I'll allow you to talk. He's seen. You can put your hand down. So as soon as I'm done, I'll call you. Calm down. Hiyo moto uko nayo ni mingi sana. So what I know is, you cannot negotiate on the table while people are busy. AZIMIO has been on the ground for the last many days. Kalonzo, since coming from the Rakanithi once after the AZIMIO launch, he's never gone anywhere the rest of the days. So instead of going down looking for, he says that I'm going to look for every vote for Baba, but he's not going on the ground. So that leaves a lot to be desired. The issue of deputy president is just trying to sort their bargain. What are they bringing on the table that will give them the deputy president? And AZIMIO is not Baba. You cannot bank on, we had said you are going to, Kalonzo let down his candidature to support Raila. There was nothing like that. If he was, Raila before that had said that if he wants to go alone, he could go alone. I mean, it was coalition of the willing. But it's because of the realities on the ground that he wasn't going to go anywhere. And even them, they knew he was not going to go anywhere. That's why he had to join. But I have chosen, actually, for the last few days, I've chosen to take a back seat and observe, especially wait for Baba to come back to the country. Then, of course, wait for official communication coming from only one person, who is the AZIMIO spokesperson, that is Professor Makau Mutua. For now, they are politicians, and in politics, you are allowed to pull your end of the thread until you feel some relevance, and raise the tide of your bargain. They know there are two people here. Mudavadi sending Malala, for Malala to try and say that Mudavadi has to be the deputy president. And then on the other hand, Kalonzo sending Mutula Kilonzo for him to say that he has to be the deputy president tells a lot about the same people who are in Kenya Kwanza, I mean, who are in Oka, and then they moved out with those people who are their mouthpieces. So the mouthpieces are busy pushing for their masters. So they're sending, Mudavadi is sending Malala, that's why he's being told to shut up by Washiali, and Kalonzo sending Mutula, telling him, him is supposed to be speaking for Kalonzo. What is their option? Assuming he doesn't get, now I want to think back, assuming he's not given the deputy president, what is his option? There's no place. The only thing that he can do, you give that such a demand when you have an option. When you say that, okay, fine, I'll walk out and go and run on my own, what will he get? Because you look at someone saying, if you don't give me the deputy president, I'll walk out and run on my own. Fine. What will he get? Okay, even if he joins UDA, what position is he gonna get in Kenya Kwisha? So their goose is already cooked. They already made. They are going to play by the demands, by the people, what they are going to be told, and what they are going to be put on the table. But what they are trying to do right now is to mobilize their population. Their voting masses. They have to make them look like kuna kitu wana push. They have to make them see that actually this was not a loss. And if you see Kalonzo trying to talk, he's trying to put a faith. He actually, you see, when you have to defend something, then there's something about it. He's saying that this is the best negotiation that has ever happened. I've made the best, who is asking you? Nobody has asked him. So it is true that, in my view, he left with nothing. He left with nothing. And for him, that was the only option. And because it was the only option right now, he has to galvanize and mobilize his voters, the people that were looking forward to him. So how does he do that? He has to make them look like there's a stake that he had already pushed. And that is what they're trying to do. So politically, wako sawa, they're okay in any political negotiation. You've got to make sure you put yourself out there. You try to, to bring a face that looks like
You're contradicting yourself.
What's that?
You're contradicting yourself. You said you don't want to say anything about Kalonzo. You end up talking 5 minutes about him.
Okay, so what's the problem?
No, I'm just saying you're contradicting yourself. Just tell us what you think about him, as Julia asked.
So what's the problem? What is your problem? That's what I'm asking.
There's no problem. Just tell us your mind, what you want about Kalonzo. You said you don't want to say anything about him.
What's your problem, Alex?
I said just tell us what you think about Kalonzo. Don't say that you will hold what you want to tell us.
I've been talking for 5 minutes. You haven't heard anything I've said.
Yeah, I don't hear anything new.
When I'm just about to finish.
Well, Temba, continue, Temba, continue, Temba. Alex is confused. Alex is the one confused. Temba, continue.
We mtu apendi diaspora wachana bwana, hata internet inakusumbua.
Sasa wewe pia umeanza kuja kusukumana na captain hapa. Is that your mission? Anyway,
exactly. That's what
what I'm saying, Alex, calm down. What I'm saying is this: they are pulling as politicians. It's not nothing new in politics and in the game of negotiation. You have to galvanize your voters. You have to push, but it has no consequence. If you ask me, they won't get the vice president. But again, I think Alex is right. I said I want to calm down, leave Kalonzo's issues aside. I'll be listening, and I'll add you, Julia. Don't worry about Kalonzo. Let's wait for Baba to come. Then you listen to one voice, Professor Makau Mutua. They are the ones who is the official spokesperson of AZIMIO la Umoja. Akiongea, hao wengine watavuta, but that is it. Now, I think Captain also addressed his answer. I think he has his on the same and others. Karibu, Captain.
Asante sana Temba. Kwanza sasa umeona umenikaribisha wakati Ndeto ameenda, ulikuwa unajaribu kutuuliza hali Temba aondoke, Ndeto aondoke, ndio nirudi sasa kama hayuko. Nitashukuru hapo, nitashukuru vile umefanya, lakini najua hii kesho ama kesho hiyo ingine nitampata. Tapatana naye hapa sasa, sina maneno ingine na yeye. Kuna mtu anaitwa Gifted Hands hapo amesema atanitengenezea visa niende penye ako. Lakini hiyo Gifted Hands mi kitu nitamwambia, nataka kwanza atafute visa akuje penye niko, ndio nijue yeye ni mwanaume ama ni mwanamke kamili, ama mwanaume kamili akuja hapa penye niko. Akipata hiyo visa nitafanywa hivi. Hiyo nimefanya hivyo, angekuwa hapa aone hiyo kitu angejua nimesema nini. Ya pili hiyo nini Temba umesema mambo na Kalonzo Musyoka na nini hiyo ingine. Hiyo hata mimi hainihusu. Uhuru Kenyatta wacha pambane na hali zake. Sisi tukingoja vile tutaapisha mheshimiwa president saa hizi. Unajua saa hii serikali ikifunjwa president sahi ni William Ruto. Sahi tunatengeneza listi ya wageni wale tunaalika, akina Joe Biden pande hiyo namna hii, akina Boris Johnson akiwa hapa UK, Vladimir Putin akibadilisha tabia yake. Unajua siku hizi ako na tabia mbaya sana, anafahamia Ukraine, na hiyo ndo tutakosana na yeye hapo. Hatuwezi mkaribisha akuje Nairobi ahudhurie kuapishwa kwa kwa president wa Kenya ambaye ni rais mpya William Ruto. Watu wengine, kuna mtu mmoja nilikuwa nataka kumjibu Julia. Kuna swali Julia alikuwa ameuliza, nimesahau kidogo, lakini najua inaambatana na vile tunaweza tengeneza serikali ya Kenya kwanza, ya William Ruto, ambapo tuko pamoja na yeye, hakuna maneno, tutaunda serikali, hatuna maneno. Kitu tu imenichanganya akili ni vile umewachilia Ndeto amepotea, na ningemjibu vizuri sana na debate ingekuwa vizuri sana na tamu sana, unaona. So sahi kwa sasa sina maneno, tutengeneze tu list yetu vile tutaita wageni ya kuhudhuria sherehe ya naibu wa rais William Ruto. Sawa sawa, Temba, endelea saa kutoka hapo, sina maneno mengine.
Asante. Unaona niliacha Ndeto akaenda mkakaa down. Naona nyinyi wawili. Alex, you don't have to say that at your moderator cannot contradict himself. We are human. I mean, and I've never claimed, a deity status. I can contradict myself. I'll make mistakes. I'll not do things that you expect. I'm not perfect. So usiseme hapa moderator cannot. I don't claim even knowledge of everything, and that's why I'm here to learn. So don't try to give deity status to me as a moderator. In fact, when you see me wrong, point it out, and I've accepted. Nilijirudia na nimekosea. Unisamee kama hiyo ilikukwaza, ule alikwazwa na kujirudia kwangu. Unisamee, mimi ni binadamu, nafanya makosa. Ati ya moderator cannot. I can contradict myself. If you see me contradicting myself, highlight it. That is what it is and how it is. Yes, Julia, sema.
Julia ako na swali kwangu, patie.
I want to see swali Captain. Nataka kushukuru because you are calm during that confrontation, and you will see Martin again. I just request you to be calm. I sent a message to the private chat, and I was saying language. I just request the participants of this panel, even this show, Captain is saying about those who are in America. But in this country, I'm in America to Captain, Nico, South Carolina. The word S and F is like habari yako. That is something I'm still struggling to come into terms with. And to me, I'm a teacher, niliambia wanafunzi wangu, those words traumatize me. And now my students don't say these things in my classroom. Wanasema, don't say that. It traumatizes our teacher. You are traumatizing the teacher. Don't say those things. So I am requesting the panelists, hata kama mtu amekuudhi aje, please don't use those words in this show. It's going to spoil this show. So if Martin is paying attention to this, I didn't want to say that because I didn't know what he was going to say to me, and I wouldn't participate in a confrontation, and I would never do that, whether in privacy or in public. But hata kama mtu amekukasirisha sana, Kenyans don't even know what those words mean. It can really annoy Kenyans when they hear that, the S and the F. They don't do that. Remember, you can agree with me. I think you have been in Kenya. Those of us who have been there for many years, we don't hear those things even on the streets. So we don't do that. So please, hata kama mtu amekukosea, amesema chenye hautaki kusikia, let's not go that direction. Captain, I appreciate your patience. And next time, even if you see Martin, just ignore him. And don't argue. I appreciate your patience, Captain. Please don't just ignore that young man. It helps to ignore them. Thank you.
Unajua Julia, Captain ndiye alileta uchokozi. You don't have to massage the captain. Yeye ndiye alianza kuchokozana hapa.
Okay, Themba,
Captain,
he said something that was even
okay.
affecting me. He said something that watu wa Azimio wanasema wako ng'ambo, but me, I didn't respond.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You
Yeah.
need to take it both sides. Captain also was not right to start telling someone that unasema sijui uko wapi na sema. That is not a requirement. So usi Captain asikuja hapa, respond to what someone is saying. It doesn't matter where they are. I don't care which.
No, Temba, please. Wacha nijitetee bwana. Unajua unajibu on my behalf. Wewe unajibu on my behalf.
No, I'm just saying this.
Unajua kwanza wewe unajibu kwa sababu unajua kitu ya kwanza Temba, wewe ni rafiki yangu sana, wewe unaelewa vizuri sana. Unapata mtu anakujibu ati some of us in Massachusetts na kwa hapa Katito anauza miwa hapo na wheelbarrow. Anatumia ile wheelbarrow anapinga, anauza miwa naye. Unaona? Hiyo ndio shida ya watu wengine wengi sana.
Okay, let it rest. We sorted it out, and I think we just need to respond to people's views. Yeah, it doesn't matter where they are. Just respond, and you don't have to tell us where you are. If you want to, that's okay. That's what we have always said here. If you want to tell us where you are calling, I had actually said when we started debating that you don't have to tell us where you are. Nobody is pushing you to say where you are. But if you want to volunteer it, that's okay. If you want to volunteer where you are, it's up to you. You can do that, but it doesn't add anything into what you're going to say. So being in wherever place doesn't add anything into the substance you're saying. Give us your point. That's what you're going to listen to. If you are in Kenya, if you are in whatever Shimo, kama uko Mogadishu, you talk. We don't care, as long as you're contributing to the debate. That's our key point. Wherever you are.
Kwa comments about
Is it you
Temba,
or is it
I
me?
was saying this Alex amemaliza bundles alafu anasema ati tuko bitter.
Never mind them. Learn to be easy. People will say so many stuff. You don't have to respond to everything. So let's move on. I want to bring in other people who have joined us, and I want to start with the guys who came before. I think there's Mohammed, there's Geoffrey, there's Sarah. So I want to start with Sarah, then I go to Geoffrey. Then I go to Richard, then Geoffrey, then Mohammed. So Sarah, karibu.
Asante Bemba. Actually nimeletwa hapa na swali ya Julia, but before ni respond to my sister, Captain reminds me of a case study I worked on rather wa PTSD. So if you have diaspora PTSD, please, you really don't need to bring it here. Respect everyone and where they come from. They struggled to get them there, so it is really disrespectful for you to bring your personal issues with people from diaspora over here. We have not commented about you being in Kenya. It is not even a crime to be in Kenya. We love Kenya, it's our country, but at the same time you should not be judgmental to people who are in diaspora. They are there for a reason. They work hard.
Very good. 100%. Very good.
Sorry.
They work hard. 100% sure.
Thank you, honey. They work hard. They work hard, and they're where they are for a purpose. And at the same time, for people who are in diaspora, you don't need to say where you are. It already shows in your actions. If you are a person from diaspora, you should put yourself in a certain level that you don't really need to explain where you are. But if you do also, it is not a crime. So Captain, please just respect people and where they come from. Location really doesn't matter when you're in the debate. I've been trying to avoid talking about Kalonzo because I talked about Kalonzo once in the comment section, and I received very harsh comments back from AZIMIO sympathizers. Now, my sister Julia, you have brought up a very key subject. I don't understand why people don't even want to talk about it, because I feel like if worse come to worse, and our Uhuru and Gideon and whoever wakasirike and just give the position of the deputy president to Kalonzo, we are in for a rude shock. I told you once we entered Kalonzo into AZIMIO, we created a loophole for ourselves. Now, when you create a loophole for yourself, it's like in war. You either win the battle or you lose the battle. That loophole is basically the reason as to why you will either win or you will either lose. So it will change depending on how the loophole is created and how the intensity of the loophole. Now, in this case, we have a confused party who's Kalonzo Musyoka. He says Raila Tosha on the weekend. He wakes up on the weekday and says he doesn't know what he signed. There is no AZIMIO Oka or what. As a matter of fact, if you listened into his interview, he was asked about the story ya kusema Wiper members waingie more into the party or in parliament so they can impeach Raila when time is due, or that. And he said he actually dodged it and said, I realize kwa he has to be careful kuongea na Wakamba because obviously most Wakamba are on Raila's side. Now, to be quite honest with you, he makes AZIMIO look confused, and that is what I don't dislike. I hate that, because tunakaa ligi ya One Kenya Alliance, and surely it is very demeaning, especially being that we are trying to create, in campaign, we are not only trying to put Baba to presidency, we are trying to create a notion, or rather a picture where the people can trust AZIMIO as a coalition. We do not need to enter the government with questions. This goes back to what I was saying. Kalonzo is extremely a good definition of another Ruto. He is going to be another Ruto anyway, because he did say he learned a lot from Ruto and he's intending to start campaigning immediately the elections are over. So I feel very angered by what he does, and to the point mpaka president anatoka State House kukuja kumbembeleza. Surely we are giving so much time to Kalonzo. I kept on saying that. I even saw this in Citizen News Gang. Yvonne Okwara said that the same thing, that it stopped from being Raila's day then to Kalonzo says Raila Tosha. We have really given him leeway to kutupeleka vile anajisikia. So I really hope and I do pray that they don't give him that position, and that he should be contented with what he's given, because again, we keep on saying he has helped Baba, which is contentious, really. If you talk to me about it at length, I will show you ways in which he didn't actually move a muscle in helping Baba. But again, there are people who agree that he has helped Baba, so I don't want to go into the gist of that. But yes, Julia, Kalonzo is a very wide loophole that if AZIMIO don't watch out is going to ban us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that. Richard, how are you?
Demba nipatie dakika moja kwanza, niko na huyu analia hapa.
Okay, sawa. Geoffrey, karibu.
Asante sana Demba kwa nafasi. Kwanza na wasalimu, habari ya jioni my fellow panelists. Let me say this. For me, I'm gonna dive a little bit in my earlier panelists wenye wamesema kwamba we giving too much time to Kalonzo. We as the people of AZIMIO, what we really want is to see that Baba ameingia State House. Doesn't matter nani anachagua kwe running mate. If they're gonna settle with Kalonzo, for us we just campaign. It's not our sio nini yetu kujua nani wanachagua. Baba has been on this game. He knows what he's doing. He has a very smart people. For us is to campaign for them. At the end of the day, tuone kwamba Baba ameingia State House. I know most people are upset with Kalonzo. Yeah, we agree. Even me, I'm a part of it. But if Baba decide that with this team that they're going to be with Kalonzo going to be the running mate, why am I to say no? Or who am I to pinga what they're deciding? Just let us continue preaching for Baba apate vote mingi, achaguliwe. Mambo ya running mate, it upon Baba na grupu yake ya nini ya AZIMIO, wao ndio watakaa chini wachague. You know, they know, let me say this, they know who gonna be the running mate. But sisi kama wafuasi wao hatujui. Hapa tunajaribu kupiga siasa kusema huyu atafanya hivi, huyu things not gonna be well. For me, I don't see it to be something which you're gonna be talking about because my aim, mimi kama mtu mwenye na support Baba, ni kuona ya kwamba Baba amewin, amepata kura, ameingia State House. And that's what we are really looking forward. Kwa hivyo nitaomba ni wale wafuasi wa Baba wenye wanapigania Baba Debe, please let us not be carried away with this issue of Kalonzo and we lose the objective. Our objective is to see Baba amewin, ameingia State House so that it can bring the change which we are looking forward. And that's what we are supposed to be thinking about right now. You know, kwa hivyo tuendelee kupigia debe Baba, tuambie watu wherever they are huko nyumbani kwamba tunataka watu wachague Baba, vile vile wampatie viongozi kutoka mashinani, MCS mpaka governors, watu wenye wako ni wachapakazi, watu wenye watafanya kazi na yeye, so that they can be able to achieve what we are yearning for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much Geoffrey, ngawaje ulikuja ukapotea kidogo hapo mwisho, but it's okay. Richard, are you okay now?
Swali Temba, swali kwa Geoffrey. Swali kwa Geoffrey.
Haya, uliza.
Niko na swali kwa Geoffrey.
Uliza swali.
Geoffrey, is it a must that Kalonzo must be the running mate to Kalonzo Musyoka to Raila Odinga? And if yes, why should Kalonzo Musyoka be running mate to Raila Odinga and not vice versa? Why should not be Raila be running mate to Kalonzo Musyoka? You choose Kalonzo Musyoka to be the presidential candidate and Raila Odinga to be the running mate. Why do you want always Raila to be the first one?
Okay, let me
Geoffrey, give us the answer.
All right. Nakusikia, siji Temba Damwasa, can you give me a chance the answer, Captain?
Yeah, go ahead, Geoffrey.
Okay, thank you very much. Captain, let me tell you, my brother. Kwanza wewe una support nani William Ruto, so business ya AZIMIO, you have no anything there to talk about it. That's what I will tell you, brother. We are not saying that it's a must Kalonzo Musyoka to be the vice president of Raila Odinga. We are saying if the AZIMIO group decide and choose Kalonzo Musyoka to be the running mate, sisi kama wafuasi wa Baba hatuna shida. What we want is to see Baba has won the election. Hiyo ndio kitu yetu. That's our target. But if they're gonna decide that that's what they're gonna go with Kalonzo, what might say no? For you, I don't know, because you may ask it whatever you're asking, from which point you're asking it, because when najua una support William Ruto, I have no business kujua William Ruto atachagua nani. yeye na grupu yake ndio wataona wenye wanachama, lakini mimi kwa upande wa Azimio nasema ya kwamba yule ambaye watakubaliana, I have no problem. And to answer you, Kalonzo said Baba tosha. So who are you to ask that why Baba not support Kalonzo? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Temba. I have no business to tell you that Baba should support Kalonzo or Kalonzo should support Baba. What if Kalonzo Musyoka will say, I'm not supporting Baba? And Kalonzo say he's supporting William Ruto. What will you do? Where will Baba get another deputy president or deputy whatever to support him? Will you all of you come to William Ruto?
We have so many Kenyans who are ready to leave the country, so there's no problem, my brother. Thank you.
Not everybody who is singing will go to heaven, my friend. Some of you will, some people will take you to hell. You have to understand such things.
Captain is okay.
It's okay, Temba. Go to the next panelist. Go to the next panelist.
Uko na maswali mingi tayajibu tu. Richard, uko sawa? Ama utakuja next?
Patia Mulumbu, naona ni kama wako tayari. Nitakuja next.
Naona Muhammad alikuja kabla. Muhammad, karibu. Muhammad, unmute alafu uongee.
Okay, shukran.
Haya, endelea.
It's my first time to be on this show. So nilikuwa tu huwa nawasikiza sana. And I'm wishing Baba all the best. Otherwise, shukran sana. Thanks. Sina mengi ya kusema.
Asante, karibu. Maiden speech short and nice. Karibu tena na karibu tena. Mulumbu. Karibu Mulumbu.
Hey Dad.
Asante sana. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. We thank God for the day and for the evening to give us health so that we can discuss together and make
Point
our
of order,
Kenya.
point of order. Temba, point of order. Temba. Okay, Temba yuko Mulumbu. Nilikuwa nataka nikuambie hivi Mulumbu, kuna siku ulirusha maswali na ukatoroka. Sasa rusha maswali na ungoje ujibiwe. Usiende. Endelea.
Captain tulia bwana. Mulumbu ukiona amekaa hapo, hata toka hapo mpaka
Mulumbu ile siku unajua Temba, ile siku tulikuwa tunaelekea kufunga, alirusha mabomu na akaenda, akatuacha peke yetu. Sasa sasa arushe bomu na abaki na sisi hapa.
Umemaliza?
Mulumbu niko sawa, nimemaliza. Nilikuwa nasema uliza maswali, ngoja sisi tukujibu, alafu tumalize pamoja. Usiende kama hujajibiwa na usiende kama hujajibu. Tuelewane sisi wote pamoja. Nimemaliza hapo.
Mimi siulize maswali, isipokuwa nitazungumzia kulingana na yale yanatakikana na vile Kenya yetu inakaa. Because when I see here, most of you there mmezaliwa nyuma yangu. Some of you ni rika watoto wangu nimezaa. So mnaweza unajua unaweza mtoto ajue atembee na ajue zaidi kukuliko. Unaweza mzaa mtoto awe mtundu akose kujua aenda achomeka mahali anaenda ama achome dunia yote kwa sababu amekataa kukusikiza wewe mzazi. Unaweza zaa mtoto ambapo akuje afanye maendeleo aweke jina lako juu.
Na si hapo mtoto umezaa mtoto aweke jina lako juu, utashukuru Mungu.
Na hata kama nakuweka jina lako
haitakuwa mbaya.
Hawezi jua kukuliko because wewe ulimzaa. Hii akili yote anatumia,
lakini ataweka jina yako juu.
Anatoka kwako because wewe ulifanya mahali ukafikia mahali Mwenyezi Mungu alikuwekea, kwa sababu kila mtu ana generation yake na wakati wake amewekewa. Unapomzaa remember unapunga, hata wewe vile ulivyo hapo babu yako hajafikia mahali umefikia wala baba yako. So uwezi wadharau kwa sababu hajafikia mahali umefikia. The facts remains, walikuzaa ukafika hapo. Kama wangefanya hivyo ungefika hapo. Na I remember pia walizaliwa akaheshimu ndio wakafika mahali walifika.
Aya, sawa, tumesikia. Wewe peana submission yako.
So lazima wacha nianze na captain. Wewe nafikiria ni mtu amesoma vizuri sana na mtu ambapo yuko young generation ambapo understand things. But sometimes you become disturbed na kama mtu ambapo hajaelewa na hajaenda shule na akasoma historia ya Kenya na kaelewa vile inakaa.
Captain hajasoma.
Because sometimes the vile unavyojibu unavyo behave inatupatia aibu sisi kama watu wazima ambapo tulikuja mbele yenu. Because kama tuko katika discussion kama hii, huwa nasikia vibaya kama natuletea nyinyi watu wa mawe, sijui nyinyi Raila. We are talking issues. Let's just talk about issues. Let's talk about mawe. Hiyo mawe ndiye imeleta democracy. That's why you are talking here. Unaweza insult anybody. Hiyo mawe. Na remember wakati Moi alikuwepo kulikuwa na mawe. Ndiye ilifanya Moi akatoka kwa kiti. So ukifika hapa, when people are discussing the things that can build the country, don't bring us here that mambo ya mawe, sijui Raila, and then somebody was there, what he was talking about, he was not talking about the mawe, he was not talking about that. We are talking things that can help our country. I think somebody can listen to a young lady here called Sarah. She speaks facts. She's very young. Ikiangalia na nyinyi, very young. She speaks facts. Hangili mtu anazungumuza yale unasikia ambapo inaweza kusaidia na saidia nchi. But sometimes nikisikia kama vile unavyojibu na shangaa kujua tukiwa na watu kama wewe kama 20-30 hivi Kenya inaungua because we are not reasoning. We need to reason. This forum here is to educate those people who cannot be wale hawawezi fikia kwa hii forum ambapo akidownload the video wana listen the way we talk, then it help because all along we have been blinded. Tulikuwa kwa giza. That's why we fight down there. Nafikiria hapo ukija hapa you need to learn. Ukisha learn you take those people ambapo hawana uwezo wa kufika hapa na kusikiza what we are talking about here. But kama unakuja na hii lugha ile inakuwa kwa mtaa huko ya kuinsali hichi hata mnaanza kupigana huko, it's not helping us over here. So Mr. Captain, I want you to grow up. You look like somebody who gonna be a leader. And who you are a leader in UDA, you have to give us the facts, not insulting. Vitu ambapo inaweza tusaidia. What is wrong, they say is wrong. What's right, they say is right. That's why kuna sheria. It means ya
Mulumbu iko hivi. Mulumbu, please tafadhali kwanza Mulumbu. Nani amesema ya kwamba
can you give me time because whenever you have never heard me kukatia ama kuongeleza namna yake. Can you just keep quiet and listen what I'm talking to if you are a gentleman?
Sawa, lakini mambo ya kusema kutumia mambo na mawe, kurusha mawe na nini, hakuna mtu ameongelea mawe. Hata kwanza mimi mwenyewe sijagusia mambo ya kurusha mawe.
I heard you.
Wacha kuturushia maneno Captain.
I heard you very well. Just keep quiet. I never introduce anybody. Kila mtu anaongea. So once you rudi kwa sababu I understand, I have a sharp brain who listen to somebody because I want to hear what you are saying. Then ikikao nitakuuliza kama
okay, let me take a call from my boss. Let me take a call from my boss. My flight is ready. Let me take my call from my boss.
It's okay. You can take off and call your boss. It's okay, no problem. So it seems I'm talking to somebody who not understand. Hiyo nimemalizana na wewe yake iendelee hivyo. Aya, I'm coming back to Mr. Alex. Alex, I respect you so much. But sometimes nakuonanga pia unaenda astray. Nimeona hapo kick hijack nini Temba amesema na wewe pia nakuonanga saa zingine unatokaga kwa line mpaka unagonga unatoka kwa ile ambapo ile unafaa ile vile navyokuelewa ambapo mtu ambapo huo unasimamia unaelewa what it is. Can it teach some of us that we are less educated and less informed of the law of our country and the things we are doing, but sometimes you go astray. Though umekuwa hapo una rectify them, but you also you make a mistakes. Sometimes una hijack when somebody is talking mpaka unaleta confusion hapa, mnapitana na Bernard leo blah blah blah. To me, it doesn't look good, because when unaharibu ile conversation mpaka sasa tunashindwa kujua tunaenda wapi. But you are somebody who is learned, who understands very well. Kama mtu anaenda makosa, wengoja amaliza, akishamaliza mwambie bro, hapa au kwa sawa.
Ngoja nimalize meeting kwa online, alafu you just prepare, go to job, we'll talk. Sawa.
Can I go on?
Go on, Mulumbu.
Yes, ndio nasema my brother Alex, wewe pia unataka uvute miguu yako, upanguze na mikono yako, because sometimes unatupatia hard time. Unafanya sometimes hata UDA wanapata makosa tuko nayo. You make mistakes.
Shida gani hiyo? Kuna shida gani?
Nafikiria nikisema hivyo
acha Mulumbu ongee. Just mute.
Somebody can't attack me for 5 minutes.
No, but if he's attacking you, just listen.
That's what I'm talking about. Ya kwamba sisi katika Azimio pia kuna watu wengine ambapo sometimes want to give us hard time.
Hard time, kwani submission is about Alex?
Nimeachana na wewe, because if you don't understand, I don't have to continue with you. Hiyo tuacha.
Endelea.
Hiyo tuachie hapo hivyo. Nikienda mtu kama Kalonzo, we have a big problem, because I don't see if people watu wanasema ya kwamba Kalonzo can be a president. Raila has started with the BBI, amezunguka naye akaiweka kando, koti ikatupa kando, amekuja na Azimio, amezunguka Kenya mzima mpaka ameiweka hapo. Saa hii imefika wakati sasa tunaanza kunusia karibu. Watu wameshakuja, wameingia Azimio, wale wanataka kujipanga ili wasaidie nchi kuje pamoja. Tujengine yeye baada anajivuta because of his own people. Wakina Wambua, wakina Kalonzo na wale wengine, sijui yule mwingine anaitwa nani. They are pulling him back because he don't seem like a leader. He's being led. He's not leading. This guy is going to give us a problem. It's not something who is not going to help us. But as I know, watu wa Azimio ambapo wameshika the whole country, and we have so many good bright people that can be vice president in the whole country. It can't be only Kalonzo. Na vile najua Raila vile ameshika vile Azimio imeshika Kenya nzima, sio lazima Kalonzo akikosa kuwa vice president ya kwamba Kenya haitaenda mbele. So we should not bow down because of Kalonzo and to drag down because kama hayuko hatutakuwa, na akiwepo na mshindo kwenda awapatie problems. So we have to think about beyond. So nafikira what is happening right now, even the Azimio, leave alone hata Raila, the Azimio as a whole team inaona kuna watu hapa wamefight from the starting mpaka now wanapigana mpaka saa hii, from Central, from Western, from Nyanza, from Eastern, from Coast. Watu wote wanapigana wakitaka Kenya iwe mahali pazuri. So this person just came yesterday, entered in the door yesterday, atakuja anza kufuruga everything to yaribu mahali watu wametoa kienda. Really, it can happen. Then no one can just come here and tell you kwamba atie lazima from Yuda kwambie Kalonzo na lazima asipochaguliwa, kwa hiyo akiingia kwa hiyo mtafanya. wewe ushawahi kuuliza na ya kwamba Ruto hajachagua vice president? Are you talking about what Ruto will elect for vice president? No. You're not talking about UDA, what you're going to elect. So they should stop telling us whom Raila is going to elect as a vice president. Wakuja hapa watuuzie sera zao za UDA so they can convince us. Wasikuje kutuambia what the Azimio is going to do. Hiyo ni party Azimio na Raila Amolo Odinga. What he's going to do, because he's a man of vision. He is a man of his word. Hajawahi kuongoza, anaongoza since he started the politics. Raila huwa na mahali ameweka mguu hatoi mpaka hiki tiingie. So we should not be worried watu wa Azimio. Wacha watu wapige midomo wafanye nini, but let's remain on the course. Ikifika tutaenda mahali tunaenda. This time we're going to reach where we are going. Thank you so much.
Thank you Mulumbu. Uko na swali kwa Mulumbu? Yes, Captain.
Yes, niko na swali sana kwa na naomba Mulumbu.
Captain, uko na nini mbili, hebu toa hiyo ingine ya kwanza, ndio maana we can't hear you very well.
Hapo iko aje?
Ume log in twice. You logged in twice.
Okay. Somebody take over and come in later. But Mulumbu just remain there.
Alex, you want to say something?
Yeah, I will quickly say something. I mean, Mulumbu, hii ni siasa bwana, usichukulie ndani sana. Tunakuja hapa na tunapiga siasa. And as Azimio, we can't be talking one thing without being contradictory sometimes to ourselves. So ukisikia saa ingine nimesema kitu haupendi, I mean, you can turn off vile Ngilu ana turn off Ruto. I mean, you don't have to listen to me. So, and I will still listen to you. I listen to everybody. As I told Themba the other day, I listen to everybody because that is called democracy. But anyway, issue of Kalonzo, Themba, we said, and that's why I was saying, let's not even say anything about Kalonzo, because the moment we allowed Kalonzo to come in, we knew his behavior. We knew how long we had seduced him. So, and we know this is what we have to, and by the time he came in, we said, now we have a thorn on our flesh for the next 5 years. That's what I said. But I said, I wish we could not bring him so that we will not have these problems. But he has already told us what he's going to do. He's going to disrupt Baba's agenda. So let us suck it and get used to it because he's already with us. Otherwise, going forward, whether we criticize him or not, if he's still part of us, there is nothing we can do. We can only discuss him. But if he is part of what Jubilee wants to term Baba, because it's an elaborate strategy for them, it looks so. Because somebody said in the newspaper, and you know, I was so surprised that if Raila tries to pull a Sekedi on us, you know, that was even going way too far. And I was like, okay, I mean, these people are thinking beyond elections, and this is what they want to do to Raila. So it's not that we have formed a union to help Kenyans. Some people have come to be with Baba for the purpose of power. And that is the unfortunate thing. You look at Kalonzo's agenda now, his ultimate agenda is power. So if we start talking about that, we will destroy Azimio before even the election. And I think that is what Mutula Kilonzo wants. But as I said, Kalonzo is with us. We are not going to do away with him unless Jubilee decides so, because it looks like he negotiated with Jubilee, not us. And that's why even the president went to visit him. But Kalonzo said, Raila Tosha. And even in all these statements, he finishes up by saying, we will make sure Raila becomes a president. You know, those are statements that I cannot understand. But as we said, these are career politicians. They wake up, they start politics, they sleep, they dream politics. So let him play his politics as he wants. But let us also understand, as long as we have Kalonzo within us, we will have to deal with all this babyly manner of behavior. We are not going to, he is not going to stop. This is Kalonzo, this is what he has been, and we have to deal with it. Until such a time, then we will say, we can't deal with it anymore, Sasaenda, because his plan, he has already said it. And you know what philosopher said? People reveal who they are unintentionally. And he has already revealed who he is. So let's deal with it. And that's why I was telling Themba, if we start, you know, Themba, did you know how long we took discuss Kalonzo before Kalonzo said Raila Tosha? We got to a point we were so tired and we say we can't talk about him anymore. Now here we go again. And that is why I was telling Themba, let's not go that. The moment we start talking about Kalonzo, it takes the whole session. And you can't handle it because you'll go home all to bed when you are so mad, because the guy knows how to, you know, up our emotions. And that is why I will tell Julia, huyu jamaa, I mean, ni pepo mbaya. That is it. Thank you.
Mulumbu, you want to respond before I bring Richard?
Yes, I just want to tell Alex what I said. He just said over here. He told me that if I don't want to listen, I close. Like Ngilo said, you close. You don't have to listen to me. If I said something he didn't like, why can he say he needs close up? He should not listen to me. Unaona vile amejikaranga yeye mwenyewe hapo. Kama sitaki kumsikiliza, nafunga nisimsikilize. Na vile aliona kama yenye naongea haimpendezi, mbona hakufunga? Asinijibu.
Wewe ndio ulisema I irritate you. My friend, I think unatakana up bongo yako. Why should I close you if you don't irritate me?
Do you see?
You know, you cannot, Mulumbu, when we come to arguments, you can't win over me. You need to know that. Mulumbu, I am so good in arguments.
You see
and
what
I
you're
will
saying now?
deconstruct you. I didn't say I don't listen to you. I said if you can't handle me, turn it off. And I said I can listen to everybody. That is what I
Why
said.
do you behave like an older person? Please.
Do you see now what you're talking? You're talking about my
I'm
brain.
telling you
blah,
the
blah,
way
blah,
it
blah.
is. Don't take things on the other side.
That
If-
means you're not smart.
No, it's not being smart. I'm telling you, you can't win this argument on this one.
Oh, you are not smart. You are not. Your argument. You are not smart.
I did not say I'm smart. That again, you have an embedded mind. I did not say that. What I
Okay.
said, you can't win over this argument. That is it.
Order. Mulikula nini leo? Eh?
Ndio usio ukiweka walevi hapa.
Relax. Hata wewe unavunja ni una-unmute unaongea kwa nini? Can we just have a nice conversation that like we have been having, yeah? So musikorofishane sana. There's life after this. Haya, Richard, I hope you are not hata wewe uamushi maneno bana. Mkiamusha maneno imebaki dakika 11. Mimi nafunga.
Ndemba, mimi nitafanya submission yangu very briefly.
Okay. Haya, go ahead.
You know, niko nataka kuongea juu ya stages of breakup. And you know, in any case, if you have a breakup, there are several stages, and one is denial, the other one is anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Kalonzo amepitia breakup moja, na Raila, they decided to part ways after the 2017 election. And he went into another coalition, wakafanya coalition na Mudavadi na Wetangula. They unceremoniously had a breakup. And so by the time Kalonzo comes to figure out what is happening, it was too late. Hangeenda pande ya Kenya Kwanza Alliance na hangerudi upande wa Azimio, because all these groups were on the move. So right now, what you're seeing Kalonzo doing is he is in one of those phases. Atapitia denial kwanza ya kuachwa, akuje apitie enga, akuje aseme anataka kubagain, kuwe depressed politically, alafu mwisho atakuja kukubali. But the best thing about this arrangement ni kwamba whether he accepts or not, he has to bargain in Azimio through Jubilee, which is a good thing. I think that is a plus, because right now for him to get surety that he has a stake in the next government of Azimio, he has to go through Uhuru Kenyatta. And I think that is a plus. So I'll leave Kalonzo's issues there. I'll go to Malala and the Western politics. I said here some time back that Western politics are very dynamic. And one thing that makes somebody electable in Western is how well they can convince the electorate that they will be in the next government. Because, you know, Western has been with issues, Sukari, Kufufua Mumias Sugar Company, Nzoia, all those stuff. So, ukiangalia Malala was like a spokesman wa Mudavadi. And wakati alikuwa nasukuma watu wakisema tuende tushikane na Ruto to form the next government, they had high hopes. We even heard of rumors ya kwamba Ruto might step down. Aseme kitu kwa sababu mimi naona ni kama sitapata sahi, I'm willing kuachilia Mudavadi aende ajeshewe huko peke yake. Alafu Mudavadi akijeshewa aishe politically, then he comes back in 2027. So once they realized that this thing was not what they were planning for, they are still also in a stage of denial. And that is why he barks louder. Because I am very sure that there are people who blame him for misadvising Mudavadi. And so these political fights in Western will still go on. And I can assure you, people will still defect. People will defect from UDA and Kenya Kwanza Alliance until at the last moment tukikaribia huko baada ya nomination. KK Alliance in Kenya, in Western Kenya will be a shell. And I want you to see what will happen. Now, coming to Nyambane for president, I had the privilege of meeting Nyambane one day. And I don't know, I believe he has a right to run for office like any other Kenyan. But running for president is not something that people should take for fame or people take as a joke, because running a presidential campaign is not an easy thing. Many politicians, many of them work on a pesa, but you can see what it takes. It's not just about being on the ballot. Running a presidential campaign needs finances. It needs an organized group. It needs a secretariat. It needs international relations. There's a lot that comes with running a presidential campaign. And when I look at Nyambane, I don't see it. I don't think he has what it takes. Maybe in the future, yes, but now I think he's just going to make the presidential ballot longer. That's it. Okay. Azimio rules in Nairobi. I said here the other day that
Richard,
Nairobi,
hold on. Before you continue, those guys who are joining us from Facebook, you'll be thrown out in the next 3 minutes. So we just want to tell you Thank you so much for staying with us for the last 8 hours. Hope you have gained from our interaction. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembe TV because we want this channel to grow and grow to exponential levels so that we can reach as many people as we can, and share. I also want to ask you that every time when you come, when the studio is full, there are 10 people, just wait at the background. You can always join, and then of course continue commenting on the comment section because you keep the conversation going. Thank you so much. See you again tomorrow. Today, Kenyan time, for another engaging debate. God bless you. Continue, Richard.
Okay, I was just about to wrap up my submission, and I think Aaron is asking for the link, if I'm not wrong. I think Aaron is in the comment section asking for the link. So I'll just wrap up with Nairobi politics and AZIMIO rules in Nairobi. Nairobi is a very delicate place, and I'm sure Captain is here. He might have an opportunity to rebut on that. Nairobi is a very delicate place for KK Alliance. And when you look at the voting patterns in Nairobi, with Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga on one side, and William Ruto, Wetangula, and Ndawadi on the other side, I think this is going to be a whitewash. It's going to be a massacre politically for Kenya Kwanza to think that they are going to turn Nairobi to battleground. It's going to be a disaster. And like I said here, Uhuru Kenyatta has his voting bloc in Nairobi, a huge one, a huge following. Wachana na ile yenye imeenda ikakuwa brainwashed in the rural areas huko wenye hawaangalii TV, for example, or they don't follow the news keenly. Nairobi has demographics that understand what is going on, and Uhuru Kenyatta has a large following in Nairobi. Same to AZIMIO and Baba. Baba has a very, very huge following in Nairobi. So if you see the likes of Akina Gakuya right now switching political parties right now, going from UDA and coming back to Jubilee, it's because they know what is ahead. And we will see most of these going forward. I'm sure Nairobi is going to be one place where UDA and Kenya Kwanza Alliance will lose terribly. They'll wish they never even had candidates there. So let us keep hope. Let's see what happens as the days goes by. And I don't know. Captain Ameondoka, I thought he had ask a question, but it's okay. Thank you, Lemma.
Makiadi, I have a question.
Sure.
Temba, is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Makiadi, I'm on the contrary side because I think AZIMIO has a problem in Nairobi. And let me execute why. We are fronted, from the ODM side, we are fronted, and I want you to listen carefully. We are fronted a man called Wetangula's brother, what is his name? Tim Wanyonyi, as a governor. And a senator, we are fronted our man Sifuna. And on the other side, you see like our stronghold has always been our Luya people who have always voted with us. Do you think we are ready to elect both the governor and the senator from the Luya community in Nairobi? And that's my question to you. And the other question I want to ask you, you say that Nairobi is gone completely. But if we make a mistake of putting people like Bahati in Mathare to vie, are we being serious that now we want to win?
Okay, so then I'm going to answer Alex's question. there's this thing called nominations, and I agree with you partly, but I would want to say this: when AZIMIO finally settles on their candidates for every constituency, for every MCA seat, for every governor's seat, then we can start talking about, is this a possibility? Do we have the right people to capture these seats? At the moment, I'm sure ODM has Tim Wanyonyi, and we also have Sifuna. And when we come to governor, I think Jubilee, is it Jubilee? No, ODM also has Ngatia, if I'm not wrong. I think he's supposed to be running on ODM ticket, if I'm not wrong. But then I believe right now it's too premature to start talking about, are we going to beat UDA in Nairobi or any other seat before the nomination. So I would like to comment that or to answer that question after the nomination process.
Okay, thank you. I think right now we'll start taking our closing remarks and closing rounds. I know Maggie hasn't spoken, but we have stayed here 8 hours, so we will start taking our closing rounds so that tomorrow again took on another debate. But I really thank you all the panelists. Those that have brought on are the ones who are already here so that they can bring their closing remarks, especially while I drop to Kosabia connection. I'm not sharing the link because I don't want any more people to come on and open the debate again. But I thank you all for staying on. Captain, Penyagaka, Geoffrey, Maggie, Julia, Alex, Richard. So I'll give all of you 2 minutes so that you can, and 2 minutes, let it be 2 minutes. Don't reopen the debate, just wrap up your closing remarks so that we can close up. Kesho pia ni siku, and we are here every day. I want to start with Maggie because yeye siku hakuwa ametoa hata presentation. So dakika mbili tafadhali Maggie, kwa sababu just one point, you don't have to comment on all of them.
Pemba, habari zenu wote.
Mzuri Maggie, dakika zako zinaendelea kuyoyoma.
Sasa sijui nianze wapi na nimalize wapi, kwa sababu unataka ni wrap up what I did na sikuchambua. Anyway, it's okay. I don't know. Nataka kuongea sana habari ya Kalonzo na Kilonzo Junior. Now I just have a question, but nobody is supposed to answer. I hope wataona hii one day ati Bigi alikuwa anaongea nyuma ya pasia na aliuliza, where were these Oka Kalonzo na Wakamba tu sasa ndio wanauliza hii maswali. Where were they when these people were struggling to bring this thing to life, because now it is life. Ndio wanaona Raila alikufa na wakamrusha aende retire. Sasa na Raila ameresurrect na wako active, ndio wameanza bageni. Where were they all this time? Si ni upuzi mingi, musiseme the way Alex alikuwa nasema ati lazima tuwe na yeye kwa sababu amekuwa. Hapana, mtu ashapika ugali ameweka mezani, ndio unakuja ati unataka kuchambua ati wewe ndio unaleta ma divides and rules. I think Kenya should grow above that. These are the things which are taking us behind. Ndio utasikia sijui nini Kalonzo ataenda na kura ngapi ata. Wacheni upuzi mingi watu wa Kenya. Let us grow up and then we make Kenya to be what it is. Upuzi kama hizi huwezi kupata places kama Britain, Germany, hata hapa America. If somebody was not there, he was not there. Saa hizi anakuja watu wake wameanza kubageni kwamba sijui kama Kalonzo hawezi kuwa vice president, iwezekani. Where were they Where were they? Anyway, niwachie hivyo, nimesikia nimepewa 2 minutes, but thank you very much. God bless.
Geoffrey, dakika zako 2 tafadhali.
Thank you very much Temba. Na nashukuru sana mandugu zangu na madada zangu ambao wako kwa hapa kwa studio kwa maoni yao na kujadiliana haki zao za kikatiba na demokrasia. Mimi nasema hivi kuhusu mambo ya Kalonzo Musyoka, I'll be diplomatic kusema ya kwamba we need this one Baba to deal with them. We support us. Tuendelee kupigia Baba debe because that's what we want. Tuone ya kwamba ameshinda na ameingia State House. Na nitarudia nikisema hivi, yule ambaye watatupatia kama running mate, that's what we go with. If it's Kalonzo, I have no option. Mine is to support Baba nione kwamba amewin. Kazi yangu ni kuendelea kuongea na watu kama mashinani, niwaambie kwamba we need to look for votes so that Baba can be able to win big. Tukikuja mambo ya Nairobi, right now we cannot be able to tell because AZIMIO as a whole, kuna mambo mengine watakaa chini waangalie to see what the best interest ya coalition, so they can be able to quell this fighting ya kung'ania uongozi. Hata mnaona what's going on, hata wakati AZIMIO wana campaign Nairobi, they are not giving a chance wale wa mabungu wanagombania nini waongea, kwa sababu wanaleta shida hasa kupigana. Wanasema kwamba for them they are campaigning for Baba and time will come wale ambao wanatafuta viti mbalimbali watapita kivyao wakigombana na kumenyana huko, so that to quell that mambo yenye mfarakano yenye yatatokea wakati kama huu. Kwa hivyo I know that and I keep on saying this, Baba knows very well that he has been on this game. Najua Nairobi, najua lazima wataangalia vizuri, they'll look waone wakuwe na consensus, wajue ni vile mambo itaenda. And I know that one they're gonna sit down, because if they're not gonna sit down, we know what's gonna happen, and we know what happened in 2017. So kwa hivyo let us continue supporting campaign ya Baba, tuambie watu nyumbani mahali popote walipo, ili wajipange kuona kwamba Baba amepata kura mingi zenye zitamwezesha kuwa rais wa 5 wa jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Asante Captain, dakika 2.
Temba, sina maneno, dakika 2 yangu iko sawa. Ni vile tu sasa Mulumbu alipotea nikiwa na shida kidogo ya logging in. I was logging in like missing, kama nilikuwa mara 2 pande hii nyingine na pande ya simu, but hakuna maneno. Mulumbu alikuwa anajaribu kutoroka na ukweli ya kwamba Kalonzo Musyoka akikuja kuwa naibu wa Raila Odinga watakuwa sawa, na mimi nikajiuliza ya kwamba tukipatia Kalonzo Musyoka kuwa naibu wa William Ruto, Mulumbu ata step down na aseme William Ruto tosha, Kenya kwanza tosha. Hiyo ndio swali nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, lakini sasa yeye amepotelea mtini mapema sana. Alikuwa anajua maswali moto moto. Tutapatana tu na yeye kesho ama hiyo kesho nyingine. Kuhusu swala la Nairobi, nilikuwa nafurahia sana vile vile rais ambaye ako kwa sasa kwa kiti, Uhuru Kenyatta, alikuwa ameweka Nairobi kuwa upande wa serikali, kwa sababu fedha mingi sana inapotea kwa county government of Nairobi. Ikawa mzuri sana ikiwekwa anda jeshi, na ukaona vile vile siwaja tu nimuite Msomali ama sijui ni mwanajeshi fulani amesimamia Nairobi, barabara sana Nairobi zote zikatengenezwa vizuri sana. Hatuna shughuli hata tuone tunapata pesa Nairobi ama, lakini tutengenezewe barabara na tupatiwe management of Nairobi resources kwa njia ile inafaa. Hiyo tulikuwa tunafurahia sana. Kwa sasa hivi unajua Nairobi ikirudishwa under government, county government, sasa naogopa sana kwa sababu mimi na wewe Temba na panelists wenzangu sisi ni wale wa Kenya wenzetu wale. Naogopa sana. Otherwise sina maneno mingi. Tuzoee rais wetu mapema, tusije tukajinyonga hapo mbele kuwa William Ruto ndio president wa Kenya kwa serikali inayo kuja ni William Ruto. Shida tu kwamba sijui tupatie Geoffrey Oketo akuwe naibu wake. Mbona mnapoteza network bwana? Mnapoteza network nikiongea namna hiyo kwa nini? So tutachagua sisi wote, hata kina Julia. Unaona Julia anafurahi mpaka ile mwanya ya katikati inaonekana. Tuchague naibu wa rais ambaye tutapatia William Ruto aongoze Kenya. Kwa sasa hatuna maneno, tuendelee Kenya namna hiyo. Asanteni panelists, asanteni sana.
Haya, kaeni hapo ndio tuendelee tumalize pamoja, tukunge show pamoja. Alex, dakika mbili.
Huyu captain anakuwa mchokozi sana. Captain, sisi tunajua serikali ni yetu. Raila Amolo Odinga ndio rais wetu. Na hii kitu umesema ya Nairobi, yeye ndiye alileta, mlishindwa kugovern Nairobi. Alipoingia tu hivi handshake akasaidia Nairobi. Na mmeona vile hata nyinyi mmefurahia sana. Hata wao ukitoka kule Eldoret ukikuja unafikiria ni London. Ndio maana hata upendi watu ya diaspora. Ukifika tu Nairobi tu hivi hata utaki kutoka Nairobi. So hiyo tutaona vile tutafanya kwa serikali yetu. Mwisho tu ni I think watu wa Azimio tuzoe Kalonzo na tabia yake. Nakwambia that is why I stood firm and I said let's not agree Kalonzo to come, please. But the inevitable happened and we must deal with that. Otherwise every day we are going to talk about Kalonzo because he's going to make those calf sets. And if you take it at heart, he's going to make us really, really mad. So let us ignore him. The thing is that he said, Baba Tosha. The thing is that he's not speaking with Baba, he's speaking with Uhuru. That's the good thing. And I think Uhuru can manage that. So as we go, let us just look at our win. Otherwise, if you take this at heart, we might even scare Kalonzo to go back to where we don't want him to go. Otherwise, Kalonzo is safe in our hands. The other people couldn't handle him. Lastly, ila mnajua hii kitu yote ya Bernard, tulisema tunataka tununue lights mzuri kila kitu so that wakati hata blackout inaendea Bernard, show inaendelea. So I think we forgot to do that. Julia na wale marafiki zangu wengine, Richard, Geoffrey, Maggie na Captain, tulikuwa tunasema tutoe tu kitu kidogo kidogo to make sure, because vile nani alituambia jana hapa, inaonekana those blackouts are becoming more and more in Nairobi nowadays to a point that we are not able to have that show on time. So if we can buy those few equipments at an affordable price, the show could be starting earlier and it will be consistent. Otherwise, wakati hakuna lights, you can't force Bernard to come. Na Temba comes later on because lazima amalize kazi na lazima aende Lulu show kidogo. So hayo ndio machache niko nayo.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, ni sadaka kwa Bernard. So Richard, dakika mbili.
So hata sitachukua dakika mbili. Mimi nilimalizana na sadaka yangu jana. What I want to say is the Rainbow Coalition was even bigger than what we are looking at right now in AZIMIO. And I believe if we have people in AZIMIO and on our side who are willing to move forward together with the agenda that we are fighting for, then we shouldn't be worried about who is going to be the deputy president in the next government. Because already we know that we have a captain. Everybody agrees on who's going to be the captain. So what we should be looking at right now is make sure that we can at least get the top seat on our side. Then the rest of we have a lot. We have Senate Speaker. We have National Assembly Speaker. Anybody can be anything. And for captain, we will manage the city properly. I agree with you. The heart of the country, which is Nairobi, is supposed to have a good leader and a manager. And I believe if I was to be asked, then I would say that Nairobi should be reverted back to the national government and have at least somebody who is serious. I don't believe it's supposed to be managed by politicians. And I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard Makiadi. The last time I came across the name Makiadi was Luanzo Luambo Makiadi, Franco, Luanzo Luambo Makiadi. I don't know if you have borrowed the name from vijana wa jana ndio tunajua, vijana wa leo hawajui Luanzo Luambo Makiadi. That was Franco. Franco Luambo Luanzo Makiadi. Ile wimba aliimba inaitwa Mario. Siku hizi tunaimba kamata chini, kamatia chini. Julia, dakika mbili.
Okay, asante. Thank you, Themba. First, I want to thank you for controlling this debate. You very superman. You have wonderful leadership qualities. And naona leo kulikuwa weekend. Watu walijienjoy kweli. Mpaka Magi akasema kitu. Asante Magi for trying to intervene. However, that was on a light note about Kalonzo. First I want to, Captain, you are the first person from UDA kusikia ki appreciate president. Today I think I have good things to say about Captain. These UDA people never say anything about the president. Like he hasn't done, like Penny was trying to annoy me here by saying that this is the worst president he has ever seen. But it is true, the president has done a good thing in Nairobi, and I think the army officer has done a good job. And okay, we won't say that we get the army take over Nairobi, but I think we need to elect the right people. So like Alex was saying, it's not about ODM and, okay, of course we are going to have Jubilee and ODM work together as a team to decide who are the AZIMIO candidates, but we need the best people for Nairobi, even for the rest of the country. So I believe that I believe that AZIMIO is going to be diligent in deciding on the best people to vie for those Nairobi seats, so that Nairobi remains in the hands of AZIMIO, so that next time we can invite Captain hamie Nairobi, na sisi pia tutahamia Nairobi, kwa sababu AZIMIO itakuwa imefanya kazi nzuri zaidi Nairobi. Now about Kalonzo, I agree with Alex and Sarah. He's a disease. He's a pain on our necks. But now that we have the disease with us, we got to deal with the disease. We may not send him away, but I think the president is going to be wise. He's using his wisdom on managing him. Lakini I will not be surprised if I see Madimoni Part 2 after the elections because of the way Kalonzo is behaving. I don't expect him to be the running mate. I don't expect him to be that. But I expect that maybe he'll be given something from the government. And because he has promised that he'll try to I don't know that he meant he'll try to sabotage Raida's government. I want the members of AZIMIO not to worry. Don't worry, even those members of parliament who will come in Wiper, we'll know how to deal with them when they come in, even the ones from UDA, especially from Mount Kenya region. Don't worry, we'll know how to deal with them when they come in. We know how we are going to make them behave when they come back to parliament. And I'm sure there are many members of parliament from who will come in UDA from Mount Kenya region after Raila wins, who will decide like we can no longer go on fighting our son. So I am not worried about that. Baba is going to have a smooth government. He's going to get a lot of support from all sides, even across some members of parliament from UDA from Mount Kenya region. I'll not be surprised. So I think I want to take the advice, of them, but that we will not pick a fight with Kalonzo. We'll let him say his things, that he's going to campaign, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. And once Baba wins, we will move on and decide this is the next thing we are doing, because Baba's government must succeed. For 5 years, Baba has to prove to the country that he's a president of a different kind, and that his purpose was to restore Kenya and reconstruct Kenya. So that's my take. Thank you so much, my fellow panelists. It was a nice debate full of arguments. Sounded like a weekend or a Friday evening. Pale sijui wazee walitembea wapi, lakini wamama tulikuwa nyumbani. Ni sawa tu, tunawaelewa, tunawaelewa. Good night.
Wamama wa siku hizi wanatembea hata kutushinda.
Captain bana, dakika zako mbili pen Nyagaka.
Deba, siku hizi mwanisumbua sana, lakini ni mzuri. Kumalisha ni mzuri sana, because when you listen, you learn a lot. Na hiyo ni mzuri. Mimi sina taabu yoyote. Sasa kama huyu mama amezungumza hivi, Julian, my son goes to the North Carolina University in Greensboro. Huyu mama nitamkuta tukunywe chai. Na hiyo ni mzuri sana. Lakini product yenu ni mzuri, na vile mnatuambia maneno ni mzuri. Na Julian na Sara waliuliza swali, na wote Murumba, Alex, wote wameanguka hiyo mtihani waliulizwa. We already know. Why are we sure in order that we are winning? You cannot get Kalonzo to be a vice president because you have to get a vice president from the mountain. And therefore, Kalonzo cannot come with you with any numbers. So we win. That is the argument. Huyo Sara na Julian waliuliza kwanza. It was very hard. Hiyo ndio tunajua. Because Kalonzo, hata when he was in your meeting, he was not happy. Hata anasema jui kitu walisaini nini. My friend, and this is the time you are looking for an argument how you are going to win the election. You have already lost the elections. Sasa sisi sote, we are blind. Niko blind, na nyinyi yote mko blind. Wacha tuone, hata hiyo debate December, wacha nipate debate na Alex after the election. That's when we are going to be very clear, and you guys will tell me, mzee ulikuwa unatudanganya, ulikuwa na mimi niwaambie vijana yangu, I'm sorry. Alex, remember, the best thing in life is to accept when you are wrong. Vile nani alikwambia Alex, na uka accept, that's a sign of leadership. Because those who don't accept when they are wrong, they are dictators, like Putin. Na Murade alituambia, Kenya tunataka kufanya Kaputeni. And every what evidence I can look for it. A Kaputeni, my friend, is not what some of us want in Kenya. Finally, Temba, only accused that in America. You guys do the same thing. But you never criticize them, but you criticize me. What did Malaysia EV? In 1960 and the year 2000, elections in America, it was 1960, John F. Kennedy. Call MJ, you Barbaro Natembea, Green Bay Jensen. Akamuuliza Texas inakuwa namna gani? Akaambia huyu umeshinda Texas. In Florida, they used the Fox News to say that Bush won. And he won because his father had put most of the charges in the Supreme Court. So elections are storage. There is no big deal. Raila won in 2007. Clearly, I'm with Uda, but I would never argue with that. That's like a naive argument. But the other elections, they figured how they can beat him. That's Demba, thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope I've not gone over my 2 minutes. Taki.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pen. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Richard, Alex, Maggie, and Geoffrey for your submissions and your company for all this time since we started up to right now. It is always a pleasure to be your host and moderate. And of course, sometimes it becomes a challenge, but we are up to the challenge. They say when you go lower, we go higher. Na mkinirushia mawe ninajenga, niko na kashamba najenga pale sio Kimau. Sasa ukirusha mawe mimi nachukua tu. Yeah. But we really appreciate all of us, our views, as we say that learning continues. Alex doesn't like this, but I will say it again. Socrates says that cursed be the day that you learn nothing. And let this be the day that is not cursed, because at least there's something that you have learned. I want to acknowledge those guys who are joining us on the comment section. Sarah Nasema Themba, thank you for being a good leader and always a gentleman. Hey, appreciate. Thank you for the kind words. Jacob Odhiambo, I don't know what he's saying there. Gitesh De Poa Sami. Princess Yana alipotea huku siku hizi hataki kuja kufunga show. Sami Kambui, eat, have fun. Azimio wamelewa kwani handouts. Idi Alfan, wacha uchokozi. Idi Alfan, ati Azimio wamelewa ati 6K kwani imefika. Kuna jamaa alisema ati anaenda kuchukua yake in advance apewe ya 1 year. Sasa kama inakuja 1 year 6K times 12 apewe hiyo yote atumiange in advance. David Olo, mwana wa Ingo, Steven Mutumbu, asante sana. Gitash Day, who else is here? Masi Omenge, Masi asante sana. Who else is there? Okay. Jamaa, I'm blessed, asante, and all the rest. I cannot mention all of you, but really know that we appreciate your comment section. Nawapenda sana Temba, yeah. Thank you. We tunakupenda pia wewe Idi Alfan. Kama Mtembei TV, we love all you people and we love your comments. Maxwell Olwal, asante sana, na wengine wote. Bob Werunga and everybody else. Thank you so much for always joining us for this conversation. From Mtembei TV, we cannot be without you. And that's why we love when you come here and you comment and you engage and you give us your view and you keep us going and you keep us talking, because Kenya is our business. Remember, when is the other program ya Malavas? Malavas ilisha leo mchana until next week, the weekend. That one comes only during the weekend. Wale Malavas wala wanatafuta wapenda nao. Asante sana. Now, I want to repeat this. You only need 4 things. Today we had a debate about where you are. We really don't care where you are. I mean, as long as you have a working phone, a working gadget, computer, you have connectivity, you have something to share, and you have a willingness to learn, you can join us. We don't care where you are logging in from, so don't worry. And you are under no obligation to anyone to tell us where you are logging from, and you don't have to tell us how much educated you are, which school you went to, how many degrees you own, or whether you have never gone to school. It doesn't really matter. Everyone has something to say. And so the only thing you need are those 4 things. So don't you worry, and you owe no one an apology for coming here. As long as you are civil and you're not coming to insult no one, you're just coming to express your view on the leadership and governance in Kenya, you are welcome here. And when you come in and you see we share the link. If you come in and you see there are 10 people on the platform, you just wait. You'll have an opportunity that those people come in. The show starts every day at 9. Bernard starts the show, and then I pick it much later, probably in the 5th or maybe the 6th hour, to take it up to the end. So you can join anytime within that time. Normally I say within the last 1 hour, because it goes for 8 hours. The last 1 hour I don't bring in more people, because we don't want to open the debate more as we approach closing. But you can come in any of those times so that you can share your views. We run from Sunday to Sunday, So always come, share with us, share. Let's keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, we want to keep talking. So let's keep talking. I want to leave us with this. Okay, again, continue subscribing to Mutembe TV. As I say, kindly come with subscribe to Mutembe TV. We're on our way to 300,000. This TV is growing. Let's reach out to so many people. And also, personally, I want to appreciate those who have subscribed to my channel with my daughter, the Themba and Lulu Show. I really want to appreciate you, because at least you have gotten us to the 500 subscribers. Now we are off to our 1,000 subscribers. Tuko 501, so we have 499 to go. Kindly kimbia pale sasa, we start the next journey to fikia at least 1,000. Thank you so much for those who are supporting us. It's my channel with my daughter. So I want to put it here so that you keep sharing, keep coming on there, keep giving more people to just go there, look for the Themba and Lulu. Sure. So we discuss everything. We discuss anything. She's a teenager, anything about teenagers. We discuss issues to do with the adolescents, how to handle that, men, how you can talk to your daughters about issues of, when they change, body changes, boyfriends, girlfriends, everything. No holds barred. So go there to our channel and see all that. Thank you so much. Back to how we close our show. Normally here, one thing we say is that we want all of us to remain as Kenyans. We want to remember that even as we differ with each other, there are things that unite us. There are things that make us be Kenya. There are things that inatupatia ukenya. And one of them is the national anthem. I know Martin Ndeto was here earlier, and he said yesterday, sometimes I get perturbed because we talk so well about things that we expect in Kenya. But when I say the things that unite us and make us Kenya, most of us fail, even in the simple thing, and that is the national anthem. And we can hardly, we can hardly say it. We can hardly sing it. Kindly learn the things that unite us, because even the national anthem is actually a prayer. And that's why we have made it our our business, to make sure that at least everybody who comes here and is able to finish this show to the end, they at least know the national anthem, the first answer. So
let me do it today.
Today, Pen Nyagaka amejitolea kuifanya. So Pen, kindly go ahead.
Thank you very much. Because in America, uliniambia niseme America. Nyinyi mkisema ni mzuri. Lakini in America mtoto yako akiwa klasi 2 anajua the national anthem ya America. And they brainwash them all the way. Na sisi, when we were young, we knew the national anthem of Kenya. Leo kijana ya leo alifanya mzuri, lakini wacha nimalize. Let me sing the national anthem the way we were singing.
Listen, Nyagaka. I don't want you to sing it. I want you to say it. Now, when you say it, you have internalized it. So I want you to say it from the first stanza of the national anthem. Just say it word by word.
Okay. Mungu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, akiwengao na mlinzi, na tukadumu amani na ustawi.
Nyagaka. Unakalili sio kuimba.
Ben Nyagaka, you said
I can,
it.
no, I feel.
Interpretation
I can just go any slower than that. I feel. I'm sorry.
So you see now, those are the disappointments that I meet when I come here. We talk so well about what you want in Kenya, but we don't want to start from the basics. When the foundation is wrong, the house will fail. So it means that Kenyans have not been internalized into accepting and knowing what is it that makes them Kenyan. So that is what we want to take back to the foundation. We talk so flowery things about Kenya, the Kenya we want, the leaders we want, but you don't talk about the foundation. So let's go back to where it is, where we lost it, the foundation, things that unite us as Kenyans. And I know Richard said it the other day, but Richard, you can say it again today. I know it is something that we can keep doing until Meg, you nataka kusaidia pen. Okay, Richard, go ahead.
Okay, sawa. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Geoffrey. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Pen. See you again later today from 9 p.m. Kenyan time. Global time, wherever you are, just click in. God bless you. We are out.
Thank you.